One of my exes used to clean their chicken with soap. How's it going, everyone? You guys doing all right? You guys chilling? You guys having a good old time? It's 1:30 EST. It is time for a stream. I've got a little bit of a bedhead situation going on. I tried. I did my best. New headphones? No, I've had these. Well, they are technically new headphones, but I've had these headphones for a couple months. I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do with this. Good Lord! Little bedhead bunny. Oh. Did you hear Will Smith bitch slapped Chris Rock? I did. Yeah, I saw. Oh God, I saw everything. Well, I didn't see everything. I don't watch the Oscars because I'm not 48 and divorced. But I did see that Matt 437 with a tier 1 sub. Welcome to the stream. We're just hanging. We're gonna be doing some video game stuff later, but obviously this is. I'm already tired of this fucking conversation, to be honest with you. It has absolutely run its course. I'm just so I don't know. Axel Vaz? Exalvius? Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. And obviously that Matt 437 with the tier 1. Much appreciated. 23 months with that Matt. Fucking holy shit. Chris Rock forgot to dodge roll. The jokes about the okay. Let me back up. If for some reason you're living under a rock and managed to avoid this. Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars. All right. Now this keeps happening, but like something ridiculous happens that I have to add it to the recap. There's going to be a lot more. I'll focus the jokes about this event in the recap. There's going to be a lot of jokes about this in the recap. Because I had to fucking film a whole nother fucking thing. The recap's going to be fucking all over. It's going to be the most schizophrenic recap you've ever fucking seen. Because it gives you like 18 costume changes. But, I don't know, man. This is such a weird... Oh, Gold Viper, Twitch Prime. Pitiful Doombot, Twitch Prime. Much appreciated. Why am I not hearing the alerts? I'm not hearing... That's gonna get annoying. Little Bedhead Bunny with a Twitch Prime sub. Jesus Christ, thank you guys. So listen. Oh my God, where do I even start with this? So I know you said on Twitter you thought it was fake. How you? I never thought it was fake. It was literally a joke. I spent like hours talking about it as if it was real, and then I made one joke about it being fake. Like, sometimes I'll say things for the joke. It's kind of what Twitter is, honestly. It was literally just an excuse for me to turn it into a JFK joke, but because I'm obsessed with JFK, I think just wait for a couple more people to get in here. Can't wait for the Snark Tank episode where Sween, the bad take machine, and Derek, the man with tundra fever, scream at each other. No, yeah. I'm really excited for the Snark Tank because I feel like we're actually going to get into a bit of a spirited debate here. Because obviously, look, there's never going to be a situation, never, in which a comedian gets assaulted for a joke and I'm not taking the comedian side. I think you're borderline an idiot. I think you're actually fucking stupid if you even think it's remotely possible that is going to be an opinion that I'm going to share. That Modern Warfare 2 lobby was lame. Yeah, that's the point, bro. I was like, what's the laziest thing I could say here? And it's going to fucking hit. And I tweeted the fucking Will Smith wouldn't last 20 seconds in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby because it was like the most obvious lazy thing that you could possibly tweet. And of course, it exploded. And I'm like, you got to be... Twitter it's so fucking sad because it's exactly what it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, I know this is going to hit because it's so shit. And then it does. And then you're just kind of disappointed that you were right. It's one of those rare occasions where I'm like, damn it. I was right. It's so fucking depressing. But there's never going to be a situation where I'm going to where a comedian gets assaulted on stage for doing his job, and I'm going to take the side of the person assaulting him. Like, I'm sorry, there's no situation where that's even remotely possible. These are the richest. These are some of the most privileged people in the fucking world. They can't take. If you cannot take a joke, then I don't know what about you relates to the average person. You know, like you can't take a joke despite the fact that you are literally living in an infallible human state. You know? Like, what the fuck? And here's the thing, right? I saw a lot of people being like, you know, you gotta defend your woman. Yes. And I think I would probably agree with this. I think I would probably be a lot more lenient on Will Smith if it wasn't Jada. Like, this woman humiliates him almost weekly for years. And you're gonna like, it's so fucking confusing. And to be an action hero star like Will Smith and then hit a comedian and the comedian is still smiling afterwards and he didn't even move at all. Like, I thought for sure, like, oh, Will Smith comes at you, he punches you, you're going to stumble a little bit. Chris Rock didn't even fucking move. And I was like, bro, if I were Chris, dude, I wish I was Chris. I wish I was Chris Rock. Like, he was gifted, like, such an amazing moment with that. Like, it's so wild. Like, everybody's like, Chris Rock's feeling real bad tonight. It's like, nah, bro. Chris Rock has so much material for, like, ages. Not only did he tank a hit, he took it professionally, and his joke is, like, the most popular joke of Oscar history, probably. Like, literally. Like, and by the way, I want to make it clear, his joke sucked. It was, like, a really lame joke. That's why I was so surprised when Will lost his shit, because I was looking at it. And I was like, wow, that's like a really lame kind of like, that's like a Full House joke. You know, it wasn't like Ricky Gervais, like really like fucking digging in on people, you know? It was just like a lazy, like, this is a joke that's like lame and inoffensive enough that it'll fly on national television. You know, it was a fucking Saturday morning sitcom joke. Compared to all of the jokes that a good comedian could have made at the expense of Will Smith, that is the most lenient you can go. That is the most lenient joke possible. The joke wasn't mid. The joke sucked. And if Chris Rock was a good comedian, well, maybe, you know what? I shouldn't say that, because he probably had like people in his ear being like, get back on with it, get back on with it. No way in hell, if that was a show, if that was like Chris Rock at like a show and somebody went up and slapped him, ain't no way. Even if it's Will Smith. I'll show you. Please, can I argue with you? Absolutely. I'll jump in the Discord. This is a fun conversation. I like being right. Yeah, I'm in the lobby. I'll jump in the lobby. I don't understand. Can someone beat the dead horse for me? We'll probably get into it. We'll probably get into it with when Sweetie jumps in. Are they going to save it for Snark Tank? Well, Snark Tank gets tens of thousands of listeners. So it's not like we're not spoil. If anything, this is like extra content, I guess. You know, it's not like everybody who watches the Snark Tank tunes into these streams. You know. Is that you?
Yeah, does it not sound like me?
Are you like 8 miles away from your mic?
Sorry, I'm playing Trials. I don't have the mic in front of my face.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
Dude, there's a really, really, really good fucking Eye of Soul that I have to get. It's really good.
Like a
really
God Roll Eye of Soul?
Yeah, it's handling masterwork with perpetual motion and snapshot.
Dude, I've been listening to the fucking Grasp of Avarice soundtrack like on my own. Because it's so good.
Did you get your galley yet?
Yeah. We did it.
Did you get like finish it? Because you have like you had a separate two left.
Oh yeah, no, I got it.
It's
Yeah,
so
I got the Gjallarhorn.
it's so good, man. Like in damage phases, it's the fucking shit.
It's nerfed as hell though.
I mean, it's not tracks you through windows like Destiny 1.
Because Destiny 1, the Wolfpack rounds tracked you. It was fucking insane. But
Dude, I saw the regular rounds track people one time. I remember you showed me like a PvP match where some guy shot at like the dilapidated like Earth stage, and it went through a window to get somebody, and I was like, what the fuck?
yeah.
So
He
like,
he could have killed him. That was so stupid. That was one of those comments where it was like, fucking Will Smith could have killed him. It's like, calm down, bro. Like, Will Smith is not going to kill somebody at the Oscars.
Will Smith is not gonna kill somebody. First and foremost, I'm
He's
gonna
not Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg actually killed somebody with it. That's some G shit. I don't care. But first of all, Will Smith shouldn't have put his hands on him. 110%. He shouldn't have done that. He's too famous. He's too like I look up to Will Smith. I'm not gonna act like I don't. I'm like a huge fan of his. I have been since I was a child. And like you don't put your hands on people like that. You don't do that. Because when you have like the title and the status he has, you don't. That's not the way you go about things. But at the same time, Chris Rock's set was horrible. It was terrible, and I think it's very lazy when people start like picking people out the crowd to make fun of. I don't like that shit because I think that's baby shit. I think that's like, I'm just gonna make fun of people. What makes comedy funny is the situation. It's not the like satirical comedy is funny, Like when fucking whatever that British guy is.
What is satirical comedy? What do you mean?
Like the idea of making fun of situations. That's why freaking what's his name is so funny.
Who?
The guy that died right before 9/11. I forgot his name.
The guy that died right before 9. What are you talking about? Oh, George Carlin?
Carlin, yes, that's what
Carlin did not die before 9/11.
He didn't die before 9/11. No, he made a speech just before 9/11. My apologies.
Yeah. Carlin died in like 2008, I think.
Yeah. Like what happens is you make fun of things that are funny. Like when people make jokes about race, they make race jokes because it's funny that even though they are just a human like other people, they get treated so wildly differently. That's what makes comedy funny, really, Like, I'm not a comedian by any standard of measurement, But I shut up, Kate. I would fuck you up in real life, for real, but...
Bro, I'm fucking Hadouken.
Hold on. I want to... what were you saying?
Look, I just think that, like, I don't know, like, I'm going to read the room. If I see a woman is just bald, I'm probably not going to make fun of her. I'm going to be like, why is she bald? You know what? I don't need this. I don't need whatever's going to happen after this.
Yeah.
Not to mention, I think that Jada got hurt because Will was laughing at the joke.
He was.
I think Will heard it. Will laugh because that's Will Smith's personality. He can laugh off things. He's been laughing off shit for the whole time. The whole August situation. It's fucked up, and we still don't know what the fuck happened exactly, and everyone's clowning on him. So he's able to laugh shit off and move on and be like, whatever happens, for sure. But his girl got hurt. And I think he should have said something. He should have been like, yo, watch your mouth.
Well, he did after. That's the thing. It's like if he had done what he did after he sat down and that was it, I think the conversation would be a lot different. I feel like the conversation would be like, I think the conversation would have been like, wow. No, it would have
pussy. It would have been. Chris,
are you fucking stupid, bro? Are you serious?
Chris, people assume that Will Smith's wife cheated on him. No matter what happens to him anymore, people are gonna just insult him for that situation, no matter what. He slapped the shit out of somebody in front of millions of people, being somebody that is a ultra millionaire that could lose a bunch of money. That's some real compound niggardry right there.
What are you lose a bunch of money? Are you fucking insane? He's invulnerable to poverty. He's not gonna lose all of his money just because he slapped Chris Rock.
Chris, you're attaching things that I didn't say.
You said he's going to lose a bunch of money. He's not going to lose a bunch of money. He has
because
He's
people
Will
could
Smith.
potentially not book him for things and shit like that. It
Oh
may not be
yeah.
relative-
Oh yeah.
It might be relative to him. It might not be relative to us. Like
You're
I feel
out of
sure
your fucking mind.
He's
People
a
aren't
musical
going to not. People aren't going to not hire Will Smith just because he slapped somebody at the Oscars. Also, he could just literally just hire a bunch of people to hire him. This is how production companies work.
Chris, he could, but he could have also been imprisoned or incarcerated. I understand.
Who's gonna
that
take the
you're-
case? Who's gonna take that case?
But,
Do you
someone
think
that
Chris
would never
Rock
be
is
an
going?
easy-
You think Chris Rock is gonna sue?
Chris, that is an easy case. He objectively struck somebody. It's not like
Dude.
it happened behind doors. What do you? How do you not?
He's
Do you
just
not
gonna get
know law?
Chris Rock is not going to sue.
I know he's
Will
not. I know,
Smith.
because
You know
Chris
why?
Rock is not
Because
a
hold
child.
on.
He's
Because
whatever.
no, because Chris Rock is a comedian.
Chris Rock is a comedian, and I understand that. And this situation is funny.
Yeah.
Him
Dude,
being like, it's kinda funny.
Chris Rock was gifted something. This is a gift to Chris Rock because this. If
don't
I
think
were
it's a
Chris
gift.
Rock,
I don't
I
think
would
it's
be.
Rock.
If I were Chris Rock, I would be salivating at
Chris
just
Rock-
how much material I
Rock-
could get out of this.
Chris Rock is probably like, I disrespected somebody. No, I forget the reason why I think Chris looked the way he did, because unlike everybody else, like, oh, this is funny, I can make jokes about this. He was like, ah, man, I overstepped. I insulted someone's girl and I got checked for it. He didn't.
No,
mean
no,
to
no,
go
no,
as
no,
far as
no,
he did.
no,
That's exactly
dude.
what
Hold
happened,
on.
dude.
If you look at that video, you can see the exact moment where he thinks, should I fire back? And then he gets a bunch of people in his ear being like, move on, move on, move on. And he's like, all right, it's like, because he
Matt,
literally
he
says.
gets
No, hold on.
Matt,
No,
and
no, 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 no,
his
no, no, no,
arrows
no, no,
over
no,
his
no, 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 no,
Matt.
mute.
He got smacked, Chris.
Nope.
Chris, he got slapped in his fucking mouth.
And he
was
didn't
like,
move, and he
"Can I
didn't
say
move an
something
inch,
else?"
bro.
And
He
was
didn't
like,
move
"I
an
don't wanna
inch. He
get
laughed at him
smacked
like he was the
again."
fucking Green Goblin, bro. He didn't fucking
Chris, he
move
got
at
smacked.
all.
Chris, he got
Will
smacked.
Smith, action hero, I am legend,
Chris,
smacks a comedian and
Chris,
can't even knock him out. Can't
Chris,
even move his feet 2
Chris.
inches. Go ahead.
Got smacked. Chris, he got smacked.
Go ahead.
And he was gonna say something else, and then he realized that, oh, I might get smacked again. That's
No.
it was it was
Dude, listen,
got
hold on,
smacked. He
hold on,
had to
hold
make
on.
another joke.
Hold on.
He got hit, and he was like, "Oh, this nigga's willing to hit me. I'm a comedian. I
No, I
probably
don't think
can't
he was
fight.
scared.
Hold on. Let's keep
I
this. Hold
probably
on.
can't
Let's
fight. What do you?
hold on a second. This is first of all, there's too many people in this call, I think, for right now. Everybody else can jump in, like iBlind and Cutie Lady. You guys can. I'll let you guys know, and you can just pop out. It's just getting a little cacophonous in here. But
I don't. What's up?
all right, that was like a bit of a. I could barely hear you because there are several people talking at once. But
I think he could have continued. I think it.
no,
would've been
he
fun if
definitely,
would've
he
continued.
definitely,
could've.
he definitely had a moment there where he was like, I have a lot to fire. Because there's no way, that's the thing. It's like, there's no way he doesn't know.
Of course, he knows about. All
And
the
there's a
obvious-
bunch of jokes you
obviously.
can make. And he was definitely like, all right.
Look, I get it. You're
he goes,
right.
he
That was
literally
jokes
goes,
made.
he literally goes, I could. And he goes, wow. And then he hears people in his ear being like, and then he goes like, well, we're here to give out a fucking documentary.
Dude,
He goes
hit.
right back up to it.
Dude, he gets hit. He gets hit, and he's like, "Oh wow!" Because he's like, "Oh, someone just slapped me." In
Yeah,
my
and then he goes,
face."
dude, it was a G.I. Jane joke.
Yes, I understand that, but I think he would have because
A comedian not at the Oscars. If it wasn't the Oscars, he would have continued, like for sure. Because if it was like if it was a show, if it was a show, there's no way he's not firing back at that.
But the thing is this, Chris. I understand the comedic mindset. I understand the idea of like, yeah, it's a joke. Jokes are jokes, and like you have to be prepared for what's gonna happen. Will should not have hit him. Will should not have flipped out like that. I honestly think it was Jada that got hurt, and Will looked at Jada getting hurt, and he was like, "Fuck, that's my wife." All the shit we're going through. Nonetheless, that's still my wife. And he
are they
got up
still
and
married?
They're still married. Yes. They're in an open relationship, but they're still married people.
Jesus
Not
Christ.
to mention, we don't even know the situation. That's the problem for me. I think that everyone bagging on Will and talking shit about Will and all this shit. I'm a fan of Will Smith. I have a bias towards him because I really look up to the guy. I really do. But what happens is we're all talking shit about a situation that we don't know anything about. We're all assuming that Will didn't press August. We're all assuming that Will didn't do anything. We don't know that.
Kingston, you, me, and Derek we've all made jokes about Will Smith.
I have 100%
Do you think
jokes about wanting to fuck with Jada Pinkett Smith.
Do you think
I would love to fuck with Jada Pinkett Smith. I think she's very attractive.
But Kingston, do you think that then opens you up to then Will Smith beating the shit out of you?
But there's different context. One is
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Chris,
the context is a joke made at the expense of his
Chris,
wife.
There is different context.
What's the context? What's the
100%.
context?
First and foremost, I'm not making fun of his wife in front of the entirety of America. That's
nobody. No one was, bro. The entirety of America. The only reason
the Oscars will be projected throughout all of the country. People may not be watching it.
Do you know why? Do you know?
Very true. And I stand by the fact that this could very well be fake. I could say this very well be fake. It could be fake.
This is not fake.
It could be fake. I would be like,
it's not fake.
That's crazy.
The Oscars have faked things before. It is obvious to tell, and we've all seen. Have you seen Spiral? Chris Rock can't act, bro. That's real. It's very real. And the issue here is it's just such a pathetic thing to do because to react in that way in front of the world. Keep in mind, this is a joke. This is a G.I. Jane joke, right? That lasted about 2 seconds. That everybody was like, most people were probably like, what the fuck is G.I. Jane? And then they forgot about it. And then because Will Smith then was like, oh, he got all macho. It's like, I got to defend my baby. And he went up on stage and fucking slapped a comedian. Now that joke is the only thing on the internet right now. It is the only thing being talked about. He signal blasted the joke. If I was trying to defend my wife from the emotional damage, I wouldn't fucking act in such a way that magnified the damage 50, 100, 2 million fold. It's not about defending his wife. It's about ego. It's literally just narcissism.
It's not narcissism because
it is, bro. He went on stage afterwards and accepted his award like, man, the guy I played in my movie was also a fierce defender of his family. I guess we're the same. God is testing me. I want to be a vessel for love. Suck a dick, Will.
Listen, dude.
Suck the dick. Are you kidding?
What
Okay.
did I just walk into?
Ren, give us a second. Just jump back in one moment because they're just going back and forth. We're just jumping off of each other. So what I agree that Will Smith, in doing what he did, he made things way worse. He made things way, way, way worse. 100%. And I understand. Look, because I have definitely been the guy that someone assaulted my girlfriend, and I didn't do it in front of people, obviously, because I don't want to get put in jail. I'm not. That's my first thing. Is like, I'm gonna get this guy, but I'm gonna wait till he's not paying attention. And I don't want to go to jail.
But that's the thing.
And I catch them while they're not paying attention, and I beat their ass.
But that's the thing, man.
And
Will Smith. Will Smith is not going to go to jail. That's why he did it, because he's like, I'm immune. No one's gonna touch me. I'm Will Smith.
He should not have done that at all.
You don't think it's narcissism?
I don't think it's him just being. I think his girlfriend, his wife got hurt. He got sick and tired of being made fun of. So I guess to a degree it's narcissism. And he was just like, I'm gonna slap shut this motherfucker because people clearly think I'm a joke. And he's like, I'm not a joke. I will slap the shit out of you. And I think that's where it came from. I think his idea is like, all right, y'all can make jokes all y'all want. Just prepare for me to be willing to press you when you make those jokes. Now, for me, a big thing is this. I make a lot of jokes. I joke a lot about people. I make a lot of jokes.
You would have been shot by now, Kingston. If this was the reality that the rest of the world ended up on, the Snark Tank cast would be dead in the ground.
You're very real. You're very right. You're very right. But especially when I make jokes to people that I'm like, when I'm making a joke, like if I'm insulting somebody in the street, I'm prepared for whatever happens. I don't do that because I'm not a psycho, because I know people are crazy and someone might try to shoot me in the face. I understand, but also in the snark take, we make fun of situations more so than people.
We make fun of people, Kingston.
We make fun of people. We make fun of a lot of situations as well. We make fun of Paul Joseph Watson, yes. We make fun of people because of situations.
We make fun of Ethan Ralph because he's short, fat, ugly, hideous, and disgusting. And none of that is his choice.
I never make fun of him for being short, fat, or anything. I'm also fat. I make fun of the fact
I'm
that he's
also
a demon.
short.
I make fun of the fact that he's a demon, Chris. I don't make fun of the fact that he's fat or anything. I don't care about him being fat. I'm fat. I don't give a shit.
But that's what allows you. That's what allows you to do that.
I don't make fun of people's appearances very often. You can say I don't, but you know that's very true. I don't. I make fun of situations. I laugh at people getting hurt.
You make fun of people, Kingston.
I do, but not so much because of how they look, how they appear.
Oh yeah, and can we stop being like, oh, she has a condition. It was really uncool, bro.
I think he just opened his mouth and didn't know what he was talking about. And it's
I know.
I get it. You know, he made him make fun of the condition, but people make fun of conditions all the time and find out afterwards. So I'm like, it hurt her feelings, and I think that's all it was. It hurt her feelings, and she felt hurt by it, and then her feeling hurt by it put Will in a situation where Will went and acted idiotically.
I am very excited at the amount of people that I now apparently have free reign to assault. Like it is very exciting to me. How many people will because it's just gonna be all right. Like people are just gonna be totally on my side about it.
The thing is that you shouldn't assault someone.
Why
that
not?
Is the end of the day biggest thing because Will should not have done. You don't assault somebody.
You don't. Especially a comedian for doing their job. You are a rich celebrity. You are one of the most privileged people on the face of the earth. You can take a fucking joke, and if you can't, that's pussy shit. People are acting like it's like Chad because he defended his woman. You can defend your woman without being a fucking moron.
I'm not a right-wing idiot that's like, oh, he did the right thing. He should.
Dude, it's not even right-wing people. I've seen like left. It's so weird. Like I've seen a lot of women who I've seen tweet about like, oh man, toxic masculinity is so bad, and then just respond positively to be like, oh, he's such a man. I love that. It's like you guys are fucking schizophrenic. Every woman tweeting that right now, you're fucking schizo, and you need to fucking decide what the hell you want because you're losing.
I think once again,
you've lost the fucking plot.
You gotta calm down, Chris. You gotta calm down. You're getting a little too passionate.
I'm not wrong.
You're a little too passionate. Okay.
I'm not wrong.
You're a little too passionate.
Toxic masculinity is hot, apparently.
It's always been hot. Girls act like they don't like that shit, then girls date guys that hate
I know.
And
it's
I'm like, yo, I know he's gonna hit. This is really mean, but if I know he's gonna hit you, if I can see it, then bitch, how do you not see it?
Gaslighting the entirety of female Twitter. Look, gaslighting isn't even real. Do you know how insane you sound?
Crazy, but I agree that I think that this shit got blown out of proportion, but I feel bad for Will Smith. I feel bad for him.
I do not at all.
He's become a punching bag over a situation that no one knows about. And that's the nature of the internet. People just comment on shit they don't understand. And obviously everyone does it, you know. Everyone does that shit because we all have this wealth of knowledge that we can just look up and like, oh, this is how situations work. And not to mention that people that cover information don't on purpose leave shit out that won't help it become dramatized or making it so thing. But to tell people to like not engage, like, dude, I was bullied growing up. Telling someone to not engage when people are constantly fucking with you is hard, bro. It's really hard. It's really, really, really difficult.
It's actually remarkably easy.
No, it's not, Chris. You weren't bullied if you said that shit, dude.
Yeah, I wasn't bullied.
That's crazy, Chris. Chris, I was bullied a lot in the Bronx, dude.
I wasn't bullied, guys.
Chris, you were probably made fun of, but you weren't bullied. They're different creatures. They're different creatures, Chris. Because we make fun of each other all the time, Chris. I make fun of you all the time. But I don't bully you.
No, Kingston, because you're my friend. How can you possibly say that I was never bullied? Are you out of your mind? Look at my room.
But that doesn't mean you're a bully, dude. I
know that doesn't mean it's a joke. but like I've clearly been like I have been bullied.
You see, like, and when you get bullied a lot, dude, even you even admitted the fact that you got bullied, and eventually you were like, yo, fuck this kid.
After-
and you yanked his chin and he stopped fucking with you.
After
happened. Oh, yes.
9 months of
Yes.
physical one-sided physical
Yes,
altercations
you're
where he would
right.
push me, he would shove me, and I would be like, I'm not engaging.
And then
It was actually
and then one
super
day-
easy.
And you were like, you know what? You were like, one day, fuck this guy. And you hit him and it stopped.
Right.
I know the same thing.
But
'cause
this
for me,
is
when I
not
was a-
the same situation. This is
No, it's
3
not.
jokes.
It's not the situation.
This
It's
is
not.
this
It's not the
is
situation. It's not.
this
His
is-
reaction was still unprovoked. It was still absolutely overreacting.
yeah.
It was absolutely overreacting. Still, nonetheless,
But then what's the conversation?
I'm just saying that, like, I just feel like this situation is blown out of proportion, and I think that just leave the man alone now. It's all this. We get it. We get it. His wife was at least emotionally available for another guy, and that's like not cool. But just live and let die, dude.
The thing to me is it's like I feel like that was like a slipping of the mask moment for Will. Because I really feel like he's had this persona built up of like the nice guy for like a really, really long time. But that's the real Will Smith, I think. I think the real Will Smith is like remarkably insecure. I think the fact that he just lost his shit over a joke seems to indicate that there's a real fragility there. And
I've never not thought. I mean, I've never not thought he was like a vulnerable human being as a person. You know.
Well, yeah.
Like,
I mean, obviously.
I think he's just a dude that, like, he's famous, and being famous doesn't exactly mean you're very capable of dealing with all the problems that comes from it.
To me, it's not even necessarily that he hit a comedian for doing his job. Like, that's one thing, and it's like, come on, dude. It's like, this is what they do. It's literally the whole point of having a comedian do a show like this. It's to make fun of the audience, because the audience is like the most powerful people, and it's just cathartic to watch them get a little bit of light ribbing and watch them go home to their billion-dollar mansions and forget about it. Like, that's something
I didn't think of it like that with the idea.
That's how it
like,
always is. That's how Ricky Gervais was hosting the Golden Globes, like fucking trouncing in on those fucking
Gervais
people.
was making fun of the situation of Hollywood's like infrastructure and how fucked it is. It wasn't exactly like targeting person by person.
No, he was no. You should probably watch those clips of him. He targets people very specifically in far edgier ways than Chris Rock did that night. Like it was.
I think
wasn't the one. What was the one where he brought up? I think he brought up like Mel Gibson. he brought up the tape or something. Like, it was. Ricky Gervais is crazy at the Golden Globes. And I guess the Oscars is the different thing. Maybe they expect different decorum, so it's not the same. I don't know. But to me, it just, I don't know. You've got like so much money. You're so set.
But the thing
like,
is
take
that,
a joke.
I get. Look. I get it. All right. The money thing is a very true thing. But being rich doesn't dehumanize someone from being a person having emotions. I've always felt like it's a very weird thing where, like, people are like, "Oh, you're rich, so you crying about how you feel is less valid." And it's like, I don't exactly think that. You know, like, you're a person. You're still a human. You know, your richness doesn't disinvalidate the fact that you can be offended or disrespected by things. You know, like when people talk about the whole fucking thing about LeBron James when he was going through the whole BLM thing, and he was like reading Malcolm X's autobiography, and people were like, "Oh, we don't know anything about the black experience." It's like, that guy, he grew up very poor. He probably understands it better than most people that are talking about.
Yeah, but he didn't commit a crime.
He didn't commit a crime. Oh, yes, the crime.
He didn't assault a person on stage.
The crime,
and then face no repercussions of it, because again, he is that rich. And this is kind of the thing. It's like
it's true. He should definitely have gotten. He should have definitely just not did that. I stand by the fact that he should not have openly put his hands on someone. And I understand the fact where he got upset because his girl got upset. Because dude, in all honesty, if someone made a joke and I could laugh at it, but if I turn and I see Lily crying about it, I'm gonna feel some type of way.
Yeah, and you should express yourself in that type of way that is
That isn't
appropriate.
violence.
That is
That
an
isn't
appropriate
violence.
response. He could have easily been like, yo, she's sick, man. That's fucked up. Or just like, even just like something simple as like, even just saying what he said after he sat down would have been perfectly fine, because then people would have been like, oh, Chris looks like an asshole, doesn't he? Chris is kind of a dick. But now it's like Chris is the victim because
Chris,
he objectively is.
Chris, I really think if he would have said she's sick, and somebody would have been like, she's sick of taking your dick. She wants to fuck August more, because that's what people do to him now.
Yeah,
no
well,
matter what,
that's
he wrote his autobiography, and he was like kind of revealing like the problems that he's had and what he's went through, and people just still are insulting him. That's the nature of the internet, Chris. People don't ever just stop.
Right.
They don't.
Right,
no
but
one
then why
stops
would
until you make
right,
them stop, you know?
Right, but then why would you maximize the harassment?
Because what happens is people get like you and Dirk were telling me last episode. People get so upset, and it's hard for them to control their emotions. I personally wouldn't have done any of that. I would have been like, honey, they don't fucking
Chris
know
isn't the
you.
victim. He's an insensitive dick who got what he asked for. I want you to go ahead and
I
watch. I want you to go ahead and watch
insensitive.
Will Smith's speech where he goes, "Love makes you do crazy things after assaulting somebody," and just
Love does make you do crazy things. That's a fact.
that is so, man.
Love makes you do crazy things. That's a fact.
Not
Chris,
abuse a person,
Chris,
but like, all right.
Christopher, be real right now. We have
When you
both done
choose-
objectively stupid fucking things for love. Not assault people, definitely. Neither of us. At least I hope you haven't. But we've
No,
done
I have not.
stupid shit. We've done stupid shit
It's just such a
for
psychotic.
love.
It's
We've
just
done-
sort
we've
of.
not- it doesn't validate what you're doing. When you do
It's
something
such a
dumb for love, it doesn't-
psychotic comment to be like,
It's not
God is
psychotic
testing
comment,
me.
it's
God is
true.
testing me. Man,
That's
I don't know.
crazy, dude. You guys really don't think that's so true. People do dumb things for love.
Dumb.
That's true. People
There's a
do
difference between dumb and illegal, man. Like,
Yes,
there's such a
Chris.
fucking
But
easy.
I'm not. You're what you're doing is you're saying what your brain is aiming toward is like, oh, I agree what he did.
What do you
No, I'm still saying no. He shouldn't have hit him. Don't hit someone for love. No. But love makes you do stupid shit. That is a fact.
The
That is
second
100% a fact.
the second he brought God into the speech, I was like, oh, he's right.
Yeah,
He's crazy.
When someone talks God,
I forgot.
When someone says God is making. I'm like, you know what, dude? You're on your own now. You're in your own box.
I don't know, man. I just think it's
Like
real
when I talk to
fucking
people about COVID, and they're like,
pathetic.
God wants me to do this, and it's like, you know what, dude? You do your own thing right now. You go where you're going. I'm gonna go where I'm going. I just think that Will Smith is definitely insecure.
I mean, here's the thing. He's definitely dealing with a lot. Like, he's definitely like Chris Rock was definitely just like the last straw, right?
Absolutely.
Like it was like, can I get a break? And then he lost it. It was definitely like all the anger directed at everybody who's been making fun of him, directed at Chris Rock, a comedian who was once again doing his job.
I don't know, man. As someone who's been a jokester all my life,
Not a comedian, Kingston.
I'm not a comedian, no, but I'm a jokester. There's a difference. I'm not getting paid for it, but I've made jokes my whole life about a ton of shit, constantly, over and over and over again, and I've definitely gotten my ass beat for over my mouth before. I think the idea of him getting hit in the situation should not have happened. But the idea is that when you make jokes in general, now I don't agree that Will should have hit him. But when you make jokes, you have to be willing to stand by what you say.
Yeah.
And if someone hits you for making a joke, you should be prepared if you're insulting people. That's the thing. That's the disparity that I think the internet has developed.
But people are operating.
Freedom of speech and freedom of speech and freedom of reaction are not the same thing. You can say whatever you want. You have the right to say whatever the fuck you want to say.
Right.
You have the right to say what you want to say, but you also have the right to say what you want to say, and then someone pulls your card and fucks you up. Because that happens. That happens a lot. But nobody's
arguing against that because
No,
Chris
no,
Rock
but-
handled it exactly like he should have.
He should have.
Chris Rock understands that he's a comedian. Comedians understand talk shit get hit. That's why when this kind of thing happens, They do.
I
They
think
do, man.
most people, I think a certain
Most of the
amount
people
people-
complaining about it aren't Chris Rock. You know, Chris Rock is like, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah,
Chris
I got
Rock.
hit.
Chris Rock
He
thinks.
did.
Chris Rock, no doubt, thinks Will Smith is a giant pussy.
I think
Absolutely.
Chris Rock-
I could not leave that night without thinking like, wow, that is so sad. That fucking the Gemini man himself.
I think Chris Rock got hit and he was like, well, open my mouth. And I could have said something worse, but he's like, you know what? Me opening my mouth led to this, so I'm going to close my mouth so this leads to anything else.
Yeah.
Because insult comics that's the worst kind
He's
of
not an
comedy.
insult comic though. He's just ribbing the
He's
audience
not.
like
He's
you
a-
do
he-
at an award show. That's been
You
the
know-
decorum for award shows for the last like 10 years.
I haven't watched an award show in the last 10 years, in all fairness.
The one thing, like, because you know what I think it is? He was offended still. I think Will Smith has always had a grudge against Chris Rock, or at least has had one for a while, because in 2016, he made a joke, a damn good one, by the way, where Jada Pinkett Smith was talking about boycotting the Oscars, and Chris Rock was hosting, and he was like, because Jada does TV. Jada says she's not coming, but Jada boycotting the Oscars is like me boycotting Rihanna's panties. I wasn't invited. And I think ever since that, he's had like a bit of a, it's like, oh man, you're making fun of my fucking wife.
Nah,
And
bro,
it's
I
like-
think I stand by.
And
the
your wife
fact-
is a public figure, by the way. Like, fucking what?
I stand by the fact that I think Will was laughing at it, and then he saw his wife be upset, and he was like, well, guess I gotta go do some fuckery for my wife. He went and
Yeah.
did fuckery for his wife. But I don't.
I'd respect it a lot more if it wasn't Jada, I think, genuinely.
Oh,
Like,
Jada sucks.
I think if it was anybody else, I think I would have been like, okay. I
For-
disagree still, but I get it. But
For
like
me,
the
it's
fact that it's
the idea
Jada
that
is
Jada
so
is just-
insane.
She's ran him through the mud so many times, and he's done nothing wrong to her, really. You know, like
I can't respect it. I can't do it.
He just keeps getting ran over for situations involving her. You know, it's just like, come on, dude. It's like this girl just doesn't give a fuck about. She, like, first and foremost, the fact that she went on Red Table Talk and revealed that situation between her and him about her with August, or talked about the situation with her and fucking Pac in general, is fucking. That's not good.
It's
That's not
insane.
good. I would have probably left someone for that.
Yeah. It's insane.
Because they're a family. They're like a unit. They're like a mogul, sort of like the Smith family. You know, Willow, Jada, Jaden, and Will, and all that shit. But like that is extremely disrespectful that she would bring it up in front of people, because now people are going to all from now on. Will's gonna have that shit thrown in his face. Will did nothing. Will did nothing to deserve that. Actually, all this shit for the most part. And now he's just constantly, always, it'll be, well, he didn't fuck up August. He didn't fuck up August when August fucked his wife. And that shit has to be taxing. That
Yeah.
shit has to be taxing on somebody, you know? Like, it sucks, you know? Like, whenever you see somebody you care about go through a tough situation, well, even, and this is definitely parasocial between me and him, because I've watched him since I was a little child. But seeing someone,
No, but
you
that's
have
the thing.
something
That's
you
the thing,
care
though.
about.
That's the thing, though. Me too. Like, I don't care. I don't think Chris Rock is a good comedian at all. Like, Chris Rock isn't even in my top 100 comedians. Like, he's just
Everybody hates Chris a lot. I love that show.
that show's fine, but it's no Fresh Prince. You know, like I have way more bias towards Will Smith than I have for Chris. Chris Rock was the fucking the zebra in Madagascar. I don't know. I don't fucking know. He was in B Movie, I think.
Chris Rock has a few good specials. I'll give him that. But
I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying he's not.
Stand by Will Smith more than
I'm
that.
not saying that Chris Rock is not funny. Like I've seen some jokes that make me laugh, but he's like, as far as like my favorite comedians go, he's not up there. You know, he's not in that echelon. But and I have more bias towards Will Smith, and still, as I watch this, I'm like, he's just not in the right.
He's not.
And that's all that that's the conversation. It's literally the only conversation that's happening.
Yeah, he's wrong. He shouldn't have hit that person. He shouldn't hit that person. But
People are like, "Oh, Chris was asking for it," and it's like, okay, I look forward to the moment that you get fucking assaulted when you hurt someone's feelings. Like, because if that's the case, man.
If you're referring to me saying, I never.
No. I know you didn't say that. Somebody in the chat said that, and just to me,
I don't
it's
think
like,
Chris asked for it. I don't
see,
think Chris asked for
but
it.
I also have a very toxic impulse where, like, when I get a rise out of people, even like, I shouldn't
Well, I have
tell
the
this.
same
I
impulse.
shouldn't.
have the same-
I shouldn't
we've-
tell.
we've-
I
Chris,
shouldn't
we've
tell
sat
this
down and
story.
made
I
fun of
shouldn't.
people all
I shouldn't
night.
tell this story. But I got punched at a party once for making fun of this guy. This was like, I think like 2011, and I did not stop. There were other people there who were like, after the first hit, they got involved, and then they were like kind of keeping us separated. But like, I couldn't at that moment. I was like, oh, I can't stop. I can't. This is awesome because what you're doing there is like there's something about, and I acknowledge that this is very toxic, but like, it's like discovering that you have like a power over a person,
Absolutely.
and you can just be like, oh my god, I could put you in jail theoretically if I just let you hit me again. Like, this is awesome.
Chris, that's literally what I said during the podcast when I talked about how I try not to feel hatred towards people. And you guys reamed me when I was like, yeah, I try not to hate people because of the fact that when you hate somebody so much, they have power over you. And you were like, what the fuck are you talking about, you dumb bitch? And I'm just like, but like, you shouldn't be hateful towards people. That's my perspective of things. But yes,
it's not hate. It's the opposite.
Chris, me and you have definitely made fun of people for hours
Oh,
while
yeah.
they've been around. They've been in the room. We've fucking been laughing at them. We've done that. And we might hurt people. We never know. But we've definitely done that. You know, like, I get it, I get it. But you got to read the room, Like, let's remember that time something really serious happened and then I made a joke and that person started crying and everybody was like, yo, what the fuck? And I was like, why is this person crying? They did that. Do you remember that particular moment, Chris?
Yeah, but that was insane.
That was insane. But, and I can admit I was wrong now. I can look back and I'm like, you know what? That was kind of fucked up. I still think that this person crying is kind of crazy because they did it. They did that. No one made them do that. But, like,
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm very capable of making fun of pretty much anything, Like, my grandma's probably gonna die soon. That's like the person I love more than anyone on the planet. And hopefully when I'm done crying about it, I can laugh and be like, yo, man, she lived way too long. She was taking some of my fucking real estate, Like, you gotta be able to laugh at most things. I just feel bad for Will because I feel like Will, this is the prime example of someone that keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed, and then they react. Because I've seen it happen with myself. I've seen it happen to people I know. Like that happens. People just get pushed until they do something fucked.
Yeah, no, I understand it. I don't know. You're not gonna catch me hitting someone over a joke.
It very much so depends on the joke. Like, if they hit every mark on me, then I might hit them.
It would have to be.
If it's a custom made joke, like fucking forged in the fucking pits of Mount Doom for Kingston.
It would have to be it would have to be a Joker joke. It would have to be like isn't this joke funny? And he just stabs you in your knees. Like, that's maybe then. That's like, okay, I'll probably hit back because that's not really a joke. That's just violence. But
if like all my friends banded together, like if all my friends banded together and they used everything they knew about me and they attacked me with that one like fucking spirit bomb of insult, then I'd be like, oh shit, I gotta punch some of you at least. That y'all just did that to hurt me, But even at the end of the day, it's like dude, Will, you're too rich. You're too rich and you're too black to be doing this on stage.
One thing I will say is, like, I saw some people being like, maybe he should get his Oscar revoked. Fuck you. That's stupid. Like, I don't agree with that. The whole like, oh, huh?
He should definitely be punished for what he did. He should not be invited next time.
At the most, he shouldn't be invited next time. But like, dude, like I haven't seen that movie yet, but he won that award for a reason. He won that award for work that he did. He deserves the fucking award. And also, like, you're not going to go back and be like, you've given awards. You've given awards to some of the most fucking insane people in the world, and you're not asking them for their awards back. I think like slapping Chris Rock, yeah, it's stupid and dumb, but it's not like, I don't know. It's not like revoke the award worthy. Like, that's so stupid. Such a
Not
dumb
even cool,
opinion.
but he needs to fucking first he needs to apologize to Chris.
He needs to go to fucking therapy, man. Like, the
He
fact
will-
that he was like, oh, I apologize to the Academy. Like, what the fuck? The Academy you're apologizing to? You're not apologizing to fucking Chris. Not that Chris Rock cares. I'm sure Chris Rock does not care if he gets an apology. Comedians do not give a shit.
Because the thing is that if I'm not mistaken, I thought they were close friends.
No, they're just famous and black.
Well, dude, most black people in Hollywood are good friends with each other. That's like a thing.
Yeah, but not... Yeah, but he's
That's
a
like,
comedian.
that's like a very real thing. Like a lot of them, like all know each other. They probably usually
Comedians-
just hang out with each other.
Comedians are kind of a very insular community. Like, comedians
I
don't
under-
normally... Like, there are some comedians that are, like, more socialite-y than normal. Like, Dave Chappelle's one of those people, I think, who probably, like... Yeah, he probably hangs out with...
hangs out with a very select kind of group, you know, because he used to hang
Right,
out with
right,
the Rogans back in the day, but now Dave Chappelle usually hangs out with just rappers. He hangs out with like proper people that were like thugs in like their life before they were like artists. They were like fucking artists. Hangs out with like Talib and fucking Q-Tip, and like he used to hang out with Kanye before Kanye, you know, went fucking crazy. But I think that I'm pretty sure they were cool, and I think what happened was simply it was a situation of someone got mad. It was the moment where that kid fucking punches someone at a party and like, dude, that was really not necessary, man. Like, for real, chill, smoke a blunt, go to bed.
Yeah. I don't know.
Nonetheless, though,
Here's my hot take is that Chris Rock was doing his job. He offended somebody. He overstepped the line, which is, again, their job. And he got hit for it, which I think is, not exactly fair, but whatever. I think Will Smith should keep his award. I also think he's a borderline sociopath who has some serious... I mean, let's be real, though. Let's be real. Let's be real. It's Hollywood. Most of them are fucked up. I don't think I don't think there's a single healthy brain in that entire fucking room, to be quite frank with you.
I don't think there's a healthy brain in like 85% of the rooms in the world. But
actually, Dave Chappelle had like a great interview about that exact thing where he was talking about like celebrities who lose it, and like he's talking about how like, oh, these people, like, people call them crazy, and it's like, no, crazy is like dismissive. These are like strong, really, like, these are strong people. These are like reasonable people. The question you have to ask is, how is it the people who are so strong, how is it that they're frequently cracking? And Dave Chappelle, I think his conclusion was that there's something sick in the environment or the town or just the ecosystem of Hollywood. And I think that's probably true. I think it's 100% true. But I don't know. Yeah, people aren't meant for fame. They're not.
Oh no,
like a million %.
I not the degree of fame we have now, especially not any motherfucker go the simple fact that any motherfucker go online and say some wild shit to you, and you just got to be like, well, that's fine. That shit, like, and like really, really think about that. Like,
I mean, I've been living that for a while.
And I understand that, and like what you call it, it's our job, you know. Like,
yeah.
Obviously, we're gonna react accordingly, you know. We people viewing us pay our bills, you know. Our personalities and us being on the stage pay our bills. But the fact is that anyone could say anything about you, and get millions of views and people commenting thousands upon thousands of comments, belittling you when they don't really know the person you are. Or people can make up stories about people, and then like a story's made up, and if that story gets enough traction, it's true in the world's eye. The thing that's interesting, is wild to me.
The thing that's really interesting that people, and I guess this is like not necessarily an argument for Will Smith, but just sort of like a perspective, is that hatred is a very uncommon emotion interpersonally. Like, there's not really like, I can't think of a single person that I genuinely hate. Like, there are people that like it's pretty fucking close, but even then, like, if I really like I had to answer honestly about that question, I'd be like, I don't really hate that person, you know. And people like normally, like, you go through your entire life hating like maybe 4 people max, like truly hating.
everybody I hated, I kind of just got over because like I don't because like
But that's what I mean. That's what I mean.
like,
It's like
whatever, dude.
it's not a common thing. So to then be somewhat famous and then have millions of people hate you,
It wanes on you. I'm
that
sure it
is
wanes on
a
your
crazy
mind.
experience. Because I'm not nearly the level of fucking Will Smith, and there's definitely like thousands of people who just fucking despise me, and that's fucking wild to me. But
Like and like you gotta
just
be
have to,
strong.
you just gotta,
You gotta
and
be
it and
strong and tempered.
it
But that
is
shit wears
taxing.
on you.
It is taxing, but like,
It wears-
but bro, like this is it, and we I would argue for us it's even weirder because like we interface directly with fans and stuff. Like the celebrities, they're largely isolated. Like they're just within their own fucking
Like,
communities.
I
They've got
watched-
these big houses with like fucking
guns and fucking
yeah, they got like they have like sentry turrets at the entrance to their like fucking 5-acre estate minimum, and like we're just like across the street. We just gotta fucking deal with these people. So like it's a little bit different, but it's just part of it, man. Like I don't know, you just gotta fucking you have to have a thick skin.
for me, even for me, like someone commented on your thing, right? And I was just the fucking back and forth we had on Twitter last night, right? And then the fact that someone was just like, you go hang out with your fucking Nazi friends, Chris. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah.
What, you just gonna call someone a not like you're just gonna call someone
I will say
just some shit to hurt them.
Getting-
Yeah,
but that's the thing. It doesn't work anymore. Like
but
when I got that tweet that was like, "Go hang out with your Nazi friends, Chris," because I was talking about the Will Smith thing. Like, what the fuck? I felt really nostalgic because I was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." People called me a Nazi for years. I forgot about that.
It's just for me. It's like the idea, like you're like where are you at in your life that you're just throwing an insult at someone? This man, you never met him. You may have viewed one of his videos or two of his videos. Like, oh, I don't agree with that. Your opinion is different from mine. But
You think
it's
he's
like,
you think he's a sociopath because he slapped a guy that made fun of his wife's medical condition? No, I think he's a sociopath for how he justified it in his speech afterwards.
I think he is.
God
he
is-
didn't,
God
he
is-
didn't understand what he fucking. He got mad, and instead of being like, "Yo, I fucked up," because most people can't flare up and then calm down real quick. Because honestly, people that can do that, that's scary, Because I can do that, and then people are like, "Yo, that's weird." But it's like, it is. Like, people get mad and they get passionate, they do something fucked up, and then they walk off and they're like, "Nah, fuck that. Then, they simmer down. They're like, "Oh, that was kind of stupid."
God is testing me. Love makes you do crazy things, and man, the character I played was so much like me. Is just all, I don't know, man. It strikes me. It strikes me as psychotic. No, listen. It's one thing to acknowledge that love is a chemical that fucks with your ability to reason, and it's another thing to, after you physically assault somebody, use love as a justification for it because love makes you do crazy things.
Yeah,
I think these are
that.
these are two separate things, and I think if you
that.
really wanted to stretch this argument, it's quite frankly a very, I don't know, man, like it just comes across as very
Childish. For me,
Not
it's,
even-
it's just extremely childish. It's like, oh, this person, instead of admitting to the fact that you're wrong, you're gonna be like, oh, I love makes you crazy. It's like, well, yeah, love makes you do dumb shit. But you fucking assaulted somebody. You're like 50 years old, my guy. What the fuck are you doing? You're 50. Like, what? You're 50. You're rich. You're famous. You understand that probably a lot of people that control the academy, the fucking unsung creatures, probably don't even want you there because of the way you look. You gotta be smart. You gotta be smart when you interact with the world.
Yeah.
That's why I speak the way I do, because I understand that if I spoke the way I did when I grew up in the Bronx, I would not have the opportunities I have now in my life. You gotta play smart. You can't just walk around with a chip on your shoulder. But at the same time, I do think he has not gotten help for
No.
whatever's bothering him, and he needs to get help from that because clearly divulging is not enough. He needs help. He needs help. He needs to be like, yo, because I think the shit that Jada has done is borderline abusive to him.
No, it is.
It's like borderline, like he's been abused. He's being mistreated, and all he's doing is
I kind of think so too. But like, there's like a, I don't know, man. That speech just kind of came across to me like, oh, they're both like this.
I think the speech was.
I think they're both. I think like because there's
emotional.
something about the use of love makes you do crazy things after committing assault that is like so indicative of. Look, I'm not gonna say that Will Smith is like literally an abuser. Because I don't know. I don't know that. We don't know. We don't know. This is like celebrity. These are celebrities' lives. Like we have no idea. But like it sounds to me like that is. I don't know. If I heard that justification for an assault, like I would be, my eyebrows would raise like really, really, really high.
Chris, if someone insulted Lillian and I
had to hit you because I love you, baby.
No. That's not the same thing. Those are different.
It's not the same thing. It's the same logic.
Those are different. Those are different lines that lead to the same point, but they're different. They're different.
No, I'm not saying it's the same thing, obviously, but I'm saying like the logic is not like it's weird to me that you would jump to that defense so quickly and so like just to have that on hand. I don't think Will Smith is literally like decking Jada. I don't think Will Smith is doing any. I don't think he's doing any fucking Chris Brown type shit.
If someone hurt my girlfriend's feelings, and I saw her crying, I would definitely be aggressive. And there are times where, and these are the moments. Love makes you do dumb shit. You do stupid shit where you're so upset because of someone else being upset, someone you care about being upset, that you might react with not thinking. And I have been that person before. I'm definitely not that anymore as I've grown up. I've grown up and I'm like, I can't go around putting my hands on people. I'm too old for that. I don't want to go to jail. That's my first expression, which clearly missed him. But I can understand someone saying some shit about someone you love, and then you not processing the right way, you overreact and you do some fucking dumb shit. You do some shit where you're like, dang, dude, you know? Because I know people that like their girlfriends get hit, they go home, they get a gun, they go ride with the gun, and it's like, bro, you're wildin', you're entirely tripping. But his line of thought of him defending someone he cares about. It happens. You get emotional about people you care about.
That wasn't a split-second moment, though.
It was literally for me. It just seemed like he was laughing. Will was like, "I'm gonna laugh this off. I always laugh this off." And he looked at Jada's face, and Jada was probably upset, like visibly upset. And he's like, "Nah, man, I can't let y'all fuck with my wife." He's probably, and then everything, and that dam broke. The dam that was holding him back from acting a fool all this time broke, and the guy that grew up in West Philadelphia emerged, and when he went and he did some fuck shit.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, and I think that's what happened. And I think that's childish.
I think there's a number of variables that if you swap them around, I would be a lot more forgiving. Like if it was just some fucking actor. Like it was just some guy, like I don't know, like who's an actor who's just like a standard actor.
Look, Electric Cube, you're my boy. I'm cool with you. But look, Will Entanglement Cuck Smith. Imagine how many times he's seen that.
Yeah, probably.
Imagine how many times he's seen people just say shit like that.
Yeah, like Sean.
Just people disrespecting him constantly.
Like,
oh, you did this, you did that. Your wife fucked your son's friend. You did this. Even though we don't know what happened, we still to this day don't have an exact situation of what happened. We know that they had a situation. We know that they had probably a fairly open relationship. We know that Will felt hurt because of the fact that, you know, Jada went and found solace in their pain in his son's friend. And in that we saw the video of him when they made Pain Will Smith. That shit is funny, but also so sad. That's so sad. dude. And the whole time I've been like, yo, this is really fucked up, and I feel bad for him. And we've seen it, you know, we've seen it time and time and time again. So his reaction, him exploding, is something that isn't surprising to me. His reaction though is still completely unwarranted though. He should have just been like, yo, shut the fuck up. That's it.
Yeah. If it was just some guy on stage making a joke.
Wait, sorry. Let me talk to chat for 1 second. Guys, I don't know if you guys can hear what I'm saying or you can understand what I'm saying. I have not once validated Will hitting someone. I think you guys are confused. I think you guys are confused, or your brains don't work right. Because the whole time, me and Chris have been like, yeah, he shouldn't have hit him the whole entire time. Everyone's like, oh, that doesn't validate what he did, him being upset. It's like, yes, duh. But I'm trying to give this person a degree of humanity because he's still a human being.
Yeah. I don't know. If it was just some random guy who made a joke about... If it was like fucking Sean Penn or fucking, I don't know, Ed Sheeran, and he just went on stage and made a joke about Jada Pinkett, I think I would get it.
Oh my God, somebody brought up the knees. Now let's say right now, like if Will heard the shit I say and he came and he smacked me, I'd be like, damn, you know what? I did poke the bear, and now Will Smith's out catching names for everybody that's fucking thinking about his wife. I'd be really scared because I'm like, oh my God, Will Smith's gonna beat me up. I'm gonna meet Will Smith for the first time. He's gonna put his hands on me. What a life, you know?
It's not like I don't understand where the emotion is. It's just I don't understand how you just don't rein that in at an award show when you're rich as fuck.
He should have, man. That's definitely
like it just that to me is like just so it's so unrelatable. It's wild.
That destroys further money you can get, man. That's the problem. That's why
it doesn't though. Like he's fine.
He's fine, yes. But those are opportunities that he might not get now, that he might not let his son get or his daughter get. You know, that's just destroying further money that could be made. I don't really think he needs to make more money, you know. He's probably so rich it's mind-boggling. You know, He's probably so rich he's probably so rich that it's a hindrance to probably actually understand how much money he has. It's probably like taxing.
Chris Rock isn't pressing charges anyway, so nothing will happen. If anything, let's cherish the fresh memes. But yeah, the memes are pretty good. The JoJo memes are really good and all that stuff.
Dude, the meme with fucking the fish slapping the zebra, bro. That shit is crazy. I couldn't believe that happened so fast.
There's one that was like Tupac would have shot him, and it's just Jada.
No, Tupac wouldn't have.
No, I know. No, of course.
But yeah, I understand.
I mean, he's dead, so he's technically a pretty good one. Tupac's gonna fucking punch me as a ghost because I made fun of his dead body.
The Tupac jokes are funny because a lot of people are like, Tupac would have did this, and it's like Tupac got killed because he kept hanging out with thugs and stuff when he wasn't a thug and he died. That's why that guy got killed. It's really sad. Because he was a smart
I am kind of sad that the same jokes are the ones that are like the most, because I've seen a lot of pretty good jokes, but like the ones that get the most traction are like just fucking garbage.
August fucked your wife. It's like, yeah, we know he did.
Like it's all like the same. That's kind of the most disappointing thing. The most disappointing thing about this is just how like, because like I remember like I tweeted like an obvious one. I was like, Will Smith wouldn't last 20 seconds in a Modern Warfare 2 lobby, like an objectively lazy fucking joke. Because I was like, it's the one that like fucking exploded, and I was like, of course this is the one that fucking breaks into the fucking stratosphere. Of course it's this one.
I just really, really, really hope he...
I thought my Professor Xavier and the X-Man joke was pretty good, but...
I don't get that joke. Is it she's bald?
Yeah.
I don't get, like, what?
Professor Xavier and her X-Man.
Right,
don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's just a joke. All right? Let's calm down.
I just don't. I
Let's
just
just
don't
calm
know,
down.
man.
Let's just calm down a little bit. All right.
I'm
We don't
calm
need.
with
Guy,
December.
Kingston, I'm gonna need you to. I'm
I'm
gonna need you
calm.
to calm down.
All right, well,
You're sounding real fucking. You're sounding real fucking.
you're sounding real I Am Legend right now, bro.
Yeah. You're sounding
Even
real.
even that moment, like that's still a joke that's made about him, you know?
You're
Like I don't know. Like I
I am
know,
Legend. What do you mean?
like you feel we sound real I like just people like making I don't know. Like I in my heart of hearts, I understand eventually you gotta stop with the jokes. You just gotta like dude, just let it
Nah.
let it
Jokes
die,
need to
you
go
know?
forever. Jokes.
I think that there's so many funnier things that
Then
are
what?
going on. Bro, the fact that there's a looming fucking nuclear war potentially over
Oh,
our heads.
shut up! This is like this, no, fuck off. This is like that whole.
That situation's way fucking funnier, bro.
No, but like, so what?
Way
Like,
funnier situation.
it's like that fucking.
that-
It's like when Jimmy Kimmel was like, "Oh, Trump did an interview with these guys," but like while there's a war, it's like Jimmy Kimmel's doing his show while there's a war. What do you mean? We're just supposed to stop doing things because there's a fucking war?
No. We don't stop doing things. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying like that's a funnier situation than
The war?
that's that the ability
The
to laugh
war
at
is
that
funnier
the
than.
ability to laugh at that is funny. It'd be like, yo, dude, you know, we're here in our fancy clothes and everything's nice. And
You've
a
got
nuke
such a
drops on
warped.
us right now, we'd all turn to fucking to cinder. That is fucking hilarious.
You've got such a warped perspective on what's funny.
We would all look like well done steaks that were left in the sun. That's so much funnier. That
You
is
guys wanna-
so much funnier.
By the way,
dude.
by the way,
It's crazy.
I don't know if iBlind and Ren and everybody are still talking, so I'm not gonna jump into the live streaming chat. But if you guys want to jump back in to the lobby, you can. I just don't want to jump into your conversation while you're fucking having a. If you're talking about social security numbers or whatever.
I would be so stressed if I memorized someone else's because I would be so tempted to use it, even though it's wrong. I'd be like, God damn, should I just use theirs, see what happens? Like, do they really count ours? Do they really pay attention if it's ours, you know?
Do they really pay attention?
Like, do they really pay attention?
Oh my god.
I just finished giving iBlind my social security number, so
Yeah, good.
Is it- like,
That's
is
the
it
most
really-
important part of the. It's the most important part of the day is when you
Well,
trade.
technically,
your
the
social
last
security
four
number.
are the most important, usually.
yeah.
The what?
The last four are usually the most important.
Last four what?
The last four
Numbers.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't know why. 'Cause
I didn't have the stream on before I jumped in, so I jumped in. I was like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
Yeah, that's
you can't
fair.
compare ongoing war. You can't compare an ongoing war to Swiss. I think you can because one is so much more ridiculous that there is a whole ass war going on, and these fucking socialites are gathering in their ivory towers saying, "Who made the best movie?" Like that's fucking ridiculous.
It's not that ridiculous.
It is very ridiculous, Chris.
No, because what the fuck are you gonna do?
It's common.
No, what?
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm sorry, my darling daughter. We can't celebrate your birthday this year. There's a war in the Ukraine.
No.
I would say
you're misconstruing what I'm saying.
arguably one of the biggest points of arts and entertainment and things like that would be to help distract people from everything terrible in life, but also to give them an alternative to which they should want to return to, a sense of normalcy.
Yeah, I
like-
agree. I agree. You should never stop living, no matter what the situation's going on. There's life that needs to be lived. You know, if you stay and you wallow on the fact that bad things are happening, you're gonna wallow forever and you're gonna die because bad things happen forever.
Yeah.
But
Read the Gulag Archipelago
that sounds like something I
for
don't
some
want to read.
perspective.
But it's like
It's literally
but
about
I'm-
a guy who goes to a concentration camp and contends with a
Like for
like,
the meme?
the whole book is
With
him
legacy?
talking himself through the concentration camp. I'm
Well-
just talking about like people going through rough-ish, right? And it documented. It's literally a documented event that happened in history.
you know,
Keep waiting
like
for bad
it,
things
it's
to
just it's tough and it's hard. It's hard to like
But
because
people get
for
through
me,
it, man.
every
I
time I
think
think it's like, look, like for me, like when I think about like, oh man, shit, this is tough right now. Oh, I have a test that's annoying. And it's like, yeah, but like I don't know. I could also be like a kid in K-Tar with a fucking Mac running around trying to kill insurgents, you
Dude,
know. And
what
that
was it?
shit
What was it? What was it that
funny.
fucking? What was it that fucking? Are they still doing the Olympics in Qatar? Is that still happening?
Is it supposed to be in Qatar next? Are you
I
serious?
thought it was in China.
No. What was that? What was that? Guys, chat, remind
Last
me, because there
winter
was something
in
about
Japan,
there was
right?
something about how they were building like a stadium in Qatar, Qatar. But it was like it gets like 115. The World Cup. They did. That's the World Cup. They're gonna play soccer in 115-degree weather.
Hey man, that's K-Tar for you, bro.
Dude, Qatar is like a crazy. That is. Yeah, the FIFA thing. Yeah, that's right. The World Cup. 2024 is in Paris.
Did Paris already happen in my lifetime? No, right? It couldn't have.
Paris? I don't know. I mean, Paris. It definitely exists currently. So.
Shut up. That's not what I mean. The World Cup was in. I think it was in. It was in China one time. No, sorry, the Olympics. It was in China once. Remember that being a big deal. I don't think it's. Has it been in America ever?
The World Cup?
No, the Olympics, Summer Olympics in our lifetime.
I'm sure it must have, right?
I remember there was one year that like I actually watched it. Was it 2010? Was it 2010 or 2012?
I don't know. I don't know
Like, really
anything.
watch
Look,
it?
I gotta be real, guys. I don't know anything about sports at all. Like at fucking like I know that golf is backwards. You know, that's I know that. That's it.
Like the scoring system is backwards.
Yeah, that's it. 1994 and 2002 apparently it was in America.
What was there was one like 2010. It was a Summer Olympics, or it was 2010 or it was 2012. And it was a big deal. Was that China?
That was the
Was that
Cosmodrome.
China? That was the fucking Cosmodrome, you psychopath. That's London? Was London a big deal? Because I remember that's the one that like a lot of people cared about. It was a Summer Olympics. It wasn't the Winter Olympics.
2010 was Canada Winter Olympics. I don't care. I don't care about. Man.
The Olympics are cool. I think the Olympics have more credence than other times because it's I don't know. It just shows how like we're at war with each other all the fucking time. Like it's always so much like fucking like interpolitical bullshit and like tension. We can just all come together and just play some sports and be like, yeah, that was fun for the most part. Also, it kind of shows how much more vastly more diverse America is than the rest of the world in like a very odd perspective.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting.
Because it's like, holy shit, like America has
Yeah, it's everybody.
people from literally everywhere and nowhere else has it.
It's the melting pot, man.
It's like, holy, like
the whole
dude,
point.
you go, like fucking, I remember for basketball, right? Literally, there's like 4 Americans on there's 4 U.S. basketball players on every team. And it's just like, holy shit, dude. Like, and they're all here, and everywhere else is like, oh, there's this guy looks exactly like this guy, looks exactly like this guy, who has the same hair as this guy. Then here, it's like, here's this guy looks like this, and then this guy, and then this
Yeah,
other dude.
I don't know. Like to me, it's just like I watch the
Also,
Olympics
it's not
and I'm
fair
like,
'cause America always wins most things, which is
I-
really unfair as well.
I
Did you
feel
know
like-
that art used to be in the Olympics and they removed it in the 70s?
is that
Writing-
real?
Writing, painting, and poetry. I think it was.
I could understand.
Why would they have those?
And they
in
were.
Olympics?
You want to fight?
Calligraphy?
You wanna fucking
Calligraphy?
fight?
The fuck?
Sweeney, you want to fight? You want to go?
Katie,
You
you're
wanna
gonna
go?
watch fucking
I'll take
Olympic
you, man.
calligraphy? We'll
That's
watch
not Katie. That's
calligraphy.
Luna.
I'm just
Oh, that
kidding.
was- oh, that's
Um,
Luna? Oh,
well,
my
I'm an
bad.
artist, and I think it's stupid that they removed it.
But it's not. But isn't the that natural subjectivity of art kind of redundant to have in such a competitive scene?
No, if you don't like being judged, fuck off.
I mean, you have
I
to
like
be
being
judged.
judged. I work
Extreme
really
poetry.
hard on my pieces,
I-
and
I-
I like to be judged.
I like the
want
i-
people to critique my work, but that's not for everybody.
I like the idea of just Olympic level slam poetry. just
Yes!
like hyperventilating. It's like fucking Eminem going up there like rapping like fucking an
Eminem
asshole.
rapping for like 30 minutes, and everybody's like, "Yo, I just want to talk about
Do you-
the rain, bro."
do you-
Why are you doing
How
this?
long before you think they put like StarCraft in the Olympics?
Bro?
Well,
Honestly,
we have esports for that.
Well, right,
Yeah.
but
We have a whole like digital Olympics. It's called E3.
no, well, E3 is not a competition though.
That's what you think.
Well, I guess technically, yeah. I mean, I
I've
guess
been
it.
to E3,
I guess it
and
is-
It's definitely a competition, just not on the surface.
swinging contest. It's a digital dick swinging contest.
It's
Absolutely.
a trade show,
That
but
too.
yeah, and I know what you mean. We don't have
I
E3
agree,
anymore
though.
though. We don't have E3 anymore though because it's gone.
Good.
Oh,
Sadly,
you think it's never gonna happen again?
I don't know. The ESA, the organization that runs it, sucks. So like probably, which
Never
sucks
had a
because
chance to
I
go
love
now.
I love E3, but I've always hated the ESA who runs it, and it's just always
Yeah.
like wow. It's almost like if Mark Zuckerberg bought Lord of the Rings. You know, it's like wow, this really cool thing couldn't be in worse hands.
That's so
I
Uh,
mean, like Crunchyroll buying Funimation and then bottlenecking it.
Oh, did they do? That's right,
Anime?
they did that.
Yeah, they
They
did.
were like, "Oh yeah, we're no more free anything. You're gonna have to pay for it."
Sony
All of you.
owns all of that.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy,
Yep.
but
my anti artist brain is like, nah, dude, don't. Because I couldn't imagine like looking at one, because I can't judge art the right way. I can judge what it makes me feel, but it's like that's so subjective to like the moments. Because like I don't know, like people when you
It
make
depends on the time and the place and the permission. If the artist is giving you permission, go for it. If an artist is like, "Don't judge me," then don't do it. It's kind of like just read the room.
you should
Somebody
have to.
puts them in a
agree.
competition. Somebody puts themselves in the Olympics for art. You are going to get judged. That's the point. Everyone's going to the Olympics to compete,
you
and
should.
you can compete with art. Just it's the subjectivity of it makes it so that you can do both competition and leisure. Right?
You should have to. You should have to do the art while you're like sprinting or riding a horse or something. It's like paint an anatomically correct horse while riding on a mechanical bull, and like the most accurate one
I don't even
wins.
know how I'd be able to. I don't even know how I'd be able to be like, oh, I think that one's better. Because I look at most art that's like, because at a certain point, art is so good in my mind. It's just like this is infinitely good. My
That's the
brain.
thing
can't-
about-
Yeah, if I can't
You're
do it,
right, because someone who
dictate this.
goes to the Olympics to compete with art, it could be like the Picasso guy that wins, not the.
Hey, thank you, pitiful Doombot, for the tier 1 sub. I'm sorry if I missed some subs. We were in like a bit of a heated debate for a little while, so I may have missed some. It doesn't look like it though, so I think we should be. We should be set, but appreciate it.
Can't dictate which is more good. I would
That
just be
guy drew
confused.
Dr. Coctopus, and he wins first place.
Yeah, that
Octavius.
dude, fucking Coctor Coctopus. When I got that DM with the guys, I can't show you this image on screen, but I promise you it is.
The Edging Olympics. Imagine.
The thing that frustrates me about art in the Olympics is what merits they are judging the art on. Like, how do we agree what those metrics are in an attempt to wait, what? In an attempt to game the system, we'd lose experimentation. Yeah, I mean, I guess it. Yeah, I could.
It would have to be
understand
different every Olympics. Like they would have to give the artist well enough time to prepare and make these things.
You better practice your horse drawings real fucking
Yeah, in the same
good.
amount of time.
Is
You
your horse
know.
drawings in Qatar? Well, things
It
are
would
blowing
probably be
outside.
something like
Like
If it
you're painting a horse in like fucking Vegeta's like 10 times gravity room, and you're just like, and the brush weighs like the brush weighs 15 pounds, and you're just your veins are popping out of your fucking forehead.
All your blood goes to your feet and you die because that's what actually happens.
What? What are you talking about?
Your blood's gonna flow through your body down, dude.
I have actually I've trained in those gravity rooms.
Yeah, dude, I'm sure.
I have. I'm gonna be fighting in iDubbbz's Creator Clash.
That'd be so funny if you were.
I wish I was. I wish like I told Anissa that like if Ray William Johnson wanted to fight, I would absolutely fight him.
Where's he at?
I don't know. He's just off on TikTok or Facebook doing weird shit, but he's another vaguely Hispanic Ray. So
He's
I think
not Hispanic.
I mean,
He kind of looks.
is he
fish.
white?
He's Middle Eastern. He looks like a Middle Eastern person.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like
He
Ray
doesn't
William
tend
Johnson.
to-
Ray William Johnson is such a such a
doesn't
fucking
tend to-
non-descriptive name.
I mean, if I was judging art, it would have to be based off of how well they execute each principle within each field.
Oh,
I didn't even know there were principles
I
in art.
discovered some news.
What
Like the
happened?
principle of what?
Let's go.
Some of his bios are calling him 5'8". Some are 5'6". I think there's lies here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think
He's
he's
definitely.
not confident in his short kingness.
I think that's probably true. Ray William
Ooh.
Johnson does not strike me as somebody who would be particularly embracing.
The fact that they're short.
Yeah.
Being upset about being short is so stupid because it's like
Guys, by the way, if you make fun of my
is
height,
that?
it's actually a medical condition, and I will assault you.
a medical condition. I will assault you. Oh my god! Like being upset about your height is so weird to me. It's like why?
I used to
Like-
be upset about being really taller than a lot of other girls.
It's like me being upset that my skin is dark. It's like, well, oops. You can't change it. This is how it is.
That's also a medical condition.
I have super active melanin, and you make fun of it. I'm going to beat the shit out of you.
I have a thyroid condition, and it affects my
Made me
height.
black. But that condition it made me
I got
black.
a
So thanks.
pituitary gland issue.
I don't know, man. I hope Will
I
Smith.
have high glucose levels, and I pull a Will Smith.
I hope Will Smith starts slapping the shit out of everybody. I hope he goes on a fucking tirade. Start
gosh.
slapping buildings apart too. Like,
He should join iDubbbz' creator class so he could hit somebody legally. Needlessly critical. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. God, I really wish I could have. I wish I could have gotten in that.
would've been funny. That would've
I
been
would
really,
actually.
really funny.
It would actually be like. I feel like it'd be fun.
You just
To
wanna rail
actually
on
box
people, don't you?
No, I mean like I don't know. It just seems like
You
a good
just wanna- you
excuse.
just
It
wanna
seems
be
like a good
violent.
excuse to kind of get in like a very specific shape and also just kind of do something cool.
You just
But
wanna
the
beat
issue
people
is
up.
like my height and weight is so restrictive. Like
Oh, well,
You're
I'm a very
less than featherweight.
yeah. Well, the thing is, it's like even if I could gain like a decent amount of weight, I would still be like lighter weight. You know, like and it would need to be. You'd have to have somebody else who is as tall as me,
You
as
fight
heavy
critical.
as me, and who also has a YouTube presence. And quite frankly, there aren't a lot of them. Like
Critical.
I think. Oh yeah, critical. Yeah.
Fight critical and beat the shit out of him, and then you want to this day today. I Chris Ray Gunstead above this straight haired, look skinny, anorexic Dave Grohl looking motherfucker.
I would dress like him. I'd grow my hair out. I'd like draw a beard on me, like Joel Haver and all those guys did. And that was a good video, honestly. I like Critical a lot, so I would love to. I would
You'd
do
love
it.
to punch him. Does
No,
he
I mean, I
do
just think
a-
I just think it'd be fun. It's just my specific frame is so difficult to match for. There's a lot more people who are like 5'8" than there are 5'4".
I don't know how people. Cause it's so
No, I
weird.
got your
People are
build.
like,
I can
Charlie's
take you,
ripped.
bro.
Charlie's
Let's go.
definitely not ripped. He's thin. He's a thin dude.
Charlie's fairly.
I think he might have muscle because he's thin. I don't think that's ripped. Is like fucking like Jalen when we first moved out here. Jalen was fucking tore up.
I
Or,
think Charlie could get ripped.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Like
Oh,
He's very
yeah.
thin. So that's the
Anyone
thing.
could
He's a
get
twiggy guy.
Yeah, I could
He
too. I
definitely
just
toned himself
don't
up.
I don't discipline myself well enough, and also I don't see I don't have a good reason to do that.
And
What do you
it's to
mean?
slap people when they talk about your girl.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
do it for your health, my guy.
Well, I exercise for my health. I do like, basic cardio,
Yeah,
and
rips
I
for your health.
like I do an hour of like fucking
Beat Saber.
I do an hour of Beat Saber every now and again just for cardio. And also it's kind of a good it just gets you sweating. But also I do
Well, you
like
say that,
I do some weights and stuff, and I have a
blister on my
smoothie.
foot from playing Beat Saber the other night.
I have a smoothie at like one of those fucking oh my god, those stupid What's that place that we used to go to, Sweeney? The smoothie place that
Togo's?
Paul get? Yeah.
Logos
No, Togo's.
or Jamba?
No, what the Jamba? It's not. No. It's that place that. Oh, I guess you never went because it's a healthy place.
Yeah. I'd rather just make healthy food than buy it.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, because you make your own smoothies. I'm terrible with that shit. I used a blender once when I was a kid, and it exploded, and I've been like unreasonably terrified of them.
Sounds
Get a
so
NutriBullet.
hilarious.
They're way better than blenders.
I
Mr.
get
Bullet
blenders
are
to
they
stick
are
my
better.
hand
They're
in the
super
blade.
Yeah.
similar, and you can bring them places.
That's the thing too. That there is that
Yep.
impulse to put your hand in the blades and come
Dude,
out
I
like
wanna
that
put my hand
fucking.
in
This
so bad.
NutriBullet won't do that. It's you just put everything in the cup, put the lid on upside down, and then turn it, and then bing, and then you're done.
Can Chris squat 200 below parallel? No, I don't think I can. I don't know if I could really lift a lot.
Boomer smoothie.
I don't know if I could bench anything particularly. You know,
The human body is stronger than you think.
I could definitely punch you to death, but
Yeah, it's
You know.
not hard, man. All you gotta do is hit somebody in the chin, knock them out, and then just go to work on their temple. You just go to work on their temple, and eventually their head will fucking cave in.
The
Yeah.
boyish urge to stick your hand in a blender.
yeah.
It's a real thing, dude.
I've always like it is a real thing because then you just think about like
what about the
will I
garbage disposal? That too.
that too the
Okay.
garbage disposal is a really
I've
tempting
thought
thing.
of that.
You
Yeah, I
just-
thought about
it's-
that.
I've never thought the garbage disposal because I saw it in something before. Before the urge developed, I saw it happen in something, and I was like, "Oh, I don't want that."
It is a very compelling thing. I don't know what it is.
Remember the guy? Remember Santa would come out the garbage disposal? This is not actually real, but this is a joke that me, Chris, and Jalen had in our apartment. Where like Santa was living in our garbage disposal, and he would crawl out, and he would like be drunk, and then he would crawl back in. I don't know if you remember this joke.
I do. I think we were very high and very drunk when we came up with this because we were crying. Oh no, it wasn't that he lived there. It's just that's how he came. Like that's how he would. Yeah, that's how he entered the people's houses through their garbage disposals. It would come up all scratched and bloodied up and covered in fucking disgusting, like, trash. Mr. Oh my God, what the fuck? Thanks for the 10 gifted subs, Mr.
Sub
Mr.
high.
Crowley. Motherfuck, bro. That's disgusting.
What an absolute madman.
Legend.
You're getting all the maidens later.
Yeah, Mr. Crowley, you should put in your if you have a Twitter presence or a social media presence, every one of your bios should say I am legend. For what you've done today. That's pretty
Fucking
sick.
Raw dogged, bro. Legend.
I used a spoon to measure a cocktail ingredient and accidentally left it in the blender. Ooh.
Oh,
You know what's
That's
another thing I have a problem doing? I like not putting the lid on the blender to see how wild it can get without it like getting out of control.
no, that's actually really fun.
I used to do you remember the blender we had in our old apartment where like we didn't have the top, so we would just cover the top with a plate?
Yeah.
No.
We're fucking bumpkins, bro.
Yeah.
Is this
We
a
had-
plate? Or, I wouldn't use a plate sometimes. I would just stay next to it. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy, man.
We had like 200 spoons and one fork, I swear to God.
Oh my goodness.
Madness.
I don't know what the fuck happened to all our forks constantly.
Madmen, bro.
I'm glad that's a
Too
issue
dangerous.
in other roommate households. Who the fuck is hoarding the forks?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going. Like it's like they keep them until they're all gone and then they wash them all at once.
You're like,
Yeah, I
where
do
did
that all
all
the
these
time.
come from?
I can't do that. I wash things like pretty immediately because I've had it etched into my brain by my
That's
fucking
like me too.
grandparents' sandals
You were
hitting me in the
right.
fucking head.
Oh yeah. I just am a germaphobe. I do not like bacteria growing everywhere.
I was really there was one point like I'm like that too where like I can't have like food lying around like I let my space get messy sometimes where like sometimes there's clothes or like papers and stuff, but I never
Yeah.
have like food like sitting on a
Yeah.
plate out for days.
Exactly.
But there was
I
one
am very
time
messy too.
But there was one time where my parents were like, "Don't leave plates in your room," because I left one plate for like I think like I ate dinner and then I fell asleep in my room and then I woke up and I took a shower and then my parents saw that I had the plate in my room. It's like, "Don't leave plates in your room. We're gonna get rats." And I was like, we're not going to get rats. It's not going to happen.
Mhm.
And they were like, don't do it. And I was like, oh, yeah? And then this is some psychotic shit. I made a point to bring dinner up to my room and leave it.
You're such a bad kid.
For like 4 straight days. I was like, just to prove like there's no fucking rats.
You're a fucking turd.
And then
Well, there were no rats. I was totally right.
You're just that.
And I came to them with my findings. And I said, "Mother, look, I took photos and
Mother, there's no rats."
I took photos of the plates and I printed them out. I
Where are
said,
the
"Mother,
rats?
Father, Mummy, Daddy, look, this sandwich has been here, half eaten, for 5 straight days. Not an ant, not a rat, not moved a single inch, not nibbled on a single bite. We do not have a rat problem. Case closed."
Mother, father, the rats. They are not here. Where
I
did
see
they
no
be,
rats.
mother?
They have not arrived, as you have promised.
But that was a brief stint of experimentation. I actually can't handle it. Like, it makes me sick. Especially, like, I had a traumatizing moment when I was really, really young when I left chocolate milk on the windowsill and forgot about it. And I don't know if you guys have ever had chocolate milk or smelled chocolate milk that's gone bad, but that shit is haunting.
Dude, spoiled milk is the
No,
worst smell on the
bro.
planet, bro.
Spoiled chocolate milk is even worse because it's there. I don't know, man. There's something about it.
So much
No.
distilled Count Chocula.
No rodents?
Mother, father, there are no rodents in here. Though you claim there would be.
Mummy, Daddy.
I
was
suspect
that?
you were lying to me, mother. Would you lie
Wasn't
to
it
your
rats?
son, me? Your son? Would you
No
lie?
rodents. I love that fucking Megamind image so much.
I really wish Will Smith, really fondue. He should have said the N-word too, man. He should have went full-fledged. he should have went full Philly native, completely forgets that he's famous, gets up there, picks up Chris Rock above his fucking head, drops him on his knee like Bane did Batman, throws him off the stage, starts screaming, grabs some lady's hair off the fucking stage like Akuma does, and like when he beats somebody in fucking Street Fighter V and holds their head up and then slams them into the ground. It's full on go crazy.
Like a wrestling match?
Just not wrestling. He's just beating people half to death.
That's
Like,
wrestling.
He goes full like gorilla in the zoo with a 4-year-old. Just fucking slam.
Oh my god.
Fuck, Katie. Gorilla in the
Did that
zoo.
happen? Was that what? Wait, was
I
there
don't know.
Oh, by the way, I will say though, the positive thing, I will say I appreciate Chris Rock and Will Smith because they really quickly distracted me from that fucking kid flying off the roller coaster.
That shit was so
Wait,
morbid, bro.
was that
It was
real?
so morbid.
That yeah,
And
it's a
that's
real
why I do not get on roller coasters ever.
Dude, so guys,
Wasn't it one of those? It was one of those free fall things.
It was a
right?
free fall thing. It's like it's a very fucked
even
video, and
worse.
it
so
it,
fucked.
it disturbed me for like a solid few hours, and then that stupid bullshit happened, and I was like, oh, thank God.
so guys, I recently, not recently, like 3 years ago, I went to Disney, and I'm big.
Why would you admit that?
Because it's kind of fun. But aside from me being like chunky, I'm really tall, so I can't properly
Don't look it up, guys.
into most roller coasters. So what happened was I went on the Space Mountain ride, and the guy switched me over to another ride. He made me go in the front because my legs have more room in the front. So we went to the front one, and the guy was like, "Are you good?" And Lily's cousin waved him aside. I'm like, "Yeah, we're good to go." And I remember while we were going on the ride, I was like, I don't think I'm fastened. And I literally lifted the fastening thing above my head. And then I literally had a panic because I was like, if we go over a single loop, I'm going to die. I'm gonna die. Luckily, Space Mountain is a straightforward thing. You don't have any loops, any twirls. But that happened to me, and that's why I just don't go on roller coasters anymore. I refuse until I'm like way thinner and somehow shorter. I'm not going on fucking roller coasters.
I mean, your height's not a problem. It's
Somehow shorter.
I've
No, dude,
fallen
it's tight.
out
Dude,
of a
just
roller
simply the
coaster
length of my
before.
legs don't fit in things.
My
Like
legs come up.
actually. Because aside from me being tall, I do have long legs. And it's
Just work
just
on your upper body, man. Make it so you can hold on to the roller coaster even if it's trying to throw you.
I fucking Spider-Man stick my whole body to the fucking roller coaster.
Yeah, man.
It's fucking bad, man. I can't do it. For some reason, I've been on every roller coaster that's like kind of commendable. I've been on the King Ka, the El Toro, the Nitro. I've been on all of them, so I don't need to go on them anymore. But like, I went on a Cyclone when I was like fucking 14.
How tall is Chris? How tall is Sweeney? He's about 5'7", I think.
So I'm about 6'2", 6'3".
It's like 5'7.5" at most.
Oh, I'm gonna kick Sween's ass.
Oh, you mean his actual height, not just the energy?
My energy?
Oh.
I don't give off 5.
Oh.
I say way too much arrogant bullshit to give off 5'9" energy. I'd get my ass beat.
You defend yourself too much to give off more than 6 foot energy.
Definitely not.
No, I'll agree with that. I'll agree with that.
I also trying to fight people, so I definitely gives off bigger energy than that.
You do kind of have a little bitch energy.
No, that's short. That's
Yeah, big
literally
energy.
that's short man energy. That's like short rate. It's like
Really?
that guy. It's like that guy in that fucking video ages ago who was like losing his shit. That short guy who's losing his shit in that.
He wasn't trying to fight. He was just yelling.
He's like, why? He's like, I'm fucking angry. I hate everything. It's like,
He was
go
talking
back
about when we
into
were
your fucking
betraying
go back into your Hot Wheels and drive away, bro. Like, fucking.
I'm just saying, you guys have like.
Ween's the kind of guy to eat mulch. That's so fucking disrespectful. That's so disrespectful.
Yo, that is vile.
Just fucking ground up trees. Eat dick. Fuck you. Fuck you, Opal.
I really like that. Was such a vivid.
I like the
That was such vivid imagery. I feel like I could see that. I could see you like sitting up in the middle of the night, like half asleep, eating mulch in your bed.
The thing about it is that I think my sense of humor doesn't fit my size, because I have the sense of humor of someone that's like fucked up. And usually people that are fucked up are like, because they've been forced in such a fucked up mentality because they're tiny. But then you meet me, you're like, oh, this guy is fucking large. Because you never want to think about a psychotic big person, because that's just the worst kind of thing to come in contact with, you know?
Yeah, they usually just ship those guys off to the Marines.
How tall were the Columbine shooters?
They're like 5'6", 5'8".
Yeah,
No.
I would guess 5'6", 5'8".
And they weighed like 145 pounds at most.
No, 110.
Alright.
That's a heavy ass gun to be towing around, buddy. He's like, yeah, I know.
Those Columbine kids.
That was crazy.
Those
Those
little kids.
crazy Columbine kids.
Boy.
those little-
Always up to something.
They're up to those hijinks.
Hey, Chris, thanks for the content and shit. Hey, you're welcome, man. Maybe one day there will be some.
Damn, dude.
No, but honestly, just shit keeps happening, and I keep having to add shit to the recap. There's like
Whoa.
eight. There's like 8 costume
Whoa.
changes in the new recap because I've had to keep adding shit. It's
Yo,
stupid.
Tiamat freaking gave you a bunch of subbies, man.
Yeah, Tyramat. Was it Tyramat with a 15 fucking subs? God, Christ Almighty, bro, that's insane. 15. That's more than there are watching.
That's true. That's more than the people that
Yeah,
are
the 200 other people in here, they're not real.
They're just my bot accounts, to be honest.
Yeah, they're all my. Actually, like I pay thousands of dollars a day to flood my chat with 10 people.
That is insane. Could you imagine?
Yo, people are really going for the vault suit goal, aren't they?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean, I'll put the vault suit on if we get it. Like I have it somewhere around here.
You gotta put it on for a
You're
week.
rabid for it.
I do have to put it on for a while,
You have to wear it for a stream.
for a whole stream.
For a whole stream.
So are you Deji now? What do you mean? Do I look like Deji?
Edgemond?
Guys, I don't know if you've Googled Deji recently, but I assure you, it'd be very difficult to confuse us.
So
Edgemond.
are we done with the Will Smith Chris Rock thing?
Yeah. Why?
Did you
Did you have something to say?
Oh, I was just gonna. I think Eddie Burback posed an interesting question earlier because a lot of people are saying, you know, Jada has like a medical condition. That's why she, you know, shaved her head or whatever.
Oh, another gifted sub. Thank you, Tyramat. God damn.
Eddie brought up the point, like, did Chris Rock know that when he cracked that joke?
I don't think he did.
Or was he just noting something like a physical appearance and it just like, you know,
I
it
think
was
he
taken
just
in
thought
the
it was a
worst possible
choice of.
way?
I think he just thought it was a choice of a haircut, and it was just sort of it's not even really an insult. It's like a just
It's almost a compliment, even because
yeah, literally,
G.I.
actually.
Jane is a soldier who
Right.
is a strong female character, and I know that people are going to disagree with me, and this opinion I have is very unpopular, but I don't think
Paragon
violence is
Schrader.
acceptable in any circumstance other than self-defense, and
Agree.
I
100%
stand
agree
firmly
with
on that.
I just
So
think
can you
people should
defend your
beat people in the
character?
street.
That and telemarketers.
Defending your
you have
character
a full.
with words is totally fine, but if you're gonna meet words with violence, you need to seek some professional help.
I think the only time that you can be violent is if somebody's being violent towards you, or if
Yep.
you're talking to someone very calmly and they happen to be a real estate mogul. I think those people are genuinely not human in Minecraft, in video games, not real. I'm just kidding. Wink, wink.
So
Um,
I'm gonna put an idea out there. I was discussing this earlier with iBlind and Cutie, that taking violence off of the table sort of specifically hamstrings a class of person from not having any recourse at
What do
the
you
end
mean?
of the day for certain things. So if we know, like you've discussed before, that canceling someone who's famous and rich doesn't work. It's
Right.
not it doesn't exist. So if your only response to someone getting up there and talking shit in public in front of everybody is that you can only say something back, that's like being in a fight. I get a knife, you get a squeaky toy, and if you use anything other than the squeaky toy, you're the one who's going to be punished.
A joke is not a knife, though.
I don't
No,
think
no.
that's right.
Obviously it's
I
not.
think that's a little disingenuous.
They're both squeaky toys.
Yeah.
I think in the context of this particular situation, no. But I do understand what Ren's saying, though.
Yeah, more
I
what I'm
understand what he's
is
saying, but not in this context.
if you're saying the only option available to you to respond to me is this, and I'm giving you this tool knowing full well that it will not work on me, is that I don't know, is that
I don't think
fair?
anyone's
Is that
saying
good
that,
faith?
though. I don't think
No?
anyone really said that. No.
I think
The only thing that I'm saying is that if you are going to react to someone's words with violence,
Paragon Schrader, thank you.
you are going too far. You need to back it up.
What about
If you cannot speak power to words, you are abusing your power.
I think it
And
also
that for me.
I think it also is just the basic context of what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
This
I'm-
is
and
an
I'm not
award.
saying
This is a fucking G.I. Jane joke at an award show full of rich celebrities. This
And I'm
isn't
not saying
like
that you're wrong
this isn't
either.
like some this isn't some guy going up to some other. This isn't like a white guy going to a black guy on the street and being like and screaming the N-word at him for no fucking reason. You know, in my opinion,
even in those moments, I don't know if you should approach.
even in those moments, yeah, I would agree you shouldn't, but I don't think anybody's gonna feel too bad about the guy. You know what I mean? Like it's a very like there are very specific situations that you all
Yeah,
have
I
to
think-
kind of.
I
I
just
think
want people to
context
also be
matters.
aware that Smith's wife is not the only person in the world with an autoimmune disease, and most of them don't have the resources she has to take care of themselves. And I've met plenty of people with autoimmune diseases taking the piss out of themselves constantly. So
Yeah.
it's
I also-
really
oh,
it's a subjective thing, and
Morbid
this
Smorbid, thank you.
particular context, it's just unacceptable.
the
for
I
thing
also just I don't know, low key. I mean,
The other thing that I brought up earlier was very much the context was if he got up there and he is fighting in defense of someone else, you can kind of understand it, if not
No.
condone it. But
No. If somebody got up and punched her in the head, yes, I would agree with you. But if it's just words, then some grace and decorum needs to be exercised
Well, it
in
would have
those
been
levels
very
of society.
easy.
These aren't just regular people; they are mega superstar icons. They're practically royalty and gods. They need to be held to certain standards, especially when so many millions of people are looking up to them.
And
Okay.
that's kind of like where I'm going is, was he acting in defense of another person?
No.
Or was
No.
he acting in defense of himself?
No. I think it's
wasn't acting in
100%.
defense.
I think it's 100% narcissistic. I think
Yeah.
because
That's
I
what
think
I'm
it's
getting at.
100% his ego, because like there are ways to responsibly defend your family. You know, there's a way that you could have handled that wouldn't have ended up and wouldn't have resulted. Dude, I have seen, this was a show. This was the Oscars, right? This is a show that's, you know, kind of popular, but no one was fucking watching. Like, I forgot that it was even happening until all this shit happened. So this was a joke that, first of all, half the audience didn't get. The majority of America wouldn't have even heard. And it would have just blown over in like 2 seconds. Like, no one would have been paying attention to it at all. But what he did was magnify. It's a Streisand effect situation where it's like, I'm going to slap you because I don't like jokes at the expense of my wife. And now there are hundreds of thousands, potentially even millions of jokes at the expense of his wife, him, and his whole fucking family situation.
I wonder
Exactly.
And
if he
that
even
is
saw it as a joke
irresponsible.
against his wife, and more of like, because we've been seeing a lot of stuff kind of like, you know, about the emasculation of Will Smith. So I'm wondering if this was just a
I'm
straw that broke the
sure
camel's back sort of situation.
I'm sure it is a straw that broke the camel's back situation. I'm sure he was just like,
I
I'm sure it was compounding and compounding and compounding, but like, it's still stupid. It's still like the worst way you could have handled it, because now it's like, what do you think if you can't handle a comedian making a light joke about something that he probably didn't know about.
Jester.
He probably didn't even know about, like there's no way, like, I didn't know she had fucking alopecia. Plenty of women shave their hair. Like, what? That's not even like,
I mean, in all fairness, I'm not making fun of a bald woman. I'm just not doing that.
it's not making, it's barely making fun though.
I don't know, like, but I don't know what
The
that
whole
entails.
point of the Oscars and the Grammys is so that these people have a chance to bring themselves back down to the level of the common people. If they cannot take a joke, and I'm not saying that this is the case for everyone. Some jokes online go too far, and I know what people are saying. This is not that case.
No.
And you need to consider the nuances of the context of every situation, not just one. This one and all of them. The context in this situation was it was unacceptable. He could have sat down, could have stood up and said, "Don't talk about my wife like that," and it would have had the same effect.
Well, and someone pointed out on Twitter that he literally had the platform right after Chris Rock, basically. So he could have gotten up there and during his like acceptance speech or whatever the shit, he could have like rebuked that joke and been like, "Yo, man, not cool. Here's why." You know, and it could have been a very civil exchange. And I'm willing to bet that if that had been put out there that way, Chris Rock would have been like, "All right, I'm sorry."
Yeah, well, Chris Rock would have looked like a complete asshole, but like, that's not the situation. You have a comedian doing their job, and Will Smith not being able to handle it, and it comes across as very insecure.
Instead, he
and very
apologized
pathetic
to the room and then said, "Love makes you do crazy things," which to me is a red flag.
It's a massive red flag.
You have control.
Well, he also
You
said,
have to control your emotions.
yeah, I don't know. It's whatever. We've talked about it for a while, but like it's just really, to me, it's just.
And like the jokes are fine. Like who cares
I'm
about
so
jokes?
sorry
We
to
need
the
to have
Academy.
a good time.
I'd like to apologize to the Academy. I'd like to apologize to the institution that gave like 48 Oscars to Harvey Weinstein and fucking Roman Polanski and fucking Woody Allen. I'd like to apologize to them, but Chris Rock, nah, I'm not gonna apologize to Chris Rock for hitting him. Bro, your brain is fucked.
And he's being childish. That's what it is. He's like, instead of being like, "Yo, I did something fucked up and I'm wrong for what I did," he's being childish about like, "Hey, you fucking."
Of course, because he thinks
bro.
God is testing him. Of course, he's being childish.
You know, you gotta understand when you do fucked up shit. You know, like I don't agree with what he did. I do feel bad that clearly there's a situation that's come from people constantly putting someone down and sort of dehumanizing a person in a way that I feel like happens a lot with celebrities, which I genuinely don't understand. Like I've never understood why some people are like fuck celebrities. Like if you acquire wealth or fame on the backs of belittling and tearing down other people, then fuck you. But if you're just like an actor who acts and got paid a lot of money because they act, like you didn't do anything wrong to earn that money. You just earned that money because that's capitalism.
Object in space. There is a distinction between not being able to take a joke and not being able to take a mean and rather unfunny joke. I would disagree. I would think they're the same exact thing, actually. And also, there's also, by the way, like this is not. He didn't.
Everyone in the room was getting roasted. It wasn't just her.
Jada Pinkett Smith is not the MODOK child from fucking Bears Into My Body. She's going to be fine. She has a hair loss condition where she has a smooth fucking head. Her heart's not exploding in her chest. She's gonna be fucking fine. He did. It's not like Chris Rock is like, man, your wife, Will Smith, I love your dying fucking wife, your dying bald-headed, stupid, shiny-headed bowling ball wife. I can't wait till your bowling ball dies.
I mean, I get the point. We get the point.
It's
Because
it's like
ball shine on it.
I'm just saying, it's like there's a difference between being like, oh, she looks kind of like that military G.I. Joe woman.
Man.
And being like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's fucking insane to suggest that this is like even remotely crossing. I just don't think it's crossing the line. I do think it's one thing. If he did know about her condition and he still chose to rib on it, I would agree that that's going over a line because he would know that it makes her uncomfortable.
I don't.
I do think it at least warrants a response. Normally, a joke shouldn't have a response. Like, and I do think, like, if you're just going out of your way to, like, pick on something that someone has very explicitly expressed, it's, you know, I get it. If it's something that they can't help. I would never take
away someone's ability to respond, but to react is a different story.
No, I understand.
Especially knee-jerk reaction, like we will all
it would be in bad taste, but that still wouldn't warrant being assaulted. Like, it's just like, it just wouldn't. I don't know. There's no situation in
this does say something between the line between funny
and let's just like take a second, like, to look at Johnny Depp right now. Okay, imagine if Chris Rock was a woman. Will would have been escorted out of the building, and he wouldn't even have a job now.
Well, Will would not have slapped a woman, or he also wouldn't have.
Standard is absolutely ridiculous. I don't care if you're a man; you shouldn't be slapping men either.
Yeah.
Okay,
but
period.
He wouldn't. Also, he definitely went up there because it was Chris Rock and not fucking The Rock. You know, like if The Rock, if The Rock went up there, if The Rock went up there and was like, "Hey Jada, G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. I'm The Rock." No way Will Smith is going up there and slapping The Rock. No way is that happening.
No,
I
think you got
If he would have done that, I would have been ashamed of him. I'd be like, you are an idiot. You are an idiot. Do you see that man? That man doesn't have a neck. You're going to go put your hands on him? That's preposterous.
Chris Rock did not make it more personal. I don't know what world you guys are living in. He didn't. I really don't think he knew. I really thought he saw Jada Pinkett Smith and he saw like,
No. I can never see The Rock doing that. I don't see The Rock ever taking
Chris
gyms
Rock. Chris Rock.
The Rock's not that kind of guy.
Chris Rock.
But
we're talking about Chris Rock.
I don't know. I'm saying that I don't think The Rock would ever do that.
But it's not. It's not an offensive. What year is it? What year is it that this is an offensive joke?
I'm not saying that the joke is the most offensive thing ever. I have said things that after I'm done laughing, I sit down and I'm like, I cannot believe I laughed at that. That's horrible.
It being Chris Rock made the situation more personal.
Well,
I don't know how. I don't know how that's how.
I think that Chris Rock was just making a joke. And I think Will Smith overreacted because he's been pushed time and time again by the whole world about situations that no one understands. And he's tried to become more interpersonal about it. And people, instead of people being like, you know what, this man is going through something, they're like, fuck you, your wife.
He's in the front.
Well, why do you think I say seek professional help? Because that's the sign that you're going too far. You need to talk to somebody. Maybe not a professional, but definitely talk about it.
He's a professional. he needs to open up to
If
somebody.
I assaulted somebody for every time that I had been made fun of because of something that I could not control, I would be in jail.
We're talking about a woman that cheated on Will Smith too. Like the stuff
That
this
whole-
woman has
yeah,
done
that
to
whole thing
Will
is- look,
the thing
a
about
little
that is that
weird.
we don't know the whole situation.
I don't want to talk
No, we
about their
don't.
fucking. I
We
hate
know
this.
enough.
This is
We know
celebrity
enough.
gossip. I hate it. It's
I
fucking
know,
TMZ shit.
Stop. We know enough to know that it's rough. Something's rough, right?
Yes.
And that's all we know, right? Enough
100%
for
agree.
empathy.
To be honest, I confused Chris Rock and Chris Brown for a solid second. No, if Will Smith slapped Chris Brown, I think a lot more people would be like, whatever.
I guarantee
Chris
you,
Brown sucks as a person, and quite frankly, Chris Brown has had a slap coming for a while. For, by the way, legitimate reasons.
The thing about
His
Chris Brown is
language,
that
man.
Chris Brown can also fight. Like, he's out here causing problems and weaponizing himself further.
Yeah,
And
I
that's what makes
guarantee
Chris
you
Brown so
that
annoying.
if Will Smith can't drop Chris Rock with a hit to the face, he ain't dropping anybody else.
He's an actor. He's not. He's an actor. He's not like a. He's not a bodybuilder. He's.
Guys, I don't think he tried to drop him. I've been in so many fights. It's unbelievably easy to knock someone out when they don't expect it. It's like hilarious. If you just walk up to somebody and you punch them in the jaw while swaying your hips into them, they're probably gonna fall asleep.
Oh yeah, but I mean, he's got
not hard.
a
It was
wind up on
It
that
was a
slap.
stat, you know.
And Chris Rock doesn't miss a beat. He
His-
keeps being funny. His eyes don't tear up.
He doesn't
Nothing.
keep being funny.
It
man.
is
He-
weird.
He
It
even
is.
kept
It
his
is.
hands
all
down.
that
He
whole
didn't even
night.
retaliate.
It is weird to me that he. Man, I don't know, man. How do you punch Chris Rock and how do you punch a comedian and the comedian is smiling and you're crying, man? Like
Yeah.
I don't. It's such a sad. That guy's broken, man. Will Smith is all seriousness. We're making fun. We're having a little bit of fun here. That guy
I'm
needs
not.
some serious
I'm not
fucking
making
help.
fun
I
of
am not
anything.
making fun of
You're
nobody
making
at
fun of me,
all.
Chris.
I'm 100%.
unfortunately very serious about this situation.
I am very
That's
not.
why people
Wasn't it
are
a
not.
slap, not a punch?
It was a
Yeah.
slap, yeah.
I really don't
Alright,
like
so-
to argue the semantics of abuse. Abuse is just abuse. I mean, like not.
Alright,
you-
so
Yeah,
I-
we don't
assault-
talk
the-
about drama.
yeah, yeah.
But let's differ between abuse. Like
Yeah,
what's-
the idea
on.
that the idea that people are like he just slapped him. It wasn't assault. It's like no, that's
It is,
what
it is.
that
That's
is.
assault.
Spitting on
He
someone
raised-
is
he
assault.
He
Yeah.
raised
Yes.
his hand to he raised his hand to someone that he should not have in a context where he may have been offended, but he should not have put his hands on somebody. That's
Putting your
not-
hands on anyone without their consent is assault.
You should put your hands on
I wanna
anybody.
pose
It's a
a
crime.
I wanna
It's an
pose a
actual
question here.
crime.
I want to pose a question to Luna here.
Hmm.
I actually want to know why is this such a serious topic to you? Because I mean, obviously we're joking around and fucking around, but you said it's a serious subject, so I want to know why is it a serious subject for you?
Well, for one, I'm not here to trauma dump, but I'm
Yeah,
a
yeah.
violence abuse survivor myself and
Mm-hmm.
sexual assault as well. And I like to speak up against violence in all of its forms because violence can also be years and years of just somebody saying the wrong thing to you. Just knowing exactly where to hit you, right? And it's not always easy for all of us to have a collective conversation about
Yeah.
abuse because we deal with it differently. But for me, I can deal, with most of it. I enjoy the memes. I was on 9gag all morning laughing at all of this shit.
9gag's still around?
Yep.
What?
Yeah.
Nine Gag?
Yeah.
Going nowhere.
But me personally, I've been slapped around and not
Is-
like a little slap.
Is
Yeah.
Okay.
albino
And-
black sheep?
I don't want that to happen to anyone. I don't care if you're a man,
Albino black
a
sheep.
woman, a child, an animal. You do not hit people.
Holy shit.
You use your words like an adult,
Holy
or you
shit.
sit the fuck down
Mm.
and let
Yep.
the adults handle shit.
Yep. I just wanted the context as to why you felt so passionately about it. I thought it understanding other people's context, I think, would have gone a long way in avoiding someone getting slapped last night.
I
Actually.
think,
Mhm.
I think
I
at the
agree
end of
with
the
you.
day,
I'm a
that's the
donkey.
biggest problem always. I don't
I agree
think,
with you.
I don't think anyone ever tries to see why anyone does something wrong. My thing is that I always think that like, and I get made fun of about this because we even like even in our last podcast, everybody made fun of me about it because I'm like, oh yeah, like dude, I don't think I'm better than anybody. Like every time
But we
someone
need
does
to all
something
agree
wrong-
that it's wrong. We need to all get on the same page and say this is wrong and that's that. And then we can move on to the next step. But no one can agree that it's all wrong. People are on Twitter praising violence right now. Good job, Will Smith. You did a good job. You smacked the shit out of someone. That's not good, man. That's danger, Will. Robin.
It's so shitty too, because like I can understand maybe where someone's coming from, like what their motivations are, but then I
Yeah.
can still sit there and be like, but you shouldn't do it. Like that
Exactly.
you still did something wrong. Like you can
Yeah.
understand why someone reacts a certain way, but that doesn't mean that you have to endorse it. Like,
And I think that's the
Yeah.
problem. Too many people are like, either you're on this side or you're on that side of situations. Abuse
it's
is
not
a
that
complex
simple.
fucking
Yeah.
situation. Abuse is fucking, it's deep seated. You know, like you can have,
Mhm.
have verbal abuse, there can be physical abuse, there can be emotional abuse. You know,
Yep.
but nonetheless, abuse is still at the end of the day abuse. You know, you should never ever
Exactly.
ever hit somebody in any context. If you hit someone, you are opening up. You're
You're
literally
abusing your power over someone.
yeah,
Period.
you're dominating someone in a really uncool way. I don't think anyone should anybody. I do understand Will Smith's feelings of being upset because I'm currently in a
Mhm.
relationship with someone I very much so care about. And if someone hurt her feelings, I would be fucking toasty. I'd be very, very
Oh yeah.
But
And
at the
that's
same
that's
time, I wouldn't-
understandable too. You should protect people. Self-defense is not the problem. It's reacting with violence to words. That's the issue here. That's the context. Like if somebody attacks someone, you should defend them. You know? The worst thing in the world is when someone gets hurt, is getting physically attacked, and everyone in the room just stands there and watches.
And not to
That's
mention, he could have just
terrible.
made fun of the fact that Chris Rock, Will Smith could have been like, said some shit that's funny because Will Smith's a funny guy. I don't know why he just the way he went about it entirely was wrong. Like,
I just
in
don't
its
agree,
entirety.
man. I just don't agree at all. I think just
When-
like acknowledge. I just don't think that like just making such a fucking tame joke about a haircut. It's like so basic.
Well, it's also her demeanor. I mean, she sits up very straight. She does have a very militant queen look to her. You know, she
it's very-
demands respect just by standing there. She's a beautiful woman.
so I want to know, why did he make a G.I. Jane joke when Wakanda was right there on the table?
Look, the thing,
Because he doesn't know what the fuck.
It's a silly little joke.
Chris Rock does
Sometimes
not
you
know
miss
what.
your mark as a comedian.
it's
Yeah,
a
well-
bad
well,
joke.
the thing
it was,
is, it's
it was
like-
a bad joke. It was a bad set. Everything about it was
Kingston, it's cable TV at an award show. You're not going to get Dave Chappelle screaming the F word at the
No, I-
Oscars. You're going to get some comedian who does like the most basic shit, the most inoffensive. That's why I was so baffled that he was, because it really is it's comedy toned down to like 2.
That's
yeah,
why
you're right.
That's why
you're
it's
right.
important
It's stupid. It's all dumb, and that brings more credence to it. The
not
fact
to
that,
blame the
like,
victim, right? It's important not to blame the victim in this situation, so that you know that Will Smith needs obviously some help.
A comedian
Can't
that plays
control
ball
your
with
impulses.
a comedian that
over
plays ball with the industry. Yeah,
words.
it's just
Yeah, sorry.
award show comedy is always fucking lazy. It's always boring and bland and fucking very uninteresting. The most
watered
interesting it's
down.
ever been.
That's
the
why I
most-
took a slap for everyone to come running.
yeah, exactly. The most interesting person that I've seen was when Ricky Gervais was doing the Golden Globes and he was just trashing fucking everybody, and it was
Yeah.
that was
I don't think
Come
Gervais
up,
was
get
funny.
your
I don't
warden.
think Gervais was funny
Shut
at
the
all.
fuck
I thought that situation was funny because he was like, "Hey, there are pedophiles here." It's like,
no, but that's
yeah,
what I mean.
there
That's what I
are.
mean. Can you imagine if Chris Rock was like, "Look at all these pedophiles."
That would've
like,
been
bro,
hilarious.
no,
would've been
but no, he would have been slapped by like 8 people.
Yeah, but it's true.
It is.
You would have died a hero.
It is true. I wish I could do it. I wish I could do a Chris Rock impression. I'm also a Chris, so I can do it.
You know, like it would have been hilarious, but like it was because I really think the joke was bad. Like
it's not a good joke, but it's not an offensive joke.
It wasn't worth hitting someone, but this motherfucker was floundering, and I could tell he was floundering. I was like, this guy sucks.
How do you? It's the equivalent of like. It's such a pathetic joke to get angry at. I think that's the thing. I think that's the thing that I think that's the thing that I'm most disappointed by. It's like, of all the jokes that have been made about you, and of all of the jokes to instigate a violent reaction,
comedians are also very in tune with their audience. Chris Rock is not like, this isn't his first rodeo. All you need to do is boo the guy, and he got it. He's like, okay, we got it. Let's not do that then, and move on. But it didn't stop there.
Amy Schumer actually genuinely had a better joke. Which she was like, "Don't Look Up." "Don't Look Up" got nominated for best something or whatever, and I guess the Academy doesn't look up reviews. And I was like, oh, that's not a bad one. And she butchered the delivery because, of course, it's Amy Schumer, and she is incapable of doing anything. But it was a pretty solid.
Incapable. Okay, she can breathe, I guess.
I mean, she, with assistance.
Comedians would lead into it if they were in a comedian venue. This is not a comedian venue. It's Chris Rock, who is a comedian at an award show. Not the same thing.
It's a good movie, personally.
I think all of the attention that this has got is why a lot of people are sort of skeptical and think that it was staged.
I think it could be fake,
because I don't think anyone would have been saying shit about the Oscars if this had not happened.
Having conversations about abuse is not important.
Yeah, it's not staged.
No,
I don't think
it's not staged. The publicity
was completely awkward. And even if it was staged, watching one of my childhood heroes choose violence over laughter really broke my heart.
Oh, that's a very that's an interesting way to put it. It kind of makes
broke my heart. Yeah.
Really bad. Like in
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I remember when Will Smith was rapping for kids.
Look, man, Will Smith, it's not to take away from any. I haven't seen the King Richard movie or whatever, but I think he's a fantastic fucking actor.
I love the man.
I have no doubt that guy deserved to win, because quite frankly, I just didn't see any of the other movies. But obviously that fucking episode of Fresh Prince where he's talking with Uncle Phil and his dad leaves. It's fucking one of the most impressive pieces of acting on cable television.
It's really good.
It's a very moving thing. But
I even like Wild West a lot.
That movie's
I was
bad,
obsessed
but
with it when I was younger. It was so bad it was good though. And
I know what you
loved
mean.
The CGI. It was just the characters were over the top. It was really pretty, and it was that Western steampunk that we were just all dying to have.
Wild Wild West had some kick-ass fucking Burger King, McDonald's toys.
Yo,
not gonna lie,
so fire, bro. I remember
they were fucking cool. They even had they even gave away Will Smith's sunglasses as a toy or whatever. Fucking, I remember I had him and I was like, this is so sick. You couldn't see through him though because it wasn't real glass.
I feel bad because I don't know. I have a bad habit of my thing is that I feel like every person's still a person, no matter what, Every person's still a person, dude.
It's not abuse, right? No one wins.
I'm not gonna go deep
winning
into that, because no one hurts unless they've been hurt, and that doesn't justify them hurting.
That's true.
But that gives you credence to understand that this person is the product.
Well, that's why we draw lines in the sand somewhere. That's why we say abuse is abuse, and this is where we draw the line. Yeah, I know you're hurting, but why? Why did you do this?
I draw boobs in the sand sometimes.
And he told us why. He said why. Well, he said why he did it. Love makes him do crazy things. That was his rationale.
That was an insane. I don't know. There's a whole thing you could make a fucking movie about how insane that speech was that he was giving, but
it wasn't a vibe.
I don't care what anyone says. The giant steampunk mecha spider in Wild Wild West is top tier.
Thank you.
Not top tier, but I enjoy it. I'll definitely watch it. I'll definitely watch
haven't
it.
It was
seen-
right when CGI was starting to get really good, right? Like the Animatrix just came out.
Before, but it just couldn't get it. It just
Wild
couldn't get it.
Wild
It was
West.
Ambitious. It was
Wild-
very ambitious.
Yeah, it was Wild Wild West is like one of those movies that I remember seeing once in my childhood, and I remember it like sticking with me, but I also don't remember anything about it. It's like fucking An American Tail, where like I remember really loving An American Tail, but I could not tell you what the fuck that movie was about. I don't know. I know mice are in it.
Like Oliver and Company. I've seen it
Oliver
way
and
too
Company
many times. Movie at
was a
least
good
30
one.
times. I'm like, damn, bro. This shit gets better every time I watch it. What's going on?
Yeah, it's a big fucking American Tail is better than
What?
what?
Oliver and Company, you're crazy. You're
I
crazy.
think I wouldn't be surprised if you're
Crazy.
right, because I remember American Tail being just really fucking amazing.
You're
I
crazy.
love
Oliver
American
and Company,
Tail.
Oliver and Company is definitely better than American Tail. No,
I-
no shade.
I
Don't know if I
don't know
I
about
No.
No shade.
Yeah.
But it's
cavalcade of bad takes today.
Oliver and Company is definitely like the pinnacle of Disney's slump, whereas American Tail is like
you're
Don
preposterous.
Bluth on fire at the top of his game. Like you can't
Yeah.
compare the two.
You're crazy. You're tripping. You guys are wrong.
and
man.
the first Land Before Time will always have a special place in my heart.
The
That's
first one
like
is so goaded for no reason. It's really morbid open though. Really,
it's so dark. That's why I love it.
Oliver and
really
Company?
morbid cold open. I was just like, oh.
What are you talking about? Oliver and Company?
No, fucking what you call it?
For time.
Oh, Rescuers was a good movie.
Oh, All
too.
Dogs Go to Heaven 2?
Oh,
That was so good.
The first one was dark. That was another.
The first
dark
one was dark. It was a
movie.
bunch of dogs dying. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was. I really liked that one too.
That movie was about Michael Vick.
Fucking asshole, dude. You can't help it. You gotta do it.
Michael Vick's about to bust through my fucking wall and punch me
Michael
in the
Vick's
face.
about to sick one of his 13 mega dogs on you.
Keep my dead dogs' names out of your fucking mouth.
A fucking pit bull the size of me walks into your room and you have to fight
Yo, Rainbow Toaster was another one that just like stuck in my head. The clown and the scene where everything's getting destroyed in the junkyard. Just
Can we admit that? Can we admit that one of the best Disney movies is Fox and the Hound?
that
Y'all-
does make me sad.
It's not. No.
How could you say something so crazy?
You got to contend with Iron Man 2.
Oh, you're such a. Well, I almost called you the N word for real. Like I almost actually said that.
Careful,
I
careful.
said that.
Careful, Kingston. Words of violence.
Sweetie,
think-
get spicy.
I think
I care about that movie so much more than I probably should.
The Fox and the Hound.
That's one of my favorite movies, dude. It's so good.
Yeah,
don't
Brave
know.
Little
I think
Toaster,
I'll
I'm
try.
pretty sure, made me the woman I am today.
The Brave Little Toaster.
Yeah, because it's just
Maybe
so
not
like
racist, bro.
I
like,
remember.
always remember people picking on me or something bad happening, and then thinking about that movie and like I'm gonna get to the city. I'm going.
I'm leaving.
That was my line.
After seeing the Brave Little Toaster, I beat up all my appliances. I put them through hell. I threw my toaster on the ground. I was like, "Speak to me. Are you real?"
Did you see the Meat Canyon skit with the toys where Andy's like, "Talk to me, toys. I saw you move. I saw you playing with Sid." And it is just like, Andy, we don't talk to you because when we talk to you, get cancer. And it's like, what the?
Oh yeah.
I had a funeral for my air conditioner
Oh what?
because of the Brave Little Toaster.
Why?
yeah,
What
there
happened?
was-
What do you mean?
Well, there was an air conditioner in my grandmother's house when I was little when I first saw the movie, and the air conditioner dies in the movie. Spoilers. And I got sad and had a little funeral for the air conditioner downstairs in the living room.
Oh, that's cute. That's
Am I
really
weird?
wholesome.
Am I weird because I can't really humanize robots so much, but I can humanize like animals? Like I can't do like whenever I see like robots doing things like the Iron Giant, like I understand the context of the movie and it's very sad. He's just trying, though he may seem scary, he's actually a nice feller.
Who are you
But,
talking
like,
about? Airbud?
No, but I'm talking about like when I look at pets, I care about pets. I don't
Airbud
care
was
about
just a guy in a suit the whole time, and everybody thought that was a real dog.
Michael Jordan in the suit.
No,
I
it's just a
think,
guy in a suit. It was Andy Serkis.
Andy Serkis in a suit.
Andy Serkis was Airbud.
I almost believe.
I mean, if you go even further back, there's Disney movies that are like legit banned, like Song of the South. There's this. Oh, what's the other movie?
No.
Yeah,
Brave
they
Little
have a
Toaster is
bunch of
not
those.
Disney. Brave Little Toaster, like all those other every other animation that was like way darker and way cooler, that was not Disney.
that was Don Bluth.
That was Don Bluth being an absolute fucking Chad,
Yeah,
making like some
Or
of the
Tim
coolest fucking
Burton.
shit. Or Tim Burton doing weird shit.
yeah. Tim Burton was.
Tim Burton's
awesome.
a manic psycho though. Like, did you see that
Yeah.
that documentary about how they made Nightmare Before Christmas or whatever, and how he like fucking kicked a hole in a wall because they changed the ending without talking to him.
The angels
wow.
would be different.
Yeah, they were. It was in. It's
Yo,
weird. Like that documentary.
Being an
that-
artist and having your creative license taken from you really pisses you off.
yeah, that documentary is it's weird because it's like it's not really shitting on Tim Burton, but it kind of is. There's like this weird kind of air of like Tim Burton's kind of like a control freak. But then they were like, oh well, we had a better idea for the ending, Tim Burton. Instead,
Yep.
the Duck Man. You remember the Duck Man in the beginning, who's like, worms wart, you don't use worms wart. The scientist who builds all the
Yeah.
fucking deer. He was
Sally.
what? Yeah, he built
gotta
Sally.
get
Yeah. I don't know what Dr. Franken something. I think it is in the movie. I can't remember, but. The original ending, not Tim Burton's, the crew working on it, they were like, oh, inside Oogie Boogie's suit, it's gonna be that guy, the professor. And it was gonna be him the whole time.
That's
And
stupid.
Tim Burton was like, that's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Don't do that. And I remember reading that, and they were talking about like how like he just didn't approve of our idea, and I'm like, yeah,
Because it's dumb.
because it's
The
really
other movie
stupid.
that just
I
came out recently, Mary Poppins, the woman who did Mary Poppins, the same thing happened to her, and it was just like her fighting Disney like this whole time, and most of the movie is just like unapproved by the woman that wrote the books.
Oh
And,
yeah.
almost nobody knows about it until
That happens
now
a lot.
this
I mean,
movie came out.
J.R.R. Tolkien's kids hate fucking Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, they basically stopped taking Martin's advice towards the end, and then everyone was like, "Oh, this is shit now."
Yeah, and that's
In all
especially
fairness,
upsetting.
In all
Saving
fairness,
Mr. Banks, yeah.
in all
Instead of
fairness, I'm a
instead
huge
of-
Game of Thrones fan,
yeah,
and-
I am too.
well,
I am
and
too.
Martin just won't put anything. He probably obviously gave them like more pointers, like, hey, flesh us out more. But
Well,
he
he
made-
told them his intended ending for the series. Like he gave them all the information.
Yep.
They just wiped their asses with it.
he
Yes.
just the Winds of Winter preview chapter came out in 2013, like that's a while ago, man. Like I read all the books in the span of like maybe 2 years, and there's been no context about any of those books yet. It like really bothers me, but like at the same time, there are people who've been waiting since when I was in high school for something to come out, and nothing's come out.
Man, fuck George R.R. Martin. He ain't no R.L. Stein.
Damn, dude.
What were the not Goosebumps books that he made too? He made something else that weren't Goosebumps, but they were pretty much Goosebumps.
Oh, Booze Gumps.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
he
the one.
dick and died, bro. He dick and
I'm more
died,
of
man.
a Tales of the Crypt kind of girl.
I like.
Those are the
Goosebumps was
I
too
like.
juvenile for me.
didn't
I
like
really
that
liked a series of unfortunate events a lot when I was younger.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was like, this is weirdly like, why is this so happy despite the fact that everyone's dying and it's really morbid and like. That is such a fucked book series because it's like a
Yes.
kid's story, but it's just about these orphans being chased by a demon and him killing all of their parents. Like, it's a really fucking insane story.
A demon in the books? Was he actually,
Well, he's not like literally a demon, but like,
The
I mean, just
Baudelaire children.
I just Count Olaf's such a fucking psycho, and it's
Sarah Connell?
Did you see the new series on Netflix?
I did not like it.
Oh
It-
no! I thought they did so good.
It's too Family Guy. Like there's too many like references to like modern day things, and then I think they play it up too. You know what sucks about Series of Unfortunate Events, because I really love that movie, or that those books.
Yeah, the books
And
are
what was so frustrating
fantastic.
And what's so frustrating about both of the adaptations that exist, both the Jim Carrey film and the Neil Patrick Harris show, is that the movie nails the tone, but
Yeah.
rushes through the story.
Yes.
And the show nails the story and botches the tone completely. And it really sucks because, like, if
yeah.
that first movie with Jim Carrey, it's like, it's terribly paced. They go through like the first 3 books in like an hour,
Yeah.
and it's
The first
really
season was really good. I think they did a really good job with the first season, but then they started to do what you're saying
Yeah.
in the second one and just totally just dropped off into
Yeah,
like what's going on land.
it's rough because it's a lot of, look, I get it. You're not gonna want to make 13 movies, but
Yeah.
I mean, at the same time,
Does
it's
anyone
like,
remember Little Nemo and Adventures in Slumberland?
Yeah.
I saw that, and I didn't even know until recently that was the first anime I ever watched.
Oh wow. Yeah, you're right.
It was actually passed around from animators in America and Japan, back and forth. And I'm talking big animation studios. Some of the most prolific ones we've had in all of history worked on this animation, and it tanked. It just failed so hard, but I remember it, and I love it so much.
Do you guys
It
remember
sticks in me.
that weird League of Extraordinary Gentlemen movie?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
I
thought it was
actually
gonna
just
be
watched that a
cool.
month ago.
There was that and
Why?
that superhero movie that was really
Because-
weird.
My wife likes it unironically.
That's, yeah, you know,
What
we
was
must
the
all
name
make
of that
sacrifices.
movie about heroes?
We all like something terrible.
Yes.
No. But that's a good way to justify it.
Well,
Uh,
I mean, you like Kung Pao too, don't you?
Kung Pao's
Yes.
a great movie though.
Kung Pao is a cinematic masterpiece.
Kung Pao's a great
Oh,
movie though.
Kung Pao is one of those movies, like, I love Kung Pao because it's so bad.
Yes.
But
Dude.
it looks like they had so much fun making that movie.
That
like,
was like the most amazing editing, I think. Like to sit there and edit that
yeah.
for as long as they did was just I appreciate it. I
it's-
appreciate them so
it's,
much.
It's a lot worse now because obviously we have higher res, so we see
Right.
a lot of the artifacts that we didn't see when we were younger watching it on fucking CRT TVs are very, very visible now.
Yeah.
But
Can't you like go backwards? You can still get like, and now we have.
it's even
I don't know
funnier
if you
now.
know,
It's even
but,
funnier
like,
because it
5
seems
years
intentional.
ago, a shit ton of stuff became public domain. So there's a shit ton more movies now, just like that movie they used in Kung Pao, that you could just lower the res of everything and make it blend together.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I watched
Genius.
Kung Pao as a kid.
Absolutely genius.
Shit, guys,
Wow.
I'm streaming. I gotta go.
What happened?
Nothing.
All right, bye.
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Say Amaranth streaming. I gotta go.
You gotta go. We'll be back. Talk to you guys in a few hours.
Elijah
not-
Wood, he did this show called, was it Wilfred?
Wilfred, yeah.
That show was
I
pretty
loved
cool.
it.
I actually didn't
Yeah,
see that. I didn't see any
a weird one.
of it because it weirded me out.
It
was
absolutely
pretty weird.
fascinated me. I was like,
It was
what
really weird. It was a
the is
really
this
weird.
show? What are they doing?
I watched Kung Pao as a kid with the Spanish dub and was extremely disappointed when I heard the English one. That's crazy.
Crazy,
That
man.
that is insane. I can't even imagine that movie with Spanish. It's already such a massive culture clash. It's a fucking it's a
There are
fucking
moments-
English guy appropriating a Chinese fucking film or whatever the fuck.
There's so many moments in that movie where you're just like, what the fuck?
I love that movie from the moment I started because they roll a baby down a hill and it's just
So cute. Bye bye.
bye-bye.
Oh god.
Wheel.
Yeah, all those Kung Fu Hustle. There was
Hustle
one that was
God,
recently made too, and it was super cute. It was this little alien
CJ or something.
Oh, I don't know.
Ew, aliens.
Ew, aliens, gross.
Dude, there
Did you
was
see
this.
Kidding with Jim Carrey? No. I saw, like, a friend of ours was talking about it once, and I meant to check it out, but I never got around to it.
There's this video. Oh, no, never mind. That's the video about the kid falling down and perishing. Never mind. I'm not gonna talk about that.
Well, too late. You just
What happened?
what?
What did you
Fail.
I'm gonna play a video game.
I'm playing some
Which
Halo
one?
right now.
You're playing Halo right now?
I'm playing Halo.
Do I want to jump on?
Getting some Galo in here.
Do I want to jump on Halo Infinite?
Yeah, dude.
I don't know.
Or do you want to play with my Elden Ring?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, wait. Yeah.
no, don't nya me. Don't.
Did you just
I-
meow?
No, she nya'd. It's worse.
What does that mean? I don't feel safe.
You don't know what nya means?
No, I don't.
What are you talking about? You don't Google that constantly?
You don't Google that
What?
constantly every time, every day? You don't do that every day, bro?
Dude,
It's
I'm
amazing.
getting. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting so sick of. I'm getting so genuinely sick of just seeing, like, just women posting their feet pics on the internet. If you guys could compile, if you guys could compile a list of people who share their feet pics regularly and send them to me, so I could block them, so I could thoroughly block them and be like really careful, making sure that I get all of them.
You're such a bastard.
What? What do you mean?
Like, can you send me like all the like everything? Like, yo, man, girls posting pictures of their dicks, really uncomfortable with it. You should like send me every single picture of a female with a penis, particularly big ones with a lot of veins, so I could know what to look for. Not look
I'm
for.
really sick of seeing pussy on
Closet
my timeline.
Coomer.
I'm sick of seeing it on my timeline. I need everyone who's doing it so I can put them on a list and mute them.
Post more boobies.
It's so funny
Boba.
because
Boba.
it got to the point where I saw so many girls with penises that I was just like pictures of it. That I was just like, well, I guess they go there. I guess
What do you mean?
because I never saw shit like that until I became friends with Smokey. Honestly,
Oh, that's funny.
And right, she would just send me fuck shit because that's our friendship. Air quotes. I think
General
it's
Flippy with a Twitch Prime sub. Thank you.
that's our friendship. He's like, oh, you send me fuck shit all the time. It's like, yes, Natalie, but I don't send you pictures of fucking people with baseball bat penises. That's not what I do to you.
I keep sending her and all of my friends this.
Bob Saget
it's a
meme.
screenshot of Bob Saget being pronounced dead. And I don't know why it's just become an impulse.
It's distasteful, dude.
It's not.
Like it. I really like that shit.
I mean, what's he gonna do? Punch me?
Listen, it's just like, dude, did you hear? And I'm like, what happened? And then you send me that. And I'm like, what the fuck?
I don't know why I think it's funny. It's not funny at all, but like I think it's hilarious. But I know it's not. So like, what the fuck? Anyway,
Lily's cousin. We were watching the video of that kid fall, and Lily's cousin started cackling, and I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. She's laughing a little too hard at that.
What are you talking about?
The poor kid falling down and becoming, ending him as being dying.
And dying.
And Lily's cousin just started laughing.
Yo, I don't know, man. God help you.
And she was like, the sound he made was so funny. And it's like, what?
You know what's wild? Completely independently from us. I went home when I first came back home. My parents, I remember like having dinner one time with them, and I walked into the living room, and my dad was just watching car crash compilations, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
That's a little different over there, you know. That situation's a little. I wouldn't be watching.
No. But it's just, well, it's not like it wasn't like fail. It's just like craziest, because it is fascinating. It is just like
car
fascinating.
fails. Yeah, I watch a particular channel that compiles them all together.
I watch a
And it's
particular
just like
channel on the dark web.
It's stupid people driving cars is what the channel's called, I think. And it's literally people doing stupid shit in cars.
That sounds like some Germa type shit. Yo, honestly,
The
I have no
mortality-
idea who Germa is, even though like I know that he's huge.
Like seeing someone in a car, right? And this person is like seeing someone be so alive, and then a moment later they are the opposite of that is sort of fascinating. In
The
a
opposite of alive.
in a very grotesque.
You have such a way with words.
Because like you could barely be alive, you know. Like here are people
I
that are
guess
like
so. I kind of want to do some
holding on
Elden
to
Ring.
It's fascinating because no one gets out of this alive. Everyone's going to die
exactly.
someday.
It's so wild. It's like, yo, this guy was so alive, and then he made a slightly dumb decision, and now he's paced.
And it's
like,
only like America that's like, ooh, death is weird. Get it away from me.
I want
Mexico
Halo-
literally celebrates death.
yeah. It's
Well,
very
I mean,
strange.
they're not like.
American culture is very weird with the
Yes,
whole.
they are.
Well, they're celebrating death, but they're not like. Oh,
They're
my
not
son
celebrating
died.
people dying. They're not
Wahoo!
celebrating people dying.
You know?
They're celebrating-
No. But they approach death in a they approach it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Americans
yeah.
don't.
I know what you
just, they escape it, and
I'm being an
Mexico
asshole.
celebrates it. You know, I just love Mexican culture. Shut up.
It's so weird. Because, like, I think, for me, honestly, I think like, you know, like dying's kind of like, and this is gonna sound super grotesque, but it's like,
Pretty
yay,
epic.
finally, you know, we're out. You know, finally, I'm done with this shit. But it's kind
That's
of
how
like,
I feel.
but like, it's like, you know, like when you die, like you get to reflect on like, you know, like at that moment your impact can live on so much longer. So like the reason you live is so once you go, you can still be fondly remembered. That's kind of like the reason why I assume I want to live, opposed to just stop existing. But like for our culture, it's just very strange because even Caribbean people are like, yeah, you know, we die one day, but we still always give praise to the people that were here before us.
Yeah. I
It's
don't
a
want to be
very
remembered.
cultural
Please
thing.
don't will me back into existence. I want
I
to
wanna be
stay dead
remembered.
once I'm dead.
I want to die in pain, but I don't want. I want to be remembered too, though.
You want to die in
yeah, I
pain?
just want to go
A
like
lot of
normal.
pain, bro.
Like hopefully I don't like, you know, freak out.
Like I want to be screaming like, "Ah, it hurts! Please help! Help!" And then I die.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
Like, meh. We'll think about when we get there. Who fucking cares?
Bro, I'm trying to die on fire, bro. Like a spectacle.
I just want it to be like a truck, just instant.
Chris,
Just
did you say you were gonna play Halo?
Halo?
I'm gonna fuck around on Elden Ring for a little while.
Let's
Chris
go.
Drake, I'm addicted to Elden Ring. Look at me.
Not addicted to. I've actually been playing Ghostwire Tokyo.
Well, you know what
Uh,
they say, a hoop is a hoop.
A hoop is a hoop.
Hoop is a hoop.
A ring is a ring, no matter where it is.
What?
I think what? I think hey, what? Don't lose 400k souls again. That wasn't me. You're confusing me with Sweeney, which I understand. We look very similar.
That's
Um,
crazy, bro.
I think
We are both Puerto Rican men. I understand how you can get confused. Like,
yeah. We come
I
from the same
understand
place.
Your object confusion.
I think I lost 150k. He lost 400.
I lost 400,000, and I didn't even freak out. I was kind of just like, you know what? I was misplaying.
At that point, it's almost like that's too much to freak out. Because at some point, like because you have to be like, yeah, I really went into a situation like this with that much to
I screwed
lose.
up, man. I'm aware. I knew what I did wrong.
Yeah. But man, I was saying something before and then I forgot.
Sorry, I think that might have been my fault.
Nah, it doesn't matter. It's clearly not important.
Da, da, da.
I think. Oh, Ghostwire Tokyo. I've been playing through that, and I thought I was gonna hate it, but I
And?
I think it's kind of fucking cool. I think it's really fucking neat. And I don't know, man. Like I posted some gameplay of it on my Twitter before I was.
It looked like Skyrim, but like Neo Tokyo ish.
It's I mean I wouldn't say Skyrim. It reminds me most of like if Deus Ex was Doctor Strange. It's not exactly like an immersive sim exactly, but it's got that vibe of like, you know, you're walking around like Shibuya, Tokyo, and you've got these like fucking magic powers, and it's not super fast paced. Like the combat isn't like wildly satisfying to play, but it's really satisfying to like engage in, just from the like animation work. I don't know how to describe it. Like I wouldn't describe it. I wouldn't be like, oh, if you love Doom, you'll love this.
Chris, have you fought Millennia yet?
No.
Oh god, bro, I'm at that fight right now, and that shit is. I'm gonna stream later today, and goddamn, that fight makes me want to scream.
Oh, Zach Blast. Yeah, let me. I'll. It's kind of hard to do it right now, but hold on. I'll write it down.
It makes me want to rip my face out.
Damn, dude.
It's really
Don't
bad.
do that. We like your face.
It's a really bad fight. Like it makes
Zach
me want
Blast,
to
DM
really
me. DM me on Twitter. And I'll send you an invite when the stream is done.
Zach Blast, DM me the N-word exclusively on Twitter.
Don't do that.
Send you money.
How many times have you beat the game? I'm still, dude, guys. I am taking my time.
Yeah.
I'm taking my time with this. I was asked to be on a spoiler cast, and
Chose not to.
and I was like, when do I have to finish it by? And they were like, in 3 days, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
I'm just not doing that because this is such a fucking special game that I don't want to rush through this.
Still not even.
I'm glad you're taking your time with it because it really is truly a masterpiece.
Yeah,
Especially
and
for
there are
like
just
the garbage mundane crap we get churned out today. This
yeah,
is
and also I'm
a
just
breath of fresh air.
there's so many games that like I've rushed my way through, and like rushing my way through them has like harmed my enjoyment of it. And there was like I was like, there's no way I'm letting that happen here. Like it's too interesting.
Didn't you speed through Red Dead? Didn't you like kind of speed through Red Dead? And you
I
were
did.
like,
I did speed through Red Dead, and I still loved it, which is speaks volumes of it.
I want to
but-
play Red Dead again, but I can't forget the game because it's so memorable.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing too. It's like
Like
I
I
also-
try to forget it, and I'm like, oh, I remember exactly this moment. I remember exactly this line. I remember Arthur standing that way because the sun hit him like this, and I remember like, well, that looks like a movie.
yeah, I remember playing Red Dead 2 and being like, oh man, I finished it finally. I can do my spoiler cast, and then there's like a whole fucking 7-hour epilogue, and I was like, no.
My name is
God
John
damn it.
Marston, and I try to do the right thing, but I fuck up every single damn time.
Every
I
single
will-
moment of every goddamn day.
I am a fuck up. My name is John Marston. I'm a fuck up.
I'm 130 hours and I'm still taking my time before beating it. Yeah, I'm only like 70 something hours in. Ford F-150.
Ford F-150. I got people doing that on the last Law and Order that we were playing.
It's a fun.
Dude, I
It's
whipped
so
that out during the
stupid.
fucking- we were at Mick's house, and Lyle and Monica came over, and I told Lyle that joke, and I've never seen Lyle laugh that hard in my life, dude. And I've seen him laugh before, but he was wheezing after I said that.
That's good. It's a good
You were-
joke.
Fucking reeling. He was like, "How the fuck did you guys come up with that?" And I was like, "You never thought about you never went down to the lake with you and your boys, and you were like, I'm trying to see if I can fit his whole penis down my esophagus." Ford F-150.
I love that. I just love the fucking idea of just this hyper masculine car ad being gay as fuck. I think it's genuinely like one of the funniest goddamn things. All-wheel drive, leather interior, thick veiny cock, Ford F-150.
Veiny.
And you're like, and it's like really quick. You're like, what?
Like if you're paying attention, you'll catch it. But if you're not paying attention, like if a commercial's just on, like they usually are,
Yeah, there's a chance you'll miss it.
then you'll miss what he said. You'll be like, "What? Did you just? Did he just?
I forgot about these fucking zombie dogs.
He couldn't have, could he?"
Elden Ring. It's so good.
It's aight.
That's my song.
It's pretty great.
It's aight.
Guess what I'm playing right now? Fortnite.
Why? Oh no!
I'm really upset I didn't get the Spider-Man skin.
Dang.
I'm really upset about that. Like, I'm really bewildered about it, genuinely.
Damn, that sucks, bro.
You're telling me.
Miss Brandt, get me a violin. It's been bugging me for a while. Oh, it's just another TV that we don't have the stand for.
People comment on that TV a lot.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. You wanna lift a 1,200-pound fucking 3D TV from 2013? Be my guess.
Just smash it.
1,200 pounds.
12 hundo. Yeah, I don't know.
There's this manga called Dragon Ball Kakumi. Like a fan manga for Dragon Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Cuck? What?
Kakumi. It's so fucking good. And every time
Dragon Ball Cuck me?
Kakumi.
Cocking me?
You're such a
Cocking
fucking
me. Ford F-150.
Dragon Ball cocking me. Ford F-150.
Bro, I swear to God, man. But it's so fucking good, man. It's such a good fucking fan manga, and I love it. And I want it to be better, but no one reads Dragon Ball fan mangas because I'm the only one left. I'm the only one that says faith in Dragon Ball as a series.
If you send me a link on Discord, I can take a peek at it.
It's so good. And I think the main hero is going to be Son Gohan, and it makes me very happy.
Yeah.
Ford F-150.
Ford F-150.
Have you ever shot a man in cold blood and ejaculated on his body? Ford F-150. Then immediately ejaculated on his dead body. You wasted no time.
Wasted not a single moment. Ah, man, I'm kind of. Oh man, I don't know if I'm feeling Elden Ring today. I don't know.
More like Smeldon Ring.
Yeah, I'm not in an open world mood right now. Maybe I will jump on Halo. Maybe I will jump on Ola.
The Ola.
See what all the fuss is about.
There's no fuss.
See all that new content they surely must have got figured out by now. Ford F-150.
There's no way they would just not add content to the game. That makes no sense.
Ford F-150.
There's no way they call it a live service game to cover up the fact they just didn't finish it. Ford F-150.
Yeah, I might jump on. I'm not.
Disappointed with 343, bro. So like genuinely disappointed with them. It's just like, come on, guys. Just finish the fucking game, bro.
It would just be cool to have just a finished game once.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it though?
Because the finished games we do get just suck. Or they don't suck, but they're just very
They're not.
underwhelming.
Because they're not really games anymore. They're services.
Yeah, but even I don't know, but even some like there are some live service games like genuinely like that I play a lot more than just normal games because
Oh,
now
there's nothing wrong with them. It's
No.
just how games have evolved now.
yeah, but,
but
so
that's
many games
why
are
it's
trying
like
to so many games are trying to jump into that model and they don't have a reason to. Like fucking like Sea of Thieves is awesome. You know, Sea of Thieves is so fucking fun, and I understand why that's a live service because the whole point of that and all of the fun that you get out of Sea of Thieves is interacting with other people, like on the open ocean, and it's fucking cool.
You keep
But-
mentioning Sea of Thieves. Make me want to play.
Have you played?
I have a lot.
Dude, fucking, I
I'm
love
trying
it.
to grind to get this whole outfit complete. It's the only thing I care about. That and the
Yeah.
stories.
Yeah,
Like Destiny.
Lyle plays Sea of Thieves. I know.
He is.
We gotta jump. We gotta jump on one of those. Sweet.
Fun game.
I'm with Lyle today, actually.
Donovan plays it too.
You streamed with Lyle already?
I'm streaming later today because it's one of our friends. One of his friends, Radishina. He's one of our friends, and I'm gonna definitely be there for this.
Oh, what is it?
So,
What are you guys streaming?
We're just gonna probably Mario Party.
An
should totally play.
MMO is a live
No.
service.
We're gonna play Among Us. You should totally play, Chris.
Oh my god, I'm gonna play Among Us in VR.
Oh my god.
We need to try that. I think we
I
should
like
try.
Among Us. I'm not gonna like I don't. It was everywhere for a little while, and that kind of got annoying.
It's a good game, a bit oversaturated.
It's very
but-
oversaturated, but in VR, it's actually like a scary horror game. It's not like Among Us.
I put
When
a link in the chat. By the
And
way,
did you know you could play Beat Saber with friends? It's got a multiplayer.
I did not know that.
We
I
should
learned
work
that
out.
on yeah, we should. I think
So
if you guys are doing Among Us, I'll jump in. When are you guys doing it?
I'll message Sheena right now to see what time we're gonna do it.
Yeah, because
Like
it's
around
only like 4:30 right now. So I imagine with Lyle they do it pretty late.
Lyle's a night owl, dude. I've only seen him when the sun's up once in my life. I'm being completely serious.
I've seen him a handful of times with the sun's up, but it's definitely fewer than the times I've seen him at night. Like, we're usually over at his place at like 1 a.m. or like at a bar or so. I think I saw him even when I met him. The sun was down. Like when I met him at a fucking Zanku Chicken.
You met Lyle at a Zanku Chicken?
Yeah, we organized a. It was like a Zanku Chicken in El Segundo where like we had arranged to just meet up and grab food and just chill. When he was living in that garage with that guy with the gangrenous foot.
What? I don't like talking to him is like talking to a fucking pirate. It is like, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
He is very like. Lyle's one of those people where you talk to him and it's almost like you're talking to somebody who jumped into our timeline
From like back.
from like not from back, but just from like an alternate version of now, where things were slightly more chaotic.
Like, I really want to hear him and Zach like really together, just like try to make some insanely funny shit.
Lyle comes from a time where, from a universe where 2021 happened in 2008. You
Now
know,
he's dealing with that,
and now he's just way ahead of the curve, and he's just like, what did he say? Like, what did he say? Like, oh.
we were talking about like autism because obviously, and he was like, yeah, like imagine like being like Kyle, because Kyle's normal but Lyle's not. And Kyle was like, yeah, man, like my girlfriend's cousin has autism, you know, and he's like, she's going through it. I can't imagine what he's going through. It must be so hard. And it's like, yeah, like a chimp. And I'm just like, what the fuck, Kyle?
Oh my god.
I was so taken back by him saying that. I was like, I can't believe he said that.
I just remember going to the bathroom in his apartment, kind of buzzed, and looking like there are photographs on the wall. It's like a collage of photos of like, you know, printed out Polaroids and stuff. And I'm looking at it, and like my eyes glaze over, and I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. And I look away, and then I look back. And he just has this mural of Nostalgia Critic photos. It's like all framed photos of the Nostalgia Critic in his bathroom, like it's family, like it's loved ones. And I was way too buzzed to experience that.
That's what confused me the most.
Huh?
But she's not gonna let him have that, right? She wouldn't let him just have that.
Oh no, yeah, that's both of them for sure. Monica put her eyelashes on him in one of them. And like it's just like, oh my god, this is a very interesting place to exist. Fuck, Ren, I didn't. Oh, did you post the invite in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris, have you ever been on Only Plays?
No.
No, right? You know what Only Plays.
No. I told the story before, like where Chris asked me to be on. He was like, "Hey, we should record something sometime," and I kind of laughed at him. But like I didn't mean it in like a. I was just really drunk, and I was like flattered by the invite, and I didn't know how to respond to that.
Fuck.
No, it was the opposite. It was like because that was when I didn't really know them that well. I had just kind of met them, and I was like, obviously I had watched that channel, so I was just like, I had a moment of like, oh, you don't want me on your show, you know, like I don't belong here. Like it was just like a really like imposter syndrome moment, and I was drunk, so the only thing I could think to do was just like laugh, and so he just never invited me. He just never invited me on.
That's rough.
That's fine. You live and learn. That's also just a very, quite frankly, it's like an intimidating. I don't know, man. Like those are genuinely like Chris, Zach, and Tomar and Lyle are like some of the funniest fucking people. So I don't know. Are we in a? Yeah. Okay, we're searching.
You're in a Halo.
We're in a little bit of Ola.
A little bit of the Halo.
All right then.
Yeah, my
I'm
brain's.
gonna go play Elden Ring,
Alrighty, Luna.
relax, and let you guys play Halo and watch and lurk in the chat.
All right, hell yeah, dude.
It's good
Have
talking
fun.
to you.
Have fun playing
Yeah,
Elden
definitely.
Ring.
Thank you so much for having me and letting me chat with you about it. It was
Yeah.
really cool.
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh God. Worst possible. I couldn't even berate her for it.
Yep. She fucking got you.
Chris Booze robbed me from you on OnlyPlays. How could you do this to me? It's not. I don't know. It's just it was weird because like I had just met him and like I wasn't like I don't know like it was just
Zach, I think Zach is the funniest man I ever met in my life.
Zach is genuinely one of the funniest people I've ever seen.
I don't like because I know I think I know Lyle is one of the funniest because Lyle is crazy. Like Lyle's like nuts. But like Zach is like trying to pinpoint like an algorithm that hasn't come out yet, you know? Like he's just something different altogether.
Yeah, Zach is just one of the funniest people ever.
I don't know Tomar personally, and I don't really know Oni, but I know Zach and Lyle are fucking on. So is Mick. I could imagine being on Sleepy Cabin. That must have been fucking wild.
We have a very funny and eclectic group of people.
Because there's people like Jalen and Paul too, who are just.
Yeah, they're not content people, but
Paul is mad.
I wish I was funny and eclectic.
I don't think I'm very funny, but I think situations that happen around me very often are hilarious.
You always talk about how you think you're the funniest person.
Never said that in my life.
That is patently false.
I've never said I'm the funniest person in my. That's preposterous.
You've definitely said that. You're probably joking, obviously, but like you've definitely said that.
I don't think I've ever said that.
Okay.
I actually kind of remember you saying it.
Yeah, of course you do because he says it.
I think you remember me saying it because he's saying it, and your brain's
No,
like,
you're trying to you're trying to gaslight him.
I'm not trying to gaslight you. Like, that just sounded like the thing that someone.
Ren, you didn't hear that. You didn't hear that, Ren.
Oh, you think that?
Well,
Well, you don't know
gaslighting
Real anymore.
gaslighting isn't even real. Do you know how insane you sound?
I hate the idea of gas. I hate that phrase becomes so fucking common. It's really annoying now.
Yeah, people definitely overuse it.
Oh my god, you're gaslighting me. Like, no, I'm just lying. I'm just lying to you. I'm not gaslighting you to get in your pants. I'm lying to get in your pants. Those are different things. Those are
I don't know. I think it has a place.
I'm not telling you you want to sleep with me. I'm lying about the fact that I care about you to sleep with you. Those are different.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Hey man, not everybody's a hero. In fact, most people aren't heroes.
Gaslighting isn't real concept. Did you just all just That's like my favorite. My favorite joke is that's like one of my favorite jokes that I've heard in recent. Is
that the acting male?
It is the acting male. It is indeed the act man.
If you're playing Halo, we can't see it on the screen. We're gonna see you.
Oh, sorry. You lucked out. You lucked out. Well, would you look at that? It's John Gaslighter.
He gaslights.
My favorite joke recently is just that one. It's like, gaslighting isn't even real. Do you know how insane you sound? Like that is so simple and perfect.
I want to play more Trials of Osiris, but I don't need that level.
Halo Infinite looks exactly like Chris's room. Fuck you guys. You guys suck.
I want to play Trials, but I just don't want to. I don't want to be upset. I don't want to be angry.
You're gonna shave your wife's head and then make fun of it.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm gonna convince your wife to sleep with me, then I'm gonna shave her head and put a plunger on it.
Yo, that drawing of that fucking bald-headed woman with a plunger is so fucking gross.
You know
And
what's crazy? Lillian sent me that today.
Wow.
She's like, "Isn't that funny?"
She's
I'm
been
like,
on top of it, actually. She's been on top of those memes.
Her meme game is getting fucking strong, but also that means she's descending further into the darkness, which is really sad.
No, that's great, dude.
God,
She
I'm
was a
so
good kid.
out of practice with this game.
She was like not a bad person, and now she says the N-word, and like I'm like, okay,
She does?
yes.
Are you saying that? Are you admitting publicly that your girlfriend says the N-word to you?
Not to me, but she says it.
Dang, dude, I'd be.
She's
I don't know.
Hispanic, she can say it. Also, she's dating a black man. She gets a card if anybody.
Is that how that works?
If you're a white person, and it's a little iffy still, but I think Hispanic people can say it.
Some
Especially
Hispanics are white though.
if he's not a white Hispanic, I would say.
No, she's not.
She's one of the Hispanics, you know. Where she's
I don't know, man. Gaslighting isn't real. You're just schizophrenic. Take your. Oh my god.
Take your fucking medicine, bro.
It is really fucked. A supervillain who gaslights people into doing heinous shit.
You mean like a super? You mean every supervillain? Purple Man? Fucking who else? Fucking,
Purple Man.
Yeah, Purple Man.
Yeah, Purple Man.
What the fuck is that?
That's the guy.
We've had this discussion before.
Who? Wait, what?
Purple
Who's
Man.
Purple Man?
It's because the idea like purple's not exactly on the color spectrum, so like
That is so dumb.
kind of a manipulating color. It's not exactly on the color spectrum. It isn't actually.
Yeah, but that's a dumb
No, that's
basis for a
Magenta.
fucking hero or a villain.
Magenta isn't on the color spectrum.
No, isn't purple? No, well, I could have swore purple wasn't. I could be wrong, but isn't like the color purple like not real? Isn't
The
it,
color
like,
purple is
it's
absolutely real. I saw it in theaters.
representation of two colors, and you're like, oh, this is what they look like together, even though like that's not exactly what happens. Smokey and Whiskey told me this, and I was like, okay,
Yeah, but they're artists. They don't know shit about color.
yeah, you're right. Yeah, all they do is just draw shit.
Yeah, they don't color shit.
Like most artists color too.
I know that some people prefer different colored names. Like instead of saying blue, people would be like, "Well, no, indigo is the color that's on."
I prefer fuchsia
Yeah, and
vermilion.
But the only color of which I am aware that is not actually a real color, in terms of like it being found in the spectrum of light or anything like that, is or
What is your
being
favorite?
able
What is your favorite?
magenta.
What is your favorite? What is your favorite? I guess not.
Uncommon color.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, you all right? You good, bro?
Because it's not that it's uncommon. It's super common. It's just the name is not widely known, and I was struggling to.
macaroni and cheese?
I guess hyper specific, but accurate to what it's called. Oh, cerulean.
I like Scion.
Cerulean's good.
Cyan's a good one. I used Cyan as my secondary in Halo, like for a long time.
It's Cyan. I keep saying Scion. Scion's a fucking like a heir to our family.
Yeah, Scion is a fucking weird fucking cabal creature. I like Vermilion. Vermilion Red is a really fucking good red.
It's too orange. Yeah, I don't really like the color orange and red together, even though like that's.
I like that orangey red kind of mix. That's why I use it in my title cards.
My favorite color is obviously royal blue and purple.
What are you talking about? Your favorite colors? Like you're fucking 8 years old. You fucking weirdos.
You done?
Thrilling conversation.
Burgundy.
What's your favorite color?
Every conversation has to be complex. What do you think about the geopolitical state of Qatar? I think.
What do you think about the geopolitical state of the Ukraine?
Of the Ukraine.
I think this Vladimir Putin fellow needs to get his rocks off and calm down. It's my hidden Xperia impression.
Vladimir
It's my it's my hidden Xperia impression.
That's so disrespectful. That's just so rude.
I say, in late 2552, the flood was uncovered on Alpha Halo.
I liked when you were doing the ones from the Spider-Man quotes, but in that voice.
Is that Spider-Man?
Back in my day, we would catch dogs and fuck them half to death. That one was the most I've ever heard in my life.
Quite possibly the worst. That's not even close. Yeah, it's the worst impression. Because it's just old man Stewie.
We would catch dogs and fuck them.
Every British person sounds like that, though, to me.
Oh, he didn't say half to death. He said to death.
That's
Back in my day, we would ferment the apples, dump them in the fucking alley, wait for the dogs to drink them, chase them drunkenly around the field, and fuck them to death. That's what you do. That's what they used to do in British.
that is
British.
He has to put a human's face on every day.
I'm just kidding. I don't know why I'm like needlessly. I don't know why I'm needlessly picking on Luke. I like Luke a lot.
He's a nice guy.
He's a very nice guy, and he's very swole. Actually, he's like he could probably punch my head in.
He's in fact only ever interacted with us kindly, probably ever, Chris. You're just doing this.
Yeah. I joke out of love.
My jokes are not like William Smith's jokes.
Yeah, my jokes are not like Chris Rock's jokes. I'm not making fun of well, I guess I am making fun of the fact that he's British. But
We have someone on our team called Purple Mane. That's a weird coincidence.
what? What the devil? Vile woman.
343 is listening
Ah.
to our conversations.
I say, Christopher, I do believe your law has run out. Merrily, merrily.
Oh my God! Stop! Stop while you're ahead.
I don't know how to.
Merrily, merrily, life is but a dream.
By Joe Staten's mighty hand. Being British is basically a disease.
That's vile.
A British person said that, so he gets away with it.
It's pretty much a disease.
It's a spiral of madness. Yeah, we gotta stop. My throat's already fucking killing me.
I say Christopher. He pronounces like he's Hispanic too.
Christopher. He says he has Cristobal. God, I'm so bad at this. I gotta like refocus. That was a good headshot. All right, we're back to normal. Back to normal. Kind of getting our feet wet.
I don't like my feet wet.
Being British is basically a disease. Well, it's something that negatively affects you. You don't choose it, and it
bad, bro. The only time I'd be like, being British sucks if you look at like history, but other than that, it's like they're fine. They've kind of chilled out in the last like 200 years.
We're being mean for no reason. I actually like most of my British friends. Some of my British friends though I hate.
Now being Australian, that's a different thing.
I like Australians too. Australians are like they're like, whenever I meet an Australian, they always come across to me like Australia feels like the New York of the globe to me. It's just a bunch of like or like Boston, where it's like, it's just like, look at all of these just violent people. But it's not even like violent like physically, it's just like verbally, just like the most accosted you will ever be is just speaking kindly to an Australian.
They just don't watch what they say. I think it's so funny. Like they
Yeah.
refuse. They refuse to be like, hey, don't say that. They're like, why? Nah.
Yeah, I think they're genuinely like some of the funniest fucking people.
Authority, bro. They don't like authority. It's hilarious.
Oi, cunt, give us your lighter.
Boy, can't hand over your goods.
Put you in the fucking ground, mate.
Give us your fucking goods, eh?
Give us your fucking goods, eh?
It's like
We ain't here to fuck spiders,
We
mate.
ain't here to fuck spy. We can do that.
That's a real fucking phrase. We ain't here to fuck spiders.
The hell does that mean?
It just means we're not. I don't know what it means. I knew what it meant at one point, but I forgot because Google has destroyed my ability to retain information. But
Australian people are just pretty much. I made this joke and my Australian DM got really offended.
really, how?
But
How did you
I was
offend an
like-
Australian DM?
he didn't get offended. He was just kind of like, "Oh, for real? Thanks for letting me know that." But he was just like, I was like, Australians sound like goblins because most goblins have Australian accents.
I would love to be on Cold Ones, but I haven't really been doing anything that would warrant an appearance. I've just been silently succeeding, which is like not exactly like how you.
He moves like real macho, like in the shadows, man. I'm just making like real big money moves, like in the shadows, you know, like me only by myself.
Yeah, you know, I'm not making like splashy videos where I'm like intentionally accosting people. I had one video where I was like really going in on somebody, but they lost all their relevance, so I just thought it was kind of mean. Like it was almost like,
Was it your Dax Flame video?
no, Dex Flame isn't like a piece of shit or nothing.
Oh,
It was no bullshit. I had a video on. I compared him to an animal at a zoo that everybody's too sad to kill.
Ooh.
And it got a, you know, it was a little spicy, but at the same time, like by the time I was done with the video for the most part, because it took a while, like I flew. Like I flew out to a different place and like shot stuff. Like it was a bit of an undertaking, and it's probably a good video, but I felt like if I made it, it would actually like bolster him because he had lost so much of his relevance and so much of his audience. Like it felt like I was doing a favor for
he's
him.
a turd of a human being, though. For real.
He does suck, and but no, believe me, it's not because I feel bad about making fun of him. It's that I felt like it would help him, and I didn't want to help him.
Like he's definitely like what happens when you come in a rag constantly.
Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus.
And I've had similar ideas. Look, I probably
you-
am. I'm still probably gonna make this video, so I don't want to spoil it. But
Keep
there
popping
is.
off to the fucking rag, and it's like, dude, that rag is more related to you than like your parents. You keep popping off into it, man.
Because there's part of me that's like, look, I've been through a lot over the last like several years. Like I understand that, people like I've also had just experiences with friends of mine where it's like, people have their moments where they fuck up, and people, I don't think everybody should necessarily be judged in perpetuity for their worst moments. However,
I'll be right back. Just give me a second.
I do have people. I have a list of people that if I were to throw my hat in the ring again of being like somebody who really talks shit, I have a couple of people in mind for the subject of that kind of video.
Not busting in that fucking rack, bro. Just get it. Like seriously.
But I'm also just trying to be a little bit less toxic.
Like, stop coming in that rag.
Like, genuinely, like, because I don't know, the internet sucks. And, like, I don't know.
I think the toxicity of the internet has become so potent. Like,
I don't want to, like, lay in on someone if I really feel like they...
I don't know, man.
I have to be really sure that they are the worst person and have made no effort to improve. That's why I was making that no bullshit video until he lost his relevance, because he's like, he had so many years to be just smarter and better and less of a piece of shit, and he just didn't do it. So, like, I feel like I had free reign with that, and I probably would have put it out if he didn't, like, stop posting. But I don't know where that guy is. He just vanished off the face of the earth.
He died. He went back to hell.
The animal at the zoo that everyone's too sad to kill. It was definitely the punchline of the video.
No, you have to be less toxic, dude. Because there's so many toxic people already on the internet. It's like over. It's like
that's the thing. But I feel like there can be a positive toxicity. You know, I feel like you can be a toxic. I feel like you can be a positively toxic person.
I think we had it, but it always gets fucked up because we had it with iDubbbz. I think iDubbbz was a positive toxic person.
iDubbbz was that exactly. Like, he was like a very toxic person, but he was very clearly like working within a framework that made ideological sense.
But what happened is that toxic mentality breeds people that don't understand context.
That's kind of the thing. Yeah.
Because like the way people fucking tripped out about iDubbbz thing, I was just like, what?
Yeah, it was a very weird thing.
I don't like bullying. I really stand against it. I've always been against bullying people.
I'm absolutely not.
Humbling is necessary. Bullying is a different thing. Bullying is like abuse. Humbling is absolutely necessary, though. You gotta humble people.
I love getting an ad for the Halo show on your stream. Hell yeah. Because you should stream only the first round of Gears 2 Horde mode for the next stream. Like that giveaway that we promised for like one lucky fan. If you donate $1,000 to the Snark Tank, we will personally play approximately 30 seconds of Gears of War 2 Horde with you. That is our gift to you. I think that's worth a 1,000. Ooh. Okay. Every $1,000 gives you 30 more seconds. Damn it. What got you?
Guy I wasn't paying attention to.
Ah, perfect grenade. You couldn't have asked for a better one. Smokey, what are you doing? We're just chilling. We're just chilling in the Discord if you want to pop in. Be a piece of shit. Come on, baby.
Active camo inbound.
Killing spree.
Active camo available.
The issue is, it's like I'm gonna have to if I jump back into the ring of just like making videos on people, I gotta deal with like their idiot fans. And that's like the least fun part of it. You know? Murdered. Are we stomping? I kind of feel like we're stomping.
15-9. We're doing pretty good.
We're doing pretty good. All right. That's good. That's all I need. All right, we're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing pretty solid.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Low on ammo.
Ah! Oh, ooh, that was
Yeah.
that was a little yikesy. Oh, you fucked up, bro. Damn it! We lost! If you go for it, you'll want to completely black yourself out for a bit. Well, the thing is, like, people have gotten very stupid. You know?
Halfway to victory.
Like, I don't have faith
Items up for grabs.
that people wouldn't be the worst and stupidest people in response to any. Because my real because here's the thing, the people that I would make videos on are very, very political people. You know, people who have people who are like undoubtedly very one-dimensional and very they're not really engaging honestly.
And they also thrive on that conflict.
Right.
So, to a degree, you're handing them content.
That's the thing too, yeah. Because the thing is, it's like, I don't know. I saw this video of like Sargon making a video about, he made a video response to internet comment etiquette. And it was like one of the dumbest things I think I've ever seen. Because I was like, why did you fucking... I don't know. Like, I remember watching that video from Internet Comment Etiquette, and I remember being like, that was funny. It was exactly the kind of shit that we would always, that we would all make back in the day. But because it was like one side versus the other, it suddenly wasn't funny. And it's just like, this is so pathetic.
I don't know how that guy's alive.
Who's Sargon?
No, the guy who just killed you. Like, I emptied half a clip into him. Grenades were going off all around him, and he was just like, his shield was popped, but he just wasn't dying. You know.
It's always interesting when some YouTuber falls from grace, and it's just I just dive into all the videos making fun of him. Yeah, it's
Active camo.
I don't know, man. It's just so weird. Like because the problem isn't even necessarily that they've changed. It's that they've changed in such a way that like is so obviously embarrassing. Like, it's one thing to just like shift your, like, it's almost like with man, what the fuck was it? I totally forgot. It's like when Joji went from Filthy Frank to doing music. It's like, that was cool. Like, that was like, oh, neat. All right, cool. It's like a very, very different thing, but it's not like, but like, imagine if Joji went from making Filthy Frank videos to then like doing like ContraPoint style video essays. You'd be like, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? This is so weird.
5 minutes remaining.
This is like such a baffling thing to do. And for Sargon to be like, for Sargon to make a video about the left is obsessed with race. And it's like 43 minutes of a guy being obsessed with race. You'd think that like something in your head would be like, hold on a minute. Is this embarrassing? You know, it's like one of those things. It's like, it's just the basic self-reflection that like nobody in the political YouTube sphere has. and it's part of the reason why like I fucking fell off that shit so quickly. Like people like pretend like I stopped making super political content in like 2020 or something, or like 2021. I stepped away from that shit in like early 2017. Like that was when I started making like, I'm gonna walk around this fucking mall with Legos in my shoes just to suffer, and like, hey, here's a weird wide web about some fucking bullshit, or here's like corporate meme ads, and like every now and then I'd talk about something that was like dumb, like a cringy rap video that some fucking political party made, but it was always just to make fun of the presentation of just the cringeworthy idea that doing like sending your message to kids through rap, like just the idea that would work, you know, is insane. Arguably Snark Tank gets political. Well, yeah, but that's like a pod. Like anytime you're talking about things, there's, you know, we're obviously going to talk about things that like have political implications. Like podcasts are like, if you're talking about news and current events, like you're always going to talk about something political.
Yeah.
But it's just very bizarre to me that like, because everybody started taking themselves so seriously. Everybody started being like very, very didactic with the way that they were talking. It was like it was suddenly, it wasn't about like poking fun at dumb shit that was constantly trending. It was about teaching people that my ideology was perfect, or that like, our side versus them, you know. And I never felt that way. I just felt like, oh, this is just kind of silly. The only time I ever felt like it was me versus them was in situations where they made it specifically about me. Like when Kotaku ran an article about me, or when a bunch of people on Twitter were like trying to police my relationship, you know? That was the only time I ever like made it personal. But for some reason, like, I don't know, everybody's like fucking... It's so weird, just the way people went. You remember how we used to make fun of people for watching movies and being like, this movie is racist because it has fucking a million white people and it's about Vikings. You know? You remember back in the day when that was a really common thing? That's stupid. It was stupid then and it's stupid now. But now you have the same people being like, there's a black woman in Lord of the Rings? This is fucking woke garbage. I fucking hate it. I'm so upset.
It's that weird hill that people die on. It's like, what, dude?
Your first mistake is caring. It's entertainment, okay? And there are like ways that you can dissect it, and like, sure, like everything has deeper meanings and whatever. But like, Lord of the Rings isn't racist because there's no black people in it. And a black actress in a Lord of the Rings adaptation isn't like that. Believe me, that's not what's going to make that show bad. There's a million other things that in all likelihood is going to make that show bad. I remember when I first heard about the Halo show, and they were like, they casted Captain Keyes as a black guy, and I remember thinking like, oh, it's like a little weird. I remember feeling like weird about it because I was like, why? Because I was coming from the perspective of somebody who's like, all right, if you're jumping into the games, right, after the show, and nobody looks how they look, you're probably going to be a little bit confused and maybe even disappointed in the game. It sets up like really weird expectations. And I watched the first episode of the Halo show, and I thought that guy did a great job as Keyes. In fact, it was like the least distracting thing about the episode. You know? So believe me, the black woman in Lord of the Rings is not going to make that show bad. In the same way that Lord of the Rings original movies being pretty much an all-white cast didn't make those movies racist. It's just like very weird obsessions over
Weird
fucking
lines
dumb
that
shit.
Draw on the sand.
Huh?
Weird lines to draw on the sand. That's where.
It's weird because it's like it shows like that weird level of like prejudice that comes from those groups. Like I don't know, like I'm an avid like fantasy and indie player, but then seeing how staunch some people get about orcs can't have Orcs are dumber. They're just dumber because it's like, why? That's such a weird like land to die on. Like there's so much more that distinguishes them based on intelligence. If they could probably like, if you put an orc in like a city that grows up like around tech, it's probably gonna be a smart orc. It isn't just.
I guess I don't know anything about D&D.
It's just the idea, like these weird lines that are drawn in the sand when it comes to the fantasy community.
The only politics I care about is how big Black Cat's tits are in different Spider-Man shows. That is an important conversation.
Yes,
The most
definitely.
important thing ever, dude.
It is a conversation worth having.
Black Cat, more like fucking. I'd fuck that bitch.
God, Black Cat was so fucking hot. It's insane. The orcs in Warcraft 3 were pretty smart.
They're very fucking smart, dude. They're very fucking smart.
Yeah.
Fucking what's his name? Except for what's his name? Is it Grom? Grom Hellscream?
Gromit?
Grommit's the son, I think. Or no, Gromit is the dad and Grom is the son, right?
There's an orc named Gromit?
Gromit, I think, or Gromish.
Like Wallace?
No, it's Grom Hellscream. Yeah, Grom becomes like a blood orc, and then he gets infected by the blood orc syndrome, and he dies. And his death makes me so sad because he kind of just stands there and tanks an explosion to the face. And I'm like, no, don't die. You're my favorite character. Why did you have to die?
Sargon's response... Oh, fuck. Sargon's response to comment etiquette felt so weird to watch. He was literally complaining that Americans are culturally appropriating English mythology. Yeah, literally. Which, by the way, is
So fucking crazy. That's
in direct hypocrisy. Like, guys, this is what I'm saying. A lot of people, like, I see this sentiment a lot. It's like, I used to have an anti-SJW phase, and it's like, no. The thing you thought was stupid before is still very much stupid. It's just that all the people who were telling you that are now doing that again. They're just doing that. Americans making a Lord of the Rings show isn't culturally appropriating English mythology. The art still stands. Lord of the Rings will continue, will always be there. There will always be that fucking show, or that movie, that series of movies. And the idea is, like, I think he was making this weird argument, too, about how, like, the intent of the author matters, and how, like, oh man, I forgot what it is that he was saying. He was something like, oh, it should art should only exist as the author demands it. And it's like, I guess, like, fair enough, but like that still doesn't have any bearing on the original Lord of the Rings are still there. Like they're complaining about it as if they took all of the original Lord of the Rings movies off the shelves and re-edited them and, like, CGI'd, like, minorities in there to be up to date.
Oh, join in the chat, bro.
Oh, yeah. Let's, hold on. Yeah, let me, huh?
Is he not in a server?
He was, but, like, I had a couple people in here that hadn't popped in for a while, so I cleared it up. Also because, like, I was adding everybody, and I didn't want random people getting that at. But let me get you in here, man.
5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining. Actman.
That guy thought he was gonna get a free kill on you, and I took him out.
Yeah, there you go.
What an idiot.
Yeah, because I don't like, if I have, like, a big server, I don't like to at everybody. You know? Because it's just, like, I don't know. I don't like bothering. Have a nice day, Chris. Sent you the message on Twitter. I'll get to you, Zach.
Hey, yo.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good.
What's going on, bud?
You started my second playthrough of Elden Ring.
Nice. I'm still on my first, and I don't want it to end. I'm really dreading finishing
every area except maybe a couple. Ended at like 120 hours.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm at like 75, I think, right now.
I also did a lot of PvP.
Oh, I can't do it. I can't do PvP in these games.
Oh,
It feels so
man.
alien.
It's really fun. It's super fun, but it's like I just can't stand being invaded. I don't mind PvP because like that's where you do that, you know. But like I can't stand being invaded. It fucking bothers me.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
The trick is to do it with your friends and just agree not to do any of those cheeky ass bleed builds.
Yeah. It's just not fun
Who would make
with
a
the
bleed
fucking
build,
bleed
right?
katana.
Well, dude, like the bleed in this game is so fucking stupid. Like it's so broken.
It's stupid strong.
Yeah.
I got broken by Bloodborne's PvP, so I'm kind of like I can't put my heart and soul into something like that again. I played so much. I played it like every day for like months.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah,
shit,
Chris, I
is
miss
this
your
thing-
videos.
Yeah, me too. I'm working on like so many at once. I've like focused on the recap, but then like this fucking Will Smith shit happened, and it's like I gotta fucking. It just
Yeah.
the thing that keeps happening is like I'm almost done, and then war in Ukraine, and I'm like cool, and I just have to film a whole nother fucking thing and make it funny and weird. And then like, oh, I'm done. It's like, oh, the fucking Oscars and Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, and it's like, God fucking Christ.
I would
It's
just,
happened like 8 times already. The video's so long.
would
I
tie it
might
off.
cut it. You know what it is? I'm probably gonna cut some stuff out and like put like make like extras for like patrons or something.
You
Because
could, I would say just tie it off, and then as the other stuff is coming up, just start going right into the next one. I don't think anyone's going to be upset if you have like 2 recaps in a row, or you split up a huge recap into 2, more digestible chunks.
yeah, but I kind of like long videos is where it's at anyway.
I don't
Like
think you need to
people
really
like that shit.
put
Well,
too
when I
much
say short,
thought
I
into
don't
the videos.
necessarily mean like 5 minutes, but
I
mean,
know.
if you're-
I'm very aware that I could just very lazily put something together, but I just I don't have it
it's
in.
Just like don't worry about the timing of stuff. Like I just posted the Vanguard review like 4 months after it came out. You know,
That's
more what I'm getting at.
that's true.
yeah.
Video, mind you,
Like your content's entertaining, even if it's like, even if you're talking about something I don't even know anything about, I still watch it.
Yeah, I think people who are popping onto your channel to see your take on something are there to see what your take is, rather than give a shit about whether or not you were, on.
Oh
time.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
The meme has always been that that I'm late to the party. I've always been late to the party, but in that lateness, I get the privilege of actually working on something that isn't just standing in front of a webcam and ranting. Which is what I want to avoid. Like I don't want to just be like, oh hey, here's the same take you heard a million times. I want to be like, hey, here's a fucking absurd drone shot for no fucking reason.
Yeah. I think we kind of had this conversation where I kind of experienced a similar thing with that Rule 34 shit. As soon as some, halfway decent looking shit comes out, everyone in my field has to like hop on, doing art of this.
yeah.
It's like I don't like doing that. Not a super interesting character, a highly anticipated thing for myself. I don't like doing that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's I know what you're saying. It's probably I just have like a what is it, a weird hang up about that.
Yeah,
Where,
I
like,
got
it's
mine
just-
on content too, but I think if you learn to let go of some of that,
Active camo
like there's times when I've been editing something, and I'll be like, oh man, I remember I had to cut this, but nobody fucking knows that. Nobody watches the video and was like, oh man, I wish this Black Ops 2 video had an opening skit. They just watch what I made, and it's like,
Yeah,
does that
yeah.
make sense?
No, you're totally. I acknowledge that you're totally right. This is all just psychologically dumb.
As soon as you're able to overcome it, you're gonna unlock Ultra Instinct.
Yeah, the thing. Well, the thing for me is I actually have like the problem that I have is that like sometimes I'll like I'll just spend so much time on something and then I'll think of something else and then I'll work on that. Like I have like I think 5 scripts right now that I've been writing like in tandem with each other because like my focus just gets diverted so often. And I was talking to like my cousin about it, and he was like, "Do you think you have like ADHD?" And I was like, "I don't think so." And
that
then like
sounds like it. That absolutely sounds like it.
No,
That's what
yeah,
I have.
no, I know, but like I didn't. He was like, "Oh, well, like what do you do when you?" Because he knows that like I have trouble sleeping, I have like insomnia issues, and he was like, "Oh, how do you like? What do you do when you go to bed?" And it's like, "Oh, usually I like."
Oh yeah, you were talking about this the other.
Yeah,
day.
like like I get on my phone and then I'm like, all right, well, what's going on Twitter? And then I see something, it's like, what? Will Smith slapped a guy? And then I look up the video and it's like, oh, that's crazy. And then I remember like, what was that scene from Will Smith like in fucking Fresh Prince where he was crying because Uncle Phil and him were talking about his dad leaving him? And then I watched that video and I was like, damn, that's really good acting. And then I was like, I wonder if there's like master classes on this. And then you look up like, oh my god, what the fuck? How many master classes are there? There's like a bunch of like fucking. There's like master classes in lawn mowing. Like, what the fuck is this? And then like that's an idea for a video, and then I start writing stuff down, and then I make a joke, and then I'm like, oh, that joke works better in this video, so I'm gonna go back to that video script and put that in there. And then I read that video script, and then I'm like, I should restructure this so the joke makes sense. And it's like, and then as soon as I told him all that, he was like,
sounds like AIDS in your brain.
yeah. And then he was like, yeah, you should probably like maybe check to see if you got that because I think you might. And I was like, maybe.
That's bedtime with Chris Ray gun right there.
I just need like to focus, and that's like my biggest problem right now. And it's just gotten worse as like just I have so much more to focus on because as you get older and you just have different things to fucking focus on, like just buying property and just like all these other like starting a proper business, like it just becomes like harder and harder to focus on one thing.
Making sure
when I was
your
younger,
house isn't a complete fucking wreck if you want to invite someone over.
Yeah, just like basic shit that like I used to not have to. All I had to worry about when I was a kid was going to work, and then that's it. Like, I would go to work, I would clock out, and after that, I would just be like, I would play video games, I would make videos, and I would have no issues at all. I had, like, 2 important things going on at once, one of which was arguably not really that important. So, like, now I've got, like, employees, technically, and, like, just all sorts of shit where it's like, okay, well, I should probably get a handle on this. I do know, like, once I get one video out, though, it usually is this kind of, like, floodgate effect where, okay, that video's out. That's one less thing. So now my focus is a lot more. Like, I could definitely, like, put out, like, several videos in, like, even just, like, a 2-week period as long as I get that first big one done. That's ADHD. I have it, and yeah, I go through the same shit. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I was very adamant about like not getting that diagnosis because like I always thought for some reason like my brain was like, oh, if I don't know it, then it's not real. Yeah, exactly. But you know, if there is actually like, you know, some medical thing I can do to help it, I should at least give it a shot, I guess. But I am excited about I think the recap is so fucking ridiculous. I guess because it has to be. It's so fucking long.
Are you including Will Smith stuff in that?
Yeah. Yeah. There's too many amazing tweets. There's too many amazing tweets about it.
I was flooding you with some last night, and then I felt bad. I was like, oh, I sent him like 10 of these fucking things. That shit.
No, it's all good. Because I need like a bunch. I need a bunch to just like spam on screen at once.
Did you see mine?
Your the Will Smith tweets?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know.
I put a meme. I made a meme real quick on it. It's on my Twitter.
Send it in the. It's on your Twitter?
Yeah.
I'm getting my shit rocked, so I might as well just fucking. There are some fucking solid memes, man. Why does your name not come up when I say act? Oh, there it is. Is that a fucking Call of Duty beam? That's so that's so stupid. Dude, fucking Will Smith, man.
Dude, it's Will Smith. Like, he's gonna be around for a while.
Yeah,
but
he'll be fine. But like,
they gave him a standing ovation after assaulting the fucking host.
it's so crazy. It's like I felt like I was watching like some sketch comedy show.
Like
Derek,
like Derek comedy.
Oh, yeah, totally. It felt like a Gambino sketch.
That could be a skit. That could totally be a skit where some guy in the audience keeps coming up and fucking assaulting the host, and it just gets more and more ridiculous, and then he apologizes after he wins all these awards and just always gets a standing ovation.
Yeah. It's so fucking insane. I guess you could say I'm a lot like my character in King Richard. It's like such a weird fucking, like, it almost felt like self-promo in like the most awkward way possible. It'd be like Charlie Chaplin. It'd be like Charlie Chaplin killing somebody. And then he goes up on stage and it's like, well, in The Great Dictator, I suppose you could say that. I suppose you could say I was simply embodying the character.
I suppose you could say that.
I actually don't know if Charlie Chaplin is British. I don't think so.
No.
Is there audio of him speaking? Because now that I think about it, he was in...
That's when his career took a turn.
Oh, really? Because his voice sounded like a goblin or something?
He wasn't much. Yeah, he wasn't much of an actor when it came to acting like the talkies.
He was like a physical... He was like a Buster Keaton
the
type.
The talkies. Yeah. I love that term.
Yeah, it is crazy.
That's what they called him, yeah. But yeah, as soon as he tried to make that transition over to talkies, his career just did not. It just went into decline. And
yeah.
really...
Hi everybody, it's me, Charlie Chaplin.
Oh, didn't you hear his speech in Great Dictator?
No. Well, actually, yeah, I must have. I guess it just didn't stick out to me.
He sounded like a normal person.
Yeah, but he didn't sound like a normal person back then. Back then, a normal person sounded like, well, here we are, and you know.
A normal person sounded like Hidden Xperia.
Well, he was so.
Hey, here we are.
Yeah, he was so cartoonish before that sounding normal probably.
Yeah.
Broke that illusion.
Did you guys happen to see the Hindenburg disaster? Quite lovely. What a show!
What a show!
Just the compressed mic. I want to have like a. I wish I could have like a Discord like chat room, like a voice chat where the compression is fucked, like it's and everybody sounds like they're from the 40s. Like that'd be so fucking
amazing.
fun to do just like a radio show from that. But
getting crazy frame drops all of a sudden.
Really, in Halo Infinite, you don't say.
I don't normally get them, so this is a new experience for
That's
me.
crazy. What? The game is unstable? What?
See, I miss talking to you guys. You guys are always fun.
Yeah, we're chilling. We like
what is
to
this,
have
Elden
fun.
Ring?
Yeah, this is the PvP to Elden Ring. No, that would be so sad. I can't do fucking Elden Ring PvP. I can't do it. It makes me too bad. Everybody has the fucking bleed builds, man. Like everybody. Like everybody's like running into me with like the fucking Moon Veil and that swishy swish blood blade or whatever the fuck it's called. And
Dude,
I'm just
I've been doing like fight clubs with fans. Oh god, and like going to secluded places, and some people have used cheeky builds, but you know, I could always be like, all right, none of that. Like some guy abused this glitch where he sent an invisible projectile out that one-shotted a guy. Like I have a clip of it. It's literally it's one of the most bullshit things I've ever seen in this game.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'm just not having a fun time with that PvP. Like, and I don't really
the PvP.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really, I don't really engage with PvP in Dark Souls.
Have you tried getting good there, Christopher?
I can't do it. I like Dark Souls. I always view as like, or these games in general. I always like, sweet. It's like a really well-designed game, and I get satisfaction out of like beating the challenge of it. But like, as soon as another person gets involved, it just sort of feels like, I don't know. It feels like it's a bit. I don't want to say tacked on is the right word, but it doesn't feel like, it almost feels like I'm playing a different game.
Yeah. Dude, I,
And
I summoned a guy for a boss, and it's like, have you fought O'Neill?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So there was a time where I fought him, and I summoned a guy, and he literally just used the laser thing and took him down to like 10% health.
Yeah.
Like I walked into the boss room, and he used that laser move, and he just stood there, and the boss was at 10% health in like 5 seconds.
That's insane. The laser builds are fucking ridiculous. Like that fucking the moon Kamehameha thing that like that Renala has, I think. It's so fucking strong.
But see, like something like that is broken in certain PvE encounters, but in PvP it's like, okay, that shit's so easy to dodge.
Yeah, because you're locked in, right? You can't like move
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it's not like a fucking sentinel beam. But yeah, I don't know. I've been playing so many fucking games lately, though. It's like because I have to keep up with what the hell's new for the PlayStation show that I co-host. And my God, Horizon was such a fucking... I can't even describe to you how like frustrating it was to play Horizon and Elden Ring at the same time.
I saw that little video you
They
made.
have some. They also have a couple controls that are opposite of each other.
Yeah, yeah. It's very frustrating. And then
So
it's
like,
just, dude.
I meant to be stealthy, not drink my fucking thing.
Yeah, it's also just been very. It's just been a really solid. I don't know, man. Like the first like 4 months alone of this year have had like some pretty fucking solid games compared to last year. Like last year was a drought. And then this
last
year,
the best-selling game was COD Vanguard.
yeah, that should tell you. It had so much promise too, not Vanguard, but just like that year.
Yeah, dude, like
Infinite
worst-
Battlefield and Call of Duty launching at once. It was like we were gonna see who was gonna duke it out, and they all just sort of fucked up in some miserable
they
way.
all just lost. None of them won.
Yeah.
I mean, Call of Duty will always technically win because the majority of its sales come from people who don't give a shit if the games are bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. It's
what I call like the Madden syndrome.
the Madden syndrome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because,
just people who just like know the name brand, so they stick with it. Yeah.
Yeah, like when people say casual gamers, I think of people who play video games and they don't engage in any discourse online about it.
Yeah, like they don't think about it, or they're not like curious at all to like.
Yeah,
'Cause
they
I-
just play the game because it's fun for them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But
Yeah. I wish I could be that again sometimes. It was a much simpler time, a lot less disappointment.
I mean, Elden Ring is pretty much making up for a lot of shit.
Yeah, I feel that way too. It feels very much like it's. I had to check myself though, because after Elden Ring, I was getting optimistic about other games. I was like, whoa, maybe things won't suck. But like I was like, oh wait a minute, haha, wait. Next fall is going to be so interesting because next fall Call of Duty isn't going. So
No, I think it is. It's
No,
the
they're-
year after that.
2023 I think is the last year, right? Because this year there's one, we know that. But I think 2023
Oh,
is
yeah.
when they
Yeah,
said
this
that they
year.
were 2023 is when they said that they were going to. I think Call of Duty was going to take a break. So keep your eyes out for fall. Keep your eyes out for November 2023, where a boatload of unfinished games are going to be launched to kind of like try and steal the thunder that otherwise would have gone to Call of Duty. I swear to you, you're going to see a fucking launch window of games like you've never seen, and it's all going to be fucked. Because they're
That's a
like, we
great
gotta
point.
get
That's
that
when
window.
The new Battlefield's gonna come out.
Yeah, it's like prime time real estate. We gotta get it. Here's Beyond Good and Evil 2. And it's gonna be a fucking disaster, man. It's gonna be so sad. But I was getting optimistic, so I had to check myself. Is a sad statement. It is, but I mean, I don't know. This last 2 months have been pretty solid. In fairness, like I think Sifu was fucking dope. I think Horizon Forbidden West was it was solid and it was good for what it was for sure. Elden Ring's obviously crazy. And then Tunic just came out and apparently Tunic's really good. I've actually been enjoying.
What is Tunic?
Tunic's like that. It's like a dungeon crawler, like isometric Zelda type game, but it's supposedly doing really well. I had my eye on it a couple years ago. Oh yeah, the Witch Queen was actually like the first good Destiny expansion in like fucking forever.
What's Tunic on? Like what platform?
Tunic is I think it's on PC and Game Pass. I might be wrong. Tunic is great, man. It's a Souls-like actually. Oh really? I didn't even. It looks like Zelda game, but I've been thinking, but like Ghostwire Tokyo is also something that's like kind of it's not. I wouldn't say it's as good as any of the other ones that I've talked about here, but it's really unique and kind of cool and interesting enough. So it should be a good year.
Should be a good year.
Should be a good year, old chap. Is that Sweeney? Sweeney? Are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What the hell are you doing over there, huh?
I'm at my stream, and I'm having a
He's
conversation.
here. He hasn't said anything, right?
I need to play Ghostwire, but the reviews bum me out a bit, so I'm going to wait. Yeah, like look, Ghostwire Tokyo is a video game. It is not going to like suck your dick and marry you. Or cure your fucking diabetes or nothing. It's just it's a solid little game. It's a solid 7.
You need to keep my fucking diabetes out of your mouth.
Which is not bad, man. Like I don't know, like people like this
diabetes.
Diabetes.
Ford F-150.
Yeah, like I don't know, like there's a lot of people who like if a game isn't fucking industry shattering, it's like not a game. It's like no, there's plenty of like Ghostwire is a really solid game. It's like interesting. It's got a nice presentation. It feels like playing through an anime, but like a really like hokey fun one, not like a cringe fucking Fire Emblem
super kind of.
It doesn't feel like you're walking through a visual novel. Have you guys ever seen? There's an anime. Have you ever seen Parasite?
No.
It's kind of like playing through that show in like a way. It's not exactly, but like just the vibe of like, oh, there's like this entity living in you, and you got powers, and you do fucking cool magic shit, and it's kind of dope. It's not like the greatest anime you're ever gonna see. It's probably not even in the top 10, but it's pretty solid.
Most anime is garbage, so.
That's true. That is true. In fact,
as someone that's watched
Attack on Titan's pretty solid. I only saw like a little bit of Attack on Titan, but I liked it. But the thing is, it's like the problem with Attack on not the problem with Attack on Titan, but the problem with anime for me, it's like if I see a new show, I'm like, oh cool, I have to wait until this is over, because otherwise I don't want to be on another fucking One Piece situation where it's like episode 2016, Luffy buys a bagel, and it's like,
dude, the last few chapters of One Piece have been so good, man.
Nah, it's too late, man.
Like, 10 chapters have been like.
It's too late.
It's just too late. I can't fucking.
Several years worth of practice would eventually yield decent results, right?
I think One Piece has a lot of merits in its own right. It's a really good series about world building. It's a very good world. It's really interesting. A lot of cool characters. A lot of like lore that exists independent.
I can't stand One Piece. I think everybody's so fucking ugly. They
look ugly. I give you that. They look ugly. The art in a manga sometimes is really cool, but they do look very not attractive.
Fun fact.
It's like watching Rugrats anime or something. Like everybody's so fucking gross.
It's not even that. It's just like there's no consistency in design. I'm not even an artist, but I can see the problem where like no one looks like they're from One Piece. Everyone just looks like some sort of fucked up, weird, I belong human, or a guy that has a sharp fucking head.
All of our friends who are artists have expressed to us how ugly One Piece is, and that's kind of like, if I know it's ugly and like a bunch of artists know it's ugly, like it's I don't know. It's hard for me to get into.
Have you ever thought, Chris, that maybe you're the one who's ugly?
Yeah, all the time. Every moment of every day.
Like, oh, I read One Piece every week. It looks disgusting though. And I'm just like, what's the point of that?
Yeah, it's I don't know, like it's not a big deal or anything. Like but Attack on Titan looks way better. Like it's a way
Dude,
nicer
Attack
looking
on
show.
Titan is ridiculously good.
Like it had such a bad ending though. I think Attack on Titan like one of the worst.
I haven't seen it.
I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
Oh
but
wow,
it's
that's a first. That's a first in Sweeney history. Him not spoiling something for someone.
I'm gonna wait till the show ends so everybody can see the show ending, and be like,
Yeah,
oh,
the show hasn't ended.
Yeah, I'll
Right.
wait till the show ends, and everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, you're right, Kingston." I'll be like, "Yeah, I know I was right. It was fucking horrible."
All right. Well, no spoilers in the chat. Out of base humanity.
Disagree with Sweeney. It's
I
it's
mean,
a constant ending.
I thought the scene with Joker blowing up the walls was pretty great.
My favorite scene in Attack on Titan is when Eren Yeager says the N-word and does a back handspring and dies.
And that's how he goes out.
That was
That's
crazy.
hard.
I really can't believe they got away with that.
He screams it, dude. Not even as
He
a
screams
Titan,
it
as
at the
a regular
Titans.
man, bro. He's it's regular him when he does it. You can't blame like the Titans' rage. Nah, that was Eren.
Yeah, you have no excuse.
I still can't believe the One Piece is what made the Titans, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know if that's I don't even know if that's a joke because I know so little.
The One Piece.
Too,
The
Chris.
One Piece.
Like they're having an argument about like politics, and then Eren just
be right
walks in the middle of the room, kind of dazed, like, "What's wrong, Eren?" He's like, "Nah," and he screams it real loud, and then he like does a flip that, lore canonically he can't do, and he dies. It's really fucking sad.
Hey, let me ask you something, Kingston. If you ever wanted to write a video, would it just be characters that you know and love saying the N-word?
It would be so funny, dude.
Because I swear to God, that is the only every time we've had a conversation,
Like,
every
dude,
but
imagine
every time we have a conversation about anything, it's just like your big idea is his
It's
guys.
fucking-
Wait, I've got a great idea.
because it's a wellspring of comedy that has not been touched.
You're out of your
For
fucking
good
mind.
reason.
So what, all right? If it's good reason or not, it still hasn't been touched. All right?
It's been touched on. Turn up Sween. I have him turned maximum, guys. It's not my fault that he's using a Motorola Razr to talk to us.
Are you telling me that Donald Duck saying the N-word outside of his accent wouldn't be hilarious?
Yes, it would be funny, but what are you doing? It's the same joke over and over again.
And it would get hits, bro. It would get hits after hits.
You're like if TikTok was a person.
That's not true at all.
So disrespectful.
That was actually that's actually me. That's actually me. I'm sorry about that.
No, you're not. You fucking said it, you idiot.
No, I mean I'm sorry. I actually am sorry. That's actually like not cool.
I don't like
I think
this remorse you feel. Like it feels so disingenuous, but also kind of like demeaning. So like eat dick and die.
no, that's actually real.
It's so foreign. So
I've never felt.
strange.
It's been a long time since I felt genuine remorse over something I've said.
That's crazy. I feel that every week.
I don't say anything. Well, it's a
I'm
lot
like,
easier when you're never wrong. You know,
That's called sociopathy, kids.
I'm just not wrong. It's not my fault. I'm not wrong.
It's not my
But
fault.
it is your fault that you're so right.
Yeah, that is all my doing.
It's not my fault I fell from the sky and was blessed by the deities to be the rightest person ever. I'm Chris. I make videos once every few years.
They're kind of good videos, though.
They're not bad though, right?
They're not bad though. It's far from the worst. I generally feel remorse about everything I say. What guys? What are you saying every day that you have to feel remorse? Well, like, what are you doing?
maybe stop and think about what you're saying.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. Where it's like, if you're feeling remorse about everything you say every day, maybe think about what the fuck it is you're saying. Yeah, if you're going around being like, oh, I can't wait to walk into this homeless shelter and berate all the kids for being orphans, then yeah, I suppose you would feel remorse.
That's so textbook mean. It's like, what's your deal, dude? I can't wait to make fun of orphans. Who does that?
What are you gonna do? Tell your parents? It's like it's
You should be tranquilized.
Let's find us some targets.
say you should be tranquilized.
Yeah, if you make fun of orphans, kind of piece of shit.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Do you mean euthanized?
No, tranquilize, like put to sleep, not put down.
Wait. Wait a minute. The problem with what you're saying is that it's everything that you're saying is euphemistic for the other thing.
Like, you don't kill somebody, but you definitely like knock them out or something.
Chris's
You don't
heart is
kill someone for that.
Chris's heart is blacker than tar. I have a very big heart, actually. Literally, it's enlarged. It's a medical issue.
I can agree to that. I've seen him fall down. He's like, guys, get me up, so my heart beats too hard on the floor. And I'm like, what? And he turns over, and you can see his heart is like directly in the middle of his body, and it's very strange. And is in fact shaped like a heart. The shape.
Yeah, like the Grinch. Sometimes I'll fall asleep on the ground, and then my heartbeat alone will crack the tile or wood.
I don't want to pay for fixing this.
As the great Jax Films once said, "Fuck you, Chris Reagan." That is true.
He said that.
Yeah, it wasn't real. Like, it was like he was just fucking around. Him and Internet Common Etiquette were on, I think, was it the H3 show? Like, it was like years ago. And Eric was talking about like how, I had an idea to do like an advertiser friendly video, but Chris Reagan beat me to it. And Jax Films was like, and Chris,
I love that video.
It's a good one. I that's the one with the. I think that's the one with the void.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bereft of any offensive iconography.
Oh my god, I forgot. I forgot the script to that one.
Well, it's just like bereft. Like, who uses that word?
Yeah, it's a good.
No one modern. No one in this generation.
No, it's a good word.
It's a great word. I try to shove at least like one ridiculous word into a video every now and again. Like a vocab lesson. Jack still never responded to Chris's karaoke request. I talked to Jack recently, I think, about something, but I don't remember what the fuck it was. But yeah, if anybody was like under the impression that was real, like, no. Because like, I remember I got messages about it. It's like, why does he hate you? And I'm like, no, calm down. Like, we're just fucking around. That's a real deformity, by the way. Hearts shaped like cartoon hearts. What?
No.
What? Wait. I should not have.
That's just someone lying for no good reason.
Maybe.
That's just not true.
A cartoon heart disease. Is there a cartoon? If you're Full Metal Sheening me right now, I'm gonna be really upset.
I'm really ashamed that you kind of believe this. I'm gonna be real with you.
Well, because that's not the first time I've heard that. That's like not the first time I've heard it, and the last time I heard it, it wasn't somebody who was like known for jesting. You know? I don't think you're going to see literally a flush, solid red heart in somebody's chest cavity. But I could imagine a disease where there's like a lump on the heart that makes it look like a fucking cartoon heart.
On the heart. It has to be a unique fucking lump because of the fact that a heart and the shape of a heart looks so vastly fucking different.
Yeah, deformities never happen.
It's like having a deformity where your hand looks like a cat's paw. It's like, what the fuck? That's such a wild one.
Chris, that's called gaslighting. Gaslighting isn't even real. You know how insane you sound? You mean you wouldn't beat Jack into a bloody pulp if you saw him in public? Jack's Films and I, we're having a beef actually right now. Like, I'm calling him out. Jack, your name's not even Jack. What the fuck is that, huh?
Yeah, whoa. This is
your name's
to me.
Your name's not even Jack. My name's is really Chris Ray. So I don't know. Maybe one of us is a little bit more. Maybe one of us is a little bit more. I don't know, cool, above board. Yeah.
What do I want to do? Do I want to play?
Above board.
Do I want to play video games, or do I want to watch videos of people getting in car accidents again?
What is wrong with you?
Dude, the early game starting off in Elden Ring with the wretch is just—it's so rough.
Oh, you're playing the wretch right now?
Oh yeah.
Why are you doing that to yourself, dude?
Because it's the best starting class.
You are right, but it's also the most painful.
Why is it the best starting class?
You can do whatever you want.
Because you have
focus. Yeah.
Oh fuck! I went into the trap again.
You have like 10 everything, right?
Yeah. And you start at level 1, so your first 10 level ups are super cheap.
It pretty much gives you the freedom to be able to do whatever you want without like being bad at anything. You kind of just, and then when you respec as the wretch, you can play whatever the fuck you want again.
Yeah.
That's
Nothing's
interesting.
below too much.
I was a bandit.
I played a fucking, I don't know, warrior of some sort, and then like I ended up becoming pretty much a samurai, and I was like, that was a waste of time. I should have started samurai and had 2 katanas, but.
Oh man, I got transported to the Celia Cave now on this new character that just has a club and some gauntlets.
Alas.
I want to make a character that just punches things to death. That's all I want. I want to punch a dragon to death.
Is there a build for that?
Probably
Oh,
not.
you better believe there is.
I mean, I guess you could just
I
max
haven't
out
seen that
strength.
one
or-
yet.
There's definitely gauntlets.
Punches a dragon flat.
Yeah, there's a dragon. You can use the dragon fist that Godric uses against you.
Shield available.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can.
Like that's a fist weapon. It's awesome.
That is really cool.
Godric the Grafted.
That's such a cool concept of like just like a grafted enemy. Wow.
Ooh.
You're crouch strafing in Social Slayer, my guy.
What do you
Jesus
mean? It's all
Christ.
ranked.
Yeah, yeah,
all
you're
free.
yeah, you're right. God, it's so insane. It is so insane that they like didn't understand that. Like I can't. I'm so baffled.
Yeah, dude. Like you can probably still do that, right? You can go into bot boot camp and then just play like shit, and then just go into ranked and wreck people.
Oh yeah, because the bot multiplayer like tracks your fucking matchmaking, right? Or your rank or whatever.
Yep.
It treats your performance against bots as if they were people.
What?
That is fucking crazy. It is.
What?
Yeah.
That sounds so unbelievably stupid.
It
Yeah,
is.
yeah, it's actually
insane.
a huge major exploit. You can basically go into bot boot camp and just lose and just go like 0 and 25, and then you can hop into ranked, and your ranked matches will be easier.
That's like so stupid. It's almost unbelievable.
It is
Yeah.
unbelievable.
Yeah. Welcome.
Welcome.
Halfway to victory.
I kind of want to get Tiny Tina's Wonderland thing.
I don't fucking understand it. How'd you fuck up something so fucking simple? Goddamn, what the fuck? It's the new Halo song. I'm just, I don't know, like, just like the most basic fucking things. I don't understand how you could nail like the hardest things. And then just fumble the bag on such a simple fucking.
I was watching a video actually that kind of went into what led to some of these bad decisions.
Oh, really?
And,
Like, what was the video?
I'll have to go find it, but it was just some random thing that popped up, and I was like, oh, this looks like it might be interesting, you know. And the
Yeah.
guy was talking about how the 343's desire to expand to a more general audience shifted their priorities in such a way that what we consider like the staple experience of Halo was sacrificed in favor of trying to grab that general audience. So things like custom games, Forge, things like that. And in the process, they're like, oh, we're gonna try and grab all this general audience. And in the end, all they have right now is the hardcore people because the general audience left. So the fans are the only ones who are left over, and they're not happy. So
You need
It's
the
almost like
hardcore
a-
fans. Like I've been telling everyone, like yeah, you should play Elden Ring. Like, give it a shot. I'd love to see you play it. I'd love to see you stream it. Like, the hardcore fans sell the game for you. Just like hardcore fans of our channels will be like, will share the video to their friends because they're like, dude, this is awesome. But the hardcore fans for Halo are just kind of like, well, waiting for the game to get better, you know?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a difficult, like, it shouldn't be difficult to sell something that is free.
It was this kind of like weird self-fulfilling prophecy too. That
Well, they've been doing that shit since Halo 4, you know, and they did it with Halo 5. And I don't know if you guys know what the original concept for Infinite was.
No, I
Well,
don't.
if you know it, don't say it. But
Yeah, I do not know it.
they basically wasted years of development making a game that would have been a complete laughingstock to everyone. Like it.
that sounds interesting. I'd like to.
Yeah, I'm very
it's all
curious.
gonna come out eventually, I assume. But I'm not under an NDA. Many other people are, but
That's interesting.
Yeah, I really just can't believe.
I heard. I'll tell you one thing that I did hear, because and this is rumors and speculation, obviously, but there was a point in time many years ago where there was an E3 presentation where several, Xbox took the stage for E3, and there were several computers, several monitors on screen, and throughout the entire show, none of those monitors came into play. Like they never, like, they were just set up there and nothing happened with it. And apparently it had come out. Now, I don't know if this is true. This is just something I've heard from pretty reliable sources, but they're not above question. That they were going to announce or show like a battle, like a Halo battle royale on stage with those like people like playing it on stage, and they didn't have time to like clean up the set or whatever, so they just dressed it up like something different. And I think the reason they pulled it is because I think Battlefield had gone the day before and everybody hated the reception to it, and so they pulled the reveal last minute. Again, don't know if that's true. Very well could, very well could be not. But those monitors have always been curious to me. Like it was just like on stage for no reason. I think it was like 2017, I think, or something. I'm not super sure the year. Maybe even 18, actually. No, because 18 we got the... Oh, maybe? I don't know. I don't remember what year it was. It's just a weird E3. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, there's so many people who know what Halo is and like why Halo is cool and special. I don't know how they can't
trying to turn it into a different thing. Like there are like certain staple concepts to the series that aren't necessarily hard to pin down, and they're not so restrictive that you can't still riff on them a little bit and kind of mess with some things. So it's weird to me that people would get it so wrong, you know, because I feel like there is room to work with there.
Yeah, like Halo 4, your first try, fair enough. Fair enough. You slipped up. Story was mostly pretty solid. Fair enough. Solid first attempt.
it was a complete game.
Yeah, it was a complete game. You know.
It wasn't the best game.
No.
At least it was done.
Yeah, it was done.
But like, as soon as Halo 5 came around, you should have known like what was up. And then like Halo 5 came out and it was a mess, and it's like, all right, that's the second chance. This is chance number 3.
Actually,
you really...
MCC was the second chance.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That was a fucking, and that was like all the work was done for them, and they still somehow fucked it up. It's like, I don't like to be like super negative because I get it. It's like game development's hard, and like that game in particular, I'm a little bit more lenient on just because it's like 7 engines running at once. Like. And it's like seamless matchmaking between them. It's actually like the fact that game works at all is actually like a fucking miracle. So fair enough. Like I get it. It's the only game that does what it does. Cool. Like fair enough. It took you a long time. It really shouldn't have, but whatever.
I mean, it's something we can all always go back to.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is what it was meant to be.
Yeah. No, totally. I think it's a solid spot now, even though they took out open lobbies for no good reason. I think it's cool, but to me, it's just the fact that they fucked this up in the way that they fucked it up. It's not even like because I think the solid foundations of it is really solid. Like I enjoy the actual gameplay of it. and I enjoy the gunplay. I enjoy the movement. I enjoy the movement tech. I even don't hate sprint somehow. But how do you not understand how important Forge and custom games are? How do you not understand how important user-generated content is in the modern marketplace of user-generated content, and how much that sells games, and how much free labor you could have had with 20 million plus players like jumping into a game at launch and being able to be like, hey, you're not really good in multiplayer, you're not really like, maybe you're not like a PvP person, maybe you don't like the campaign, hey, jump into Forge, make a fucking map for your friends to play on, and maybe that'll captivate you in some way. Maybe that'll be like its own gameplay loop for you. That's an entire audience that's being catered to for free, and they're making free shit for your game. It's crazy. This isn't like, and I know a lot of people have made videos about this, by the way, like saying this exact thing, but I didn't get that idea from other people's videos. It's just obvious.
Yeah, almost everyone who's been in the community for a short period of time recognizes that.
Dude,
Like,
you know how excited I was to like jump in and like make like Spider-Man Quidditch?
I'm still waiting for that.
Dude, it's so, and like the second I jumped into custom games and it wasn't working and I realized you couldn't set yourself to have a starting equipment, I was like, how
Oh no.
did they do
Not again.
this? How? It makes no fucking sense.
It's really weird. They basically, I think it was a few corporate dudes, few suits who did a cursory look at what else was on the market at the time, and they're like, oh, here's the, and they had a very superficial understanding of what made these other games popular, and they're like, all right, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna leave all the other shit out and get to it later, because we're trying to capture this, multiple $1 million market. And we're not going to worry about what we consider a minority opinion.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, especially when you consider just the fact that, like, dude, when I played so much Reach, and the majority of that was just custom games.
Yeah.
It was literally just like, oh, Speed Halo, oh, Infection, oh, like custom invasion maps. Like, it was almost like, it was very rarely like proper PvP that I was playing in Reach. Like, sometimes I would jump into it, but that's such a fucking massive boon to a game like this, and it's just so insane that they didn't understand, or they didn't want to understand. It's so, like, I don't know.
During the years of Reach, didn't they also have a thing that was like, it was a playlist where you could play community-designed games?
Oh, like, well, they had Action Sack, which was like,
I think that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, they had that in Halo 3 as well, where it was like, dodgeball and other stuff like that.
Hating playlists, Chris. That sounds like pure heresy.
Yeah. Playlists? What? What's that?
But the UI.
You mean...
It can only support 4.
You mean Slayer with manglers? I don't know, man. Like, it's so crazy to me that they
You know what one of my favorite things was in Halo 3 is team duels.
Oh, yeah.
Just dual wieldable weapons.
Yeah.
That was fun. Now, not even possible.
But they gave up on that since Reach. They're like, fuck it, let's just not balance it. Let's just not.
That makes me so
it's
sad.
Always bummed me because I felt like dual SMGs should have been like a wreck in Halo 5.
Yeah, that's... I don't know. Like, the whole... Their insistence that it's hard to balance a game with dual wielding is one of the most, like, who cares fucking things I think I've ever heard. It's like, so what? Like, you're talking about wanting to have, like, a really competitively salient game, and your choice is to point to something that's impossible to balance, yet was present in the 2 most competitively salient Halo games. What are you talking about? It's impossible to balance dual wieldable weapons, except when it was.
Except when we did it.
Yeah, it's like dual wielding SMGs was fun as fuck. And by the way, the SMG was good as hell in Halo 3. Like, I love the SMG in Halo 3. It's actually fucking...
dual brute plasma rifles. Oh.
Yeah, it's just fun, dude. Like, who cares if it's competitively salient? Just like if you want to have something that's like just competitive, just
Then
take
take
those
the
weapons
weapons
off.
out.
Yeah, just take the weapons off the fucking map.
Take them
But
off
why-
the playlist for.
but I always
whatever your
loved-
Pro Slayer is.
But I always thought it was so cool that, like, even when I was a kid, that was really cool to me. How like the reticles of the guns would fuse together when you had dual wieldable
Yeah.
weapons. I just remember
Yeah.
thinking that was such a cool idea. Because every combo would make this unique reticle. And that's such a simple little thing. But, I don't know, man. I could complain about it for years, but it's not going to make a fucking difference. I've literally, like, I made so many videos, and it's just free information that would have served them very, very well. That they clearly have access to. And I know there are people who are like, well, pff, that guy doesn't make games. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't make games, but I know why I play them.
But I know
Yeah.
what a good
You know,
fucking
like-
steak tastes like. I don't need to be a chef.
Yeah. I don't need to fucking be a chef to know that the half-eaten steak that you served me is half-eaten.
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the steak I ordered?
That is a good.
Who was
I
eating
kind of
it?
wish I had said that before. Like, I don't have to make games to know why I like playing them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking standard that people know. Like, I have this weird feeling that, like, people think everybody who plays their games are stupid. And it's like,
I think to an extent that is kind of true, and I think what we see with 343 is kind of endemic of a lot of like really what would you call them, like AAA developers. And for instance, I read a thing this past weekend that there was a guy who used to work at Blizzard as like just one of the rank and file, not top anything, but he would often tell his boss, hey, I think we should make this change because players are saying this, players are saying that, I went on the board and this is what they're saying, and everyone would be like, shut the fuck up, you don't know what you're talking about, stay in your lane. This guy eventually quits Blizzard, goes to start a consulting firm. Blizzard then hires his consulting firm and pays him 3 times what he made at Blizzard to hear his opinions and nothing else. And I'm like,
You think you want that, but you don't.
it's so fucking crazy. It's like when he's there, they don't want to hear anything he has to say. When the fans say it, they don't want to hear what they have to say. But if he's a consulting firm and he's
Yeah.
3 times more expensive for a fraction of the work,
it's crazy, man. I don't know.
Well, also, like, the Halo fan base is incredibly hard to please because they're very
That's true.
jaded. Like, at this point, everyone's very jaded.
How
Even
could
back
you
in
not be,
when
man?
Halo 2 came out, people were jaded about Halo 2. Like,
Yeah, which is hard to imagine. But
I remember people complaining that, like, why do the elites have voices now? Why don't they talk in, like, alien gibberish?
yeah, there's always going
I do
there's always
remember
going to
that,
be
yeah.
resistance to change, you know. But I don't know. I feel like there's a danger in dismissing all criticism as unreasonable.
there
And
is. It's
the-
this weird echo chamber.
Yeah, and there's a reason why the aliens speak English, and it's because it's way fucking cooler.
Yeah.
I was actually really disappointed in the show when fucking the Prophet was speaking his dumb alien language, and I was like, because that means basically that you know you're not gonna see no Arbiter in that show.
Yeah.
You can't
that's
make
the
you can't make a
Why-
sip.
Because Johnson's not in it, right?
Not yet. I don't think he's going to be in the first season. I don't know. This show's weird. Like, I don't hate it, but I also like I'm kind of just confused as to what it's supposed to be.
I feel like they have this weird insistence on not using fan favorite characters.
So a good chunk of why they've made certain decisions for the Halo show is that they're trying to, they're kind of going like a CW route, and they seem to think that the intrapersonal conflict between the humans is what's going to get, you know, people subscribing to Paramount Plus. And it's like, no, we really don't care about what Master Chief's face actually looks like. We actually like don't care. Oh, someone just ran me over.
Well, my thing is,
I
well, my
didn't want to see his face.
So
Yeah.
I think
I
that-
didn't mind seeing his face because he is. Look, in a TV show, it's like whatever. Like it's a character. Like he can't just be. I get it, but at the same time, and also there's like no. My issue is with how often he seems to have it off. Like apparently, like he has his helmet off in combat at one point. And it's like that's a little dumb.
Well, hey, Chris, think about the Fire Lord in Avatar. You know
What about him?
Like, well, they didn't show his face until like the very last season,
Oh yeah, that's right.
and I feel like that's they shouldn't have shown his face right away. That should have been something they saved for, milked it. Like have the rumor of maybe Master Chief, you're gonna see his face.
I understand that perspective, but also I kind of feel like to build it up like that would almost guarantee disappointment. It's almost like what they did now is just to get it out of the way. Because you build it, you're never going to be satisfied with who he looks like. You're just not going to be.
The reason they did it, and there was an interview where they specifically state why they did it, was they wanted to humanize Master Chief.
Yeah, they've been doing this for fucking years. I don't fucking understand.
They didn't believe he would be relatable if you never saw his face.
He's the super soldier. He's not supposed to be like relatable. He's supposed to
Well,
be like
no,
number 467.
Yeah, I'm just, for me, it's just like, I just don't fucking stand why so many of the decisions made are decisions that feel like first draft decisions.
Yeah.
Like across the board. It just feels
it is pretty insane.
like I don't mind that I'm seeing his face. I don't care. But I also just didn't want a show about the Master Chief.
Yeah, and the thing
if I wanted a Halo show, I would have had like give me Buck and his ODST boys, or give me or give me just like literally an anthology show, or like even just like an animated series about, or like an animated retelling of the fucking games. Like that'd be kind of cool.
It would.
Can you imagine a Castlevania style anime?
Oh hell
Yeah, dude, that Castlevania anime is surprisingly like really good.
Dude, yeah, I remember watching it. Like we in Kingston were like we were ordering food and we got we just ordered like some fucking garbage and we were like, yeah, what are you doing? It's like, nothing. It's like, you want to watch something? It's like, yeah. And we fucking got we just saw this Castlevania show and we were like, oh my god, they made a Castlevania show. The Netflix made a Castlevania show. You want to see how bad this is gonna fucking be? And then we watched the whole fucking show.
And it was really good.
And it was really fucking awesome. And it's like, wow, this is so cool. Like, this is how I want video game adaptations to be, like, just animated, because I feel like you could just... I feel like you can capture more of the aesthetic. I feel like you can capture more of the tone that way. Live action is just inherently jank. Like, you're never going to get things looking right. Imagine a live-action Castlevania. That would suck so much balls. It would be insane.
If they're going to do a live-action Halo... like you said, focusing on different characters, but it would have been kind of cool if Chief was used as kind of like they built up to him. He's not in episode 1. He's not even in episode 2. They build up to him, and when he shows up, he's larger than life.
Yeah, almost like a looming, not looming because that is a negative connotation, but like an ever-present like background presence almost.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of what he's supposed to be. He's supposed to be like this kind of like legend type character.
Yeah.
Like a symbol. Like he's almost like Batman, where like people know he's real, but like there's also like this kind of like this doubt about it, where it's like, is it really like?
Who is the Master Chief?
They've been on this fucking weird ride for a really long time, where they've been like, he's a human, he's a real person, and it's like, yeah, cool. Where's the? I want to see him fight aliens though, and I want to like I just like I don't.
That's all.
That's it. That's it. Like it's.
They should have had
he's
Keith
a 2
David as Arbiter. I mean, I haven't seen much of it, but I mean that would just be awesome.
That would be really lovely.
It seems like an obvious choice to me. Like
yeah.
Keith David came from TV and movies, so just
and a good chunk. I think. They have that Human Covenant character that's in there.
Yeah.
And it's like that is such a stupid decision to make. And again, it was because they didn't think that CG aliens, that an audience could relate to CG aliens. And I'm like, you're shitting
we did
me,
in
right?
2004 with shittier graphics.
Yeah, we did in 2004 where everything looked like it was fucking mud and clay.
Dude,
Like-
the profits in the original Halo 2 graphics, they look terrible now. I'm sorry, they look really bad.
Oh, like that whole game looks pretty rough. Like outside of like the vistas, and I think like some of the like a lot of the character models are pretty rough for the aliens in cutscenes. Still, I love it, but it's definitely a rough looking. It's interesting because I feel like it's aged better gameplay wise than most other old games, but like it looks worse. It's very weird. But they've been on this weird kick for like a long time where there's like the story at the heart of Halo is the story between Master Chief and Cortana, and we all love it, and it's the best thing in the world. And it's like, I don't know, man. I played through the entire Halo trilogy. It's important, sure, but it was never like the main thing that I took away from those games. So it's really weird to me that they focused the last decade on that exact thing.
Yeah.
Like I took away like what I took away from Halo was like, wow, these alien races have like a really like interesting civilization, and wow, humanity's kind of interesting too. Like, and like, this is all like really fucking cool, and what an interesting universe. And it's like, no, but what about these two specifically?
and
it's
nothing
like,
else.
Yeah, you mean like the hologram and the robot? Man, what do you mean? Like, it's cool, yeah, it's interesting as an underpinning, but like I don't know. Halo 2 was amazing, and nothing about Halo 2 was amazing because Master Chiefs and Cortana had like a really bustling relationship. It was just there, and it serviced the story, and it was enjoyable. But like that game is grounded by the Arbiter.
Was doing, because you're like leaving Cortana in High Charity, so it's like the first time she's not in your head.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's important for sure, but like I just always felt like I don't know. I took away from Halo 2 specifically. Wow, the Arbiter's a fucking badass, and like wow. And like, wow, this Covenant civilization is really fucking cool. And like, wow, we're fighting in the area where he got fucking branded with the mark of shame. That's so sick. Whoa, was that Breaking Benjamin?
Yeah.
Like it was just cool. Like it felt like a really fleshed out place that had like a really wide scope, and it felt like you could tell stories in that universe and have anything to do with Chief at all. It's actually what Bungie was doing also with Reach and fucking ODST, which had nothing to do. Like I guess End of Reach obviously like trails into 1 for that full circle effect. But that was more for artistic license of the Swan Song than anything else.
Yeah.
It was never really like. So to me, when they're like, oh, well, we can't make a Halo show without the Master Chief, it's like, yeah, you can. You can't make a Halo game without Master Chief. It's like, yeah, you can. Yeah, they did it several times.
Yeah, 4 times.
Halo Wars 2 is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Like Halo Wars 2, well, the story, like I'm really bad at RTSs, so I didn't play much of it. But the story in Halo Wars 2 is fucking sick.
Halo Wars was the only one I was good at.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Halo, I'm so bad at RTSs, I can't fucking do it. But those cutscenes, man, like Halo Wars 2 is awesome, and it shows that like, yeah, you don't need the Chief all the time. I was actually really disappointed when they announced Halo 4 so quickly, because I thought the precedent set by ODST and Reach was that we were going to get a glut of like really cool like kind of spin-off game. Like we were going to get a flood horror game like Alien Isolation, or we were going to get like maybe like a marine based like ODST type PvP game, or fucking I don't know, some prequel about I don't know, any number, or like an Arbiter spin-off game or something.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have loved all of those instead of just Chief coming back looking completely differently and then being like, "Did you miss me? I'm a completely different character now." And it's like
a game that it just revolved around the unification of Sanghelios would have been a cool game. Like,
yeah,
if you have to put
or
in there to make it interesting, make it like an Oni operative. Like you're an Oni operative in there helping out the Arbiter to unify Sanghelios. Bam, great idea for a fucking.
You know what would have been a really neat fucking idea? The premise of Halo 5 without having Halo 4 at all. Like just the idea of like, hey, here's a new Halo game, and you're playing as the Arbiter, and you're dealing with the aftermath of Halo 3. You're back home on Sanghelios. There's a civil war. There's like splinter fractions of the Covenant. They're fucking running amok, and you're the Arbiter, and you got to deal with shit. And then here's this fucking Oni operative out of nowhere who's like, "Hey, we're looking for the Master Chief.
Where the fuck is he?
Where the
He's,
fuck
like,
is
starts
he?"
Beefing with the Arbiter.
And then you're wondering like, what is he's supposed to be dead? You know, like you, the player, think he's dead because you haven't seen him in fucking forever. That would have been sick. And then in like 2007 was the last time we saw him. Imagine 2017 rolls around. 10 years later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And
You see that visor. And you see him back in the spotlight. It's like, oh, fuck, dude. That would have been so sick.
Yeah, him just showing up in like the third act of the game or some shit like that. Being
Not
like,
even.
here he
Just
is,
like
you know?
the next proper Halo game's announced. In 2017, it's like Halo 4 or whatever. Yeah. And it's been 10 years since you saw him, and you had all these like really interesting spin-off games that were like slowly building this universe.
Yeah.
It's just such a... And this isn't like a modern idea, by the way. This is an idea I remember being excited about when I was younger. Like, I remember being excited at the premise after Reach, being like, wow, I hope we don't see Chief again for a really, really long time, because that was such a nice ending to that story, and it would be so cool to see him
and you
like
got to
way
see
later.
Inside of a Spartan team, you know, you'd spent so much time playing as just a lone Spartan, and then you get to see like kind of like how a Spartan team behaves, you know.
Yeah, 343 has an unhealthy attachment to the Chief. Yeah, it is very... It is so strange.
What else do they have?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, they have the rest of the IP. I mean, just like, dude, you know how many people would have liked that ODST sequel to happen in a fucking game instead of a goddamn book?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did that still. Like, that is still one of the most baffling decisions I think I've ever seen. Like,
and they killed the rookie, didn't they?
Yeah.
They killed the rookie, like, right
they
off
killed the
bat.
rookie. Spoiler alert, by the way, if you still fucking care. They killed the rookie in a book, and then, like, Mickey's a traitor. It's like a whole fucking thing, and it's like, why'd you do this?
The books get so edgy and like grimdark. They're like, everybody is terrible and all of this is corrupt, and it's like,
not even that it's bad. It's just like, why'd you do this in a book? This is like at the end of Halo 5 when like Chief and Arbiter meet for the first time in fucking what, like a decade? It's been literally 10 years. Or not 10 years, but like fucking, it's been a long ass time since Chief has spoken to the Arbiter. They've been bros throughout this entire fucking trilogy, through the entire games that we've set up in the past. They're the only characters that have had an actual interaction in the games. Halsey is a character that really only shines in the book. She only interacts with Chief in the book, right? And so what do they do at the end of Halo 5? They pay this moment off when Chief, Halsey, and Arbiter are together in the same place, and they have Chief address the book character in the game, and then they have Chief address the game character in the book. What are you fucking doing? How do you... It's just so easy. That's what's frustrating, is that it's not hard. It's really not difficult at all.
It wouldn't even have been hard for him to come off the ship with Blue Team, you know, and
it should have been in the script. It should have been in the script.
Arbiter's there to greet him. You know, they shake hands or whatever.
I didn't even need that, man. All I needed,
like
you know what I would have loved. You know what I would have loved.
Brings him to go see Halsey. You know,
you know what I genuinely would have loved. I didn't even need like a line. I didn't need them to even say anything. But what would have been nice is to get that nod.
Yep.
The nod at the end of 3 that they had when they first split apart. You know.
Yep.
When he nods at him after he gains his footing, and then after Arbiter gets out from under the tank, they nod at each other and then they go off on their separate ways. It would have been so sick and so satisfying and so nice. No lines whatsoever, just to see them exchange that nod. But instead, they went with the book character going, "Took you long enough." What? Is that an iconic line? What is that?
Yeah.
It's just like a statement. It's not even like interesting. It's like, "Sorry, Halsey.
Yeah,
I was kind of in a fucking cryptum. I was kind of I was kind of teleported across the fucking universe. Sorry I couldn't be earlier.
But it's like it would not have been hard in that sequence to have multiple characters acknowledged, you know?
But
if you're gonna treat that scene like Master Chief's homecoming, so to speak, you know, like it wouldn't have been hard for, you know, Palmer is relieved to see him because now she feels that
Nobody
that
cares.
hope.
Nobody cares about
So-
Palmer.
She experiences that hope that every other soldier does when Master Chief steps onto the field. Halsey has a lot of conflicting feelings, and Arbiter is glad to see his comrade back on the field. And it's like these are not hard things to show inside a 60-second window.
Well, yeah,
They're
but
really
not at
not.
all.
no, they're really not. But even so, like there are certain things, like I really think, like, and this is kind of why I'm okay with the TV show doing its own fucking thing and like having him talk and like having him like show his face or whatever, is because different mediums demand different things, and different things are important to different audiences. And to me, paying off a book relationship in the game and a game relationship in the book is just so borderline. It's so astoundingly dumb that I can't.
Schizophrenic.
It's schizophrenic. It's like, dude, like, yeah, these are important characters. Halsey's important. Yeah, cool. But you have to know when you're writing the game that you're writing a game, okay? And the people who are going to be playing this probably never read the books. There's a very good chance that it's probably the majority of people. They're not going to understand why Halsey is so important. They're not going to understand any of this. So do yourself a favor, and when you have two video game characters who haven't seen each other in a long time and they're meeting up for the first time, focus on that part. Yeah. And if you're going to write a book where you expand on that, cool. Maybe there is where you have the book character. Mm-hmm. Because they have been following and paying attention to that.
Well, the only reason that I have actually even suggested the things that I have is because I know that 343 for a little bit there really wanted to bring some of the rich lore from the books into the games and vice versa. They wanted them to cross over freely and like people could jump in at any point and all this other shit. So it's like, but that's the only reason I suggest my approach.
Yeah.
Because of that stated goal. And they just didn't do anything to accomplish that goal.
Dude, I still sometimes I still watch. Every now and again, I'll put for cathartic reasons, Ackman. I'll pull up that video you did on Halo 5 ages ago, because I'll put it on. And there's
Which
just
one?
like the one where you're talking about like how you need to read this and you need to watch fucking you need to watch the podcast and you gotta fucking. And it's like it's so insane because like I remember thinking that too, but like just hearing it is satisfying.
It's
and just
cathartic.
like it is, yeah, because it's real. It's like they really did expect you to read the books. They expect you
and
to
do all
read
this
the
shit.
books and read the
And
comic
to know
book.
why
And
Halsey is back. Like, where did she come from? You know, we saw her at the at Reach was at
Some
the start,
fucking
and then
Kingdom Hearts bullshit is what it is.
it is
and then
really.
she appears and like her arm's missing, and this guy I've never met is there, and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you had to play all those Spartan Ops fucking things.
Oh yeah. That plot point didn't even happen in the story. It happened in Spartan Ops.
Yeah, it's the secondary campaign that they never finished.
That was so
basically.
terrible. I hated Spartan Ops.
So much of it was filler. Like I felt like that it had promise. It could have been that thing we were talking about. Like, oh, here's a non-Master Chief story, but you're playing your own Spartan. Your own Spartan is part of the story. That's kind of cool. And they were just like, yeah, but it amounted to nothing. It meant nothing.
We're gonna put some elite AI on Valhalla, and boy, you're gonna think it's new content.
Yeah,
And it's like, all right, cool, fucking god.
that's what modders can do, dude. Modders can do that shit.
Yeah.
Easy.
The saddest thing about it is that it came at the expense of Firefight, which is like, why? I don't know. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Firefight, specifically in like, I don't know. I think Spartan Firefight in particular is kind of boring. Like I liked it in ODST when it felt like you were really struggling. In Reach, you were just like, I'll just put a jetpack on. But I don't know,
be
like,
right back.
yeah, no worries. But it's still something that people care about, you know. It's still like a. It would have actually been cool to see just like an ODST mode, where it's like that's what Firefight was. You were just like an ODST, and you had to fucking still had the visor mode and all that.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Firefight as a mode just in general.
Yeah.
It's the mode that I would kind of like zone out on.
Yeah, it's a good zone out.
Oh, let's see how far I can get.
It gets really intense in ODST.
Yeah, it does.
And I really liked that. I'll take Firefight over Spartan Ops any day. Of course, because Firefight's a sandbox, and Spartan Ops is linear garbage.
Spartan Ops was very repetitive. It was over and over the same shit.
Just makes me sad to see
the missions weren't interesting. They were just kind of like,
yeah. Just makes me sad to see like a franchise that's so good
fails so
treated so poorly by the people who are in charge of running it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they care, right? Like I get it. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't know. Like I know it's hard to make games, so I don't want to be overly negative, but like I don't really think I'm that difficult of a person to please. Like I know that might come across as I actually like I don't think like I have a critical eye for sure, and I definitely have a preference for the classic titles over modern FPS design for sure, but like I'm just asking for I don't even need more than what we had before, but just like what we had before. Give us custom games exactly as we had it. You know? That's it. Like all you had to do
the wheel, you know?
You don't you don't always have to like reinvent everything and like
the custom lobby now system now is just fucking garbage.
It's really that's frustrating. Like I really don't know why they took that out. Like I would have community game days on Twitter all the time, or on Twitch all the time. I'd be like, "Hey, come join my lobby. We're playing Halo 2," and then it would be so easy to get a game together. And now we can't do that because they just took open lobbies out. I don't even think you can have them in Infinite, but they took them out specifically of the MCC, and I'm just like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I have no idea why they did that. I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Yeah, I was doing it all the time because it was just like, wow, I can finally play on these Halo 2 maps in matchmaking, or not in matchmaking, but like I can finally play Big Team Slayer on these Halo 2 maps that never get any love.
Yeah, without just like going through and inviting every person individually.
Yeah, it's a fucking and like ruining my friends list and like just, it's just annoying to have to do that. And then Season 8 came out for the Master Chief Collection. It's like, and then they took it out. It's like, cool. I'm glad we lost open lobbies so we could have a grunt plushie. Sick.
Well, why did they even do that? Did they ever?
Nope.
Explain why?
Nope, they never explain it. I don't know. No one said anything. I've tweeted at them several times. Just asking, like, hey, why? Can someone explain any reason why this is a good idea? And no response. I wouldn't even be surprised if they don't know that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, I tweeted about like broken custom games quite a few times, and then I finally like tweeted Postums or Tashi or someone, and they were like, "Yes, we're aware of some issues, more or less." And I was like, "Okay, well, good." Well, I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah. We hear you.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I mean, sometimes I wonder, like, they talk about how important feedback is, but I gave 5 years of that after Halo 5, and so I don't know how much my feedback really mattered.
Yeah. I remember hearing that one of the videos that I made was making the rounds over there and being like, oh, that's cool. And I remember thinking it didn't matter because, like, oh, well, the game's coming out in like 3 months. And then it got delayed, and I was like, oh, cool, maybe. Nah, it didn't matter. And again, they nailed a lot of the important things, and they nailed, in my opinion, like some of the hardest things to do.
Yeah. Dude, I wish you guys knew what the original concept was. Like, I almost want
You're
to
killing me
see.
with this.
Well, I want to see a compilation of people's reactions when they hear what the original pitch for the game was, because it's so like.
God damn, but yeah, like you're really killing me with this. Like
One of my well, maybe I won't. No, I won't say anything.
don't say anything on. Don't say anything.
Don't say anything on stream, but you gotta tell me later.
We'll see. We'll see.
Cause I gotta know this.
Yeah.
Like this is insane. Like, cause I remember, cause I didn't hear anything about it until it was probably on track to being what this is. You know, like I didn't hear anything about like the original pitch.
Yeah, I heard from I mean, it's a thing that a lot of people know.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
I'll just ask on Twitter and see if anybody wants to leak it to me.
I don't.
Because that's kind of what happened with like a lot of the other stuff. Because I started making videos and then people started like sharing stuff with me, but it was only about like modern stuff. Like I had seen like Bizarre, and I had seen I knew the Chopper was gonna be in for a long time because I'd seen like Chopper animations from like friends of mine who had worked on it, and so like I knew some stuff. I won't name them obviously, but
Mr. Hollywood.
I got some contacts.
You got some contacts?
Get your contacts here.
My dad works at Microsoft. He can ban you on
My
Xbox.
dad works at Bill Gates, and he is going
My
to
dad
take your
is
Xbox.
Bill Gates.
I'm Bill Gates.
No, you beat me. I'm sorry, Bill.
You want to see me jump over this chair? That's one of my favorite videos on the internet. Bill Gates jumping over the chair.
God,
That sounds
damn,
amazing.
That was the close match. Holy shit.
That was Damn. I wish I had focused a little harder.
We were stomping the shit out of them. They just had one guy who had 33 kills.
Jerry Seinfeld leaked Halo Infinite to Chris. Yeah. Jerry Seinfeld specifically. He was like, "You're never gonna believe this.
You'll never get away with us."
They're not putting waterworks in, Jerry. Waterworks."
Waterworks.
He dual wielded. Oh, I'm not a fan of the dual wield. No dual wield.
Don't
Yeah.
wield the duel, don't dual wield.
Dude, I would love to write like a fucking garbage fucking like a radio version of Seinfeld where it's just the audio of like what an episode would sound like, but it's just them talking about fucking Halo. Or just some fucking really oddly specific thing. But yeah, I don't know. Like I've heard a lot of different things about Infinite's development. I know it was a fucking mess.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just, you don't even need to know anything about the game to know that.
Yeah,
like
you
just
don't.
you need to just play it and be like, huh.
Well, there's a few key moments that you can definitely look at and say, that's odd to be hearing this information at this particular time.
Yeah.
Goes great. They removed open lobbies, Jerry. The lobbies aren't open. The lobbies are not open. So the lobbies are closed. Closed lobbies. Closed lobbies.
Kramer goes in, it's like, I don't even have lobbies. I play by myself. What, you need friends to have fun, Jerry? I think it's just you just play that game and you're like, yeah, this feels not finished. You know, you're playing the game and you're like, wow, this is a really fun grassy landscape. I wonder when we're gonna not see any more of it. and then
you really understand how much they get out when the entire biome is Pacific Northwest.
yeah, it makes it. I don't know. It seems like such a weird thing because it does you a great service to have a map. If a map is small, to have varied locations within it
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'd think just from a design... I mean, I know that they cut, like, 2/3 of the game, and I think initially there was supposed to be a desert because you see it kind of at the end, and...
It's kind of weird that they're like, oh, it's based on the Pacific Northwest, and I'm like, yeah, like one neighborhood of the Pacific Northwest? Like, there are other things.
Dude, I remember when I remember, dude, I remember, too, like, when I was talking about it, people were like... I was talking about the trailer, the campaign trailer, and I was like, man, it looks like there's no biome diversity. It looks like we're not even going to get those, like, classic, like, snow levels or desert levels. I'm pretty sure this is all going to be Pacific Northwest. And everybody was like, just because they didn't show it in the trailer doesn't mean it's not in the game. Maybe they're saving it for a reveal. They're saving snow? What are you talking about?
What do you...
Snow isn't exciting.
Snow.
Yeah, can you imagine? It's like, yeah, some games save like final bosses and different like cool new vehicles, but this game they're withholding the snow because the snow is a big spoiler.
That's what builds the anticipation, man. When am I gonna see snow?
It's so weird.
It's ridiculous. As someone who's lived in the Pacific Northwest,
I live here now.
Like, being like, hey, where do you live in the Pacific Northwest?
Washington.
Nice.
Outside of Seattle.
My sister was born in Washington. So, yeah, I mean, I've lived in Washington, Oregon, and you have diversity in those states.
We get snow up here. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
It's fucking crazy, Jerry!
It's not good snow, but it's snow. It's weird.
Washington has a desert.
It's just so fucking infuriating. I don't know.
Kind of have. Well, we have like open rocky areas, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, when I hear we're really looking at Halo 1. We're really looking at Halo 1 for inspiration for this new title, and we really like the setting of Halo 1. And it's like, cool.
Halo 1 has
kinda my least.
Ghost forest.
Oh yeah. Dude, I mean, Halo 1 had like a swamp. It had like a fucking tundra.
Yeah.
And that was a game that was like also cut to shit. That was a game that was like cut a ton of content from Halo 1. They reused levels like 3 times.
Right.
And it still felt way bigger and way more varied. And I'm not even saying that like what we got was bad. It was just like I don't know, like for how long we had gone without a Halo game to come back, and you got like 10 multiplayer maps, and you got a single player campaign that's arguably like,
and a fuckload of excuses.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel bad because like I know these, and I know some people who like work there, and I get it. Like, but
yeah.
No, it's excuses. I mean, it's okay to call it what it is. You know?
Yeah,
it's almost like they weren't developing this version of the game for all that time.
It's almost like they were making Viva Pinata 3 for the first half of the development cycle. Viva Pinata 3, Pinata Colada, coming to fucking Xbox One and PS4.
Pinata Colada.
I couldn't think of anything else.
Most colorful fucking drink you've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. But I don't know, like, all I wanted was snow, man.
Yeah.
Just snow, some sand, just fucking something.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all the biome diversity in Elden Ring, and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's fucking... The biome diversity in Elden Ring is staggering. It is so fucking crazy.
If we're I only just got to the Forbidden West in Forbidden West, and even that has more biodiversity than Halo has. Right?
Oh yeah, Horizon Forbidden West has that cool fucking hologram Las Vegas. It's like, it's sick as shit from that perspective. It's like you look at a game like this, and it's like even this game.
Fallout New Vegas is a fucking nuclear wasteland that has more biome diversity.
Yeah, actually. And I remember how they were talking about it too. Like, everybody was calling me crazy. It's like, Chris, they're not going to show snow in the trailer. They're not going to spoil such a reveal.
Well, didn't they in like the original trailer? Like, they showed like a desert, and you know
they did
that,
show a
that
desert
preview thing or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, the tech preview. They did show. They
showed
snow.
like some they showed something underneath the water. And that made
Oh.
me think of like that scene in Halo 2 where you take the gondola
Oh
underwater.
yeah, under the ancient city.
Yeah.
It was a very cool. That was a very cool moment. It would have been cool to see anything underwater. But we
Honestly,
didn't.
in like that little section in Halo 2, there's nothing. You're not playing a game at that point. You're just like watching a world that you're moving through. It has no.
That is my favorite location in Halo 2.
Has
By the
there
way.
ever been an underwater combat scene in a Halo game?
Not
no?
specifically, but in like you are fighting in like an underwater city where like there's glass and you can kind of see outside at certain points. Like very light BioShock vibes, I would say.
The armor's very heavy and it's airtight. You could have an underwater combat, you know?
Yeah, you could.
They should have made the space battles in Reach like a mode,
It would have been cool, yeah.
Even if it was just basic as fuck, just the novelty of that.
Yeah. What were you saying, Katie?
Aren't they like legendary for being hated? So like honestly, like to like I don't know, to
Le-
want an entirely water level or something.
Oh yeah. No, well, I mean, you wouldn't be swimming.
Like it's
You
not
just
like
be-
Mario Super World. Like
Yeah, it wouldn't be like a fucking like water levels are terrible, but I find I don't know, BioShock is technically a whole like the whole thing is a water level, and that fucking
I think it would be kind of cool if it was done as a creepy thing. Like you've got murky water, you've got to follow these waypoints. You're using your flashlight. There's some underwater aliens that just come out of the dark, and maybe they
it could be cool.
they coil.
But
up
you see,
around
Red-
and try crushing you or something.
You see, Ren, what you're describing is an idea. And those are very difficult to execute on, turns out.
Ideas are very bad.
How about the woods? Oh man, I remember seeing like that. I don't know. I remember seeing the multiplayer maps and thinking that was going to be kind of indicative of like. I remember thinking like, oh, maybe we'll get like a level on Earth, or maybe we'll get like a level fucking in a desert.
Even the original Halo had like, well, I guess they do have a mission on the warship Gabrakan, which was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a look. What I'm saying is like it's a serviceable amount of level locations. It's just like in comparison to.
You know what would have been cool is like a Truth and Reconciliation style level, but maybe it's like an old destroyed Covenant Corvette that you got to go through, but it's the old like purpley bluish old.
There are those
Covenant.
pesky ideas again.
There are those pesky ideas.
Yeah.
When am I gonna learn?
you know the meme of throwing the guy out the conference room window. That's just
Yeah, literally. It's like, what if we had levels?
That you could choose to play after you beat them.
Yeah, it sucks too because like the Worship Gabrakan is like a genuinely fun level, especially at the end when you're making that run through like and there's actually like multiple different ways to go about that pre-scripted sequence. It's like actually like a fun little set piece, and
Another close game.
the thing that makes me sad about like the open world stuff is that like you're on a Halo ring, so you have so many good excuses to just fuck with biome diversity on a whim. Like one of my favorite levels was in Halo 3. It was called the Covenant, and you started off in like being a down pelican on like a woodland beach, and then you flew across this fucking ocean, and then you landed, and then you went through a doorway, and then suddenly you were in a fucking snowy fucking tundra. And it's
made
like
it feel more alien too.
yeah, exactly. It makes it feel like a crazy. It makes it feel insane, but it makes sense within the context of the world because it's like, yeah, this is an artificial world. Like you could have like different climates theoretically, like right up next to each other, and it would work. Well, it wasn't a Halo.
You know
It was the art.
Explain the
but-
different biomes if you're worried about like lore implications. It's just one fucking easy line. Interesting. The weather patterns here look natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning, or if the designers wanted the installation to have inclement weather. Yes, I do remember that exact line.
Oh my god, this is
Just
very.
like that's
specific.
when you start assaulting the control room and you see the snow for the first time, and it surprises Cortana. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
huh, why is there snow here? Is this supposed to be happening?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Because she, as an AI, she's like, why? Why is it?
Yeah.
Why would they do this?
Halo 1 is probably the one I have memorized the least of the Bungie
Halo,
ones.
Halo 1 is the one I've memorized the most.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I played through that campaign so many fucking times. Like when I did the replay of it on the Master Chief Collection, I was just going through every game. Halo 1 was the hardest one to get through because I've already played it so many times.
If that's me with Halo 2, I've played through Halo 2 probably like 200 times, at least.
I feel like a freak for liking Halo 3. Maybe it's just because I came in.
Halo 3 is fucking great. That's why.
It's a good game.
I came in so late to Halo. I guess because I'm younger than you guys. So like.
Yeah.
Halo 3 was where I was like, oh my god, video games are fucking cool. Like.
Oh
Yeah.
that was a good time.
That
was the time, dude.
Yeah, that was a fucking good ass time, man. God damn, that's so sad. But
Dude, we got Elden Ring. I mean,
that's true. That's true. Yeah. It's not over. It just happens less and less. It just happens every 10 years minimum. But yeah, like fucking Halo 3 was the one that I got really passionately enamored with. But like I think Halo 2 was the one that, like, story-wise, that I played like over and over again because I just memorized that story and I just couldn't fucking stop. My parents got so annoyed.
there's only one ship. God damn it, Chris!
Or I would be like grounded and stuck in my room. And I'd like try and sneak out. And I'd be like, "What are you doing?" And it's like, I'd be like, "I'm grounded. I'm just in my room playing Halo 2 all the time, and I'm having a blast." Like, what do you do? I don't understand. Why do you think this is punishment?
Grounded?
I don't know. I don't remember. Probably like did some fucking. I wasn't like crazy. Like I wasn't like an asshole. Like it was probably like something pretty mild, honestly. Probably ate my dad's fucking breakfast cookie.
Breakfast cookie?
I never give it, Chris.
I forget what they're called. They're like the S-shaped biscuits that they sell at delis.
Never did I think I'd be betrayed by my own seed.
If my parents called me their seed, I'd be so fucking livid about it. But
Deeply perturbed.
no, kill me or release me, Parasite, but do not waste my time with talk. That whole script is like fucking etched into my fucking brain.
That whole script is 10 out of 10 as far as video games goes.
Yeah, it's an unreasonably good script for a video game. Like it has no business.
Every single line is memorable. Like it does more than one thing.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. It's so much better. Like I like Halo 1 and Halo 3 and Reach and ODST. I really love those games. I think they're really fun stories as well. But Halo 2's script is like on like another level of being good. Like it's fucking superb, and it stands out in the series that it's a part of.
Dude, it's crazy because of how much they cut from the game.
Yeah.
Even like, did you see my long ass Infinite review when I talk about Tartarus?
Oh my god, I did watch it, but like I don't remember like the Tartarus bit specifically.
Well, I had basically had a whole section about how like Tartarus is my favorite villain because in every single scene he's doing something, and I was talking about how like, you know, the villains in Infinite are kind of just hanging out all the time.
Yeah, they're on Discord the whole fucking game.
Like Tartarus is introduced to the player after he brands the Arbiter, the character that you are then surprised to play as. So now you have this personal vendetta against this guy, but you're not sure if you can trust him because he's still kind of there helping out.
Oh
know?
yeah. Tartarus is probably like the best. I love Truth in 2 specifically. I thought just his voice acting is so fucking.
Yeah, apparently they didn't get that guy to come back because he wanted a lot more money and he was like kind of hard to work with.
Yeah, he was like he got upset that he heard his voice in a trailer and refused to come back, which is insane.
Really dumb.
Really fucking stupid. That makes me forgive Halo 3's Truth, which I like less a little bit more. Like if they couldn't help it, then like all right, well, because I was always under the assumption that they just recasted him for no reason.
Yeah.
But like, oh well. But I don't know, man. The villains in Halo 2 are so like every character in Halo 2 is so fucking good. They're just everybody. Even the fucking like nothing ones. Even people like Miranda who like barely does anything. Like I remember her lines very
still pretty cool because like
yeah.
That's the thing about Halo 2 that I love so much about it is like every character, even if they don't play a pivotal role, like Lord Hood basically stays on the Cairo station for the whole game, but he's like the leader. You know, when shit goes down in Cairo station, the first mission, he's like, Sergeant Johnson, you're gonna go do this. Keys, or Miranda, you're gonna go do this. Chief, defend this station. He's like telling people what to do, and Miranda's like piloting the ship, so she's got like the reinforcements, and Sergeant Johnson's like the personal, relatable guy that characterizes the Marines, and then Tartarus is like the guy that characterizes the brutes, and you got Shipmaster, and then you got the Prophet. So like all these pieces just kind of build up the different factions. You know what I mean?
It's so fucking, it's so fucking Shakespearean the way that the Covenant half is written too. I just love like everybody feels like a real character. Like Shipmaster sounds so it's just so cool like every time he talks, but it's not like the guy who's like these are my elites, their lives matter to me, yours does not. And it's like
he says that and you're like, okay, that guy's pretty fucking cool, and then Arbiter snaps back and it's like, oh, whoa.
Yeah, it's like that makes two of us. It's like, this is so good.
Yeah, it's like, oh. Yeah, like Arbiter got branded with the mark of shame, but he's not a little bitch.
Yeah, it's man, what a good fucking game. Like I don't know how like you could like I think Halo 3 technically has like I think level design wise technically probably has a better campaign, maybe like level to level gameplay wise.
I think Halo 3 has the best level design in the series because like there's even that section that I highlighted in my Halo 3 review, and I remember getting a lot of comments like, dude, I didn't even know that was a thing. I think at one point in the arc, or at the end of the levels, there's like a circle of brutes.
Oh, yeah.
There's a brute chieftain in the middle, and he's like, fight me. And if you don't shoot the other brutes, then you can just have a 1v1 with the brute chieftain.
Yeah, and if you bring Marines there, the Marines won't shoot either.
Yeah.
Which is like fucking, I think I learned that from your video too. Like, because I had no idea that was real. Because I had always just run through and just fucking
you just
mop them
blasted
up.
everything like everyone else,
Yeah, but it's just so fucking
or
cool.
Or the brute peeing.
Yeah. The brute peeing in the fucking Ark. Those levels were fucking massive too, like the Ark and the Covenant and the Scarab fights were so cool too.
3 Scorpions roll up. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's like super and Halo 3 has like a really solid set piece moments too, like when the fucking I think it's not the Enamorclad, right? It's the Forward Unto Dawn when it's like coming in from space on the Ark and it like blows all the debris.
Yeah.
And you're just like, this is so sick. This is amazing.
Song plays the
the fucking brass.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, it's I think Halo 3 like is better because like the later half of Halo 2, as much as I love it story wise, definitely like Quarantine Zone and Sacred Icon are very, very cool, but they're also like a little tedious and just kind of like full of nonsense.
I gotta bounce, so I will
later,
talk to you guys later. It was nice to meet you, Act Man.
Bye, Renee.
Bye, Ren.
See you later.
Get the fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
Fuck, I was taking my dog upstairs.
No worries.
Well,
but
tell him it was nice meeting him too.
Yeah, I'll tell him. But yeah, fucking, I don't know. The level design in 3 is so good. The 2 story is just so fucking otherworldly. Like, I love that story so much. That whole script, I think, is etched into my fucking brain, I think.
And I think 1 is like, 1's just my personal favorite.
Yeah.
For, to play through.
Yeah, Halo 1's wonky physics are really fun. Like, just like great. I actually kind of like the way the Ghost controls. Honestly. It's like a really wonky it's a really wonky vehicle in 1, but I rather enjoy it. Man. All right. We've been going for a while. 5 hours. That's, I think, is a good time to cut it. I'm fucking hungry as hell. I have not eaten
Chris, I'm
at all.
literally rating to you. God damn it.
Oh, are you really?
Yes.
Oh.
Never mind.
Yeah. Hold on, let me see. I think Halo 3 is one of the best games ever made. I agree. Even removed from its importance in the context of when it came out, I think it's like stands up.
Oh yeah.
I think it holds up like really, really fucking remarkably well.
Yeah.
Forward to Dawn, Pillar of Autumn, and Amberclad. Oh, yeah, the ship names are really cool. And then you go to 4 and it's like Infinity, and you're like, That was my first sign that things were a little bit not right. When you got to like Halo 4 and like you had all these like really epic fucking names, like fucking Forward unto Dawn, Pillar of Autumn, in Amberclad, Truth and Reconciliation,
Infinity.
Yeah, and then welcome to Halo 4. This is the UNSC Infinity.
Oh my god.
And it's like, what the fuck? To be fair, Reach had Grafton. Yeah, but Grafton's like way less generic than Infinity. You know? Like, it's not like one. I liked, what was it? There was like because in the lore, there were so many good ones. It's like the Say My Name and just like really fucking fun. I don't know. I remember when I was a kid thinking the In Amberclad was so fucking cool. Like, I don't know why.
It took me a while before I like made sense of what those words actually meant, you know?
Yeah. They're strange, but they're memorable. Yeah, like the Pillar of Autumn is like, that just sounds cool.
Classic.
That just sounds, that name fucks. You know, like that.
Fucks, dude.
That name fucks, dude. That's like that's a Chad ass name. This is my son, Pillar of Autumn. I don't think I've seen ship names like that. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like it's very unique, but like the Infinity, like what the fuck? I don't know. Well, let's raid our Sacred Symbols buddy Dustin, huh? Let's give him a little raid, huh? Let's go over to Dusty Boy. I'm gonna go eat because I am starved. I'm bleeding like a stuffed pig here, Jess. Did you ever play Ackman, you ever play Wolfenstein Youngblood?
Mm-mm.
No, you
I
didn't?
have not.
Ah, man, you're missing out. It's so good.
Yeah, I know. I'm a degenerate.
Yeah, it's a very, very good game that I definitely recommend you spend as much money as you possibly can on. And then just really enjoy it.
Yeah.
Is there sarcasm?
Oh, yeah, it's terrible. It's one of the worst games.
Oh, wait. Was that the game where they have, like...
It's the co-op daughters.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
It's...
You're like, spend as much money as you can on that game. Eh?
Yeah, it's really...
Now you're getting me.
It's fucking terrible. Anyway, go say hi to Dustin for me. I'll see you again tomorrow, 1:30 Eastern Standard. Bye-bye! And I think that went through.
Okay, now do you want to...
really thinking about it. I'm